Hello, 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 my lovely, lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? I am so happy to see you, Peyton, Spinkle, Hissatir, Val9000, Martini Peterson, Purple EB-chan, the Stern One, True Longstar. I'm trying to fuck around with this thing real quick. There we go. Comrade, Amatrine, Silax, Loki, Thunderstruck, Purple EB-chan, Jessica Metal, Batty Bell, Peyton, and from the YouTube chat, we have Daisy. Why is Tom York? I do not know. I wish I could answer that question. The Ziggy Richards, Matt Brett from Twitch chat, Gray Fox Girl from Twitch chat. We got Bree from YouTube chat, Mickey from YouTube chat. Hello, 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 my lovely, lovely imps. Void Storm, I did not ignore you. I just can't say everyone, Cheeto and Tata Talks, or Tat Talks. Listen to me. We have a lot on the menu for today. But first, we are going to welcome you in with a little lovely life update. I see you there, Lillibroor. I'm not ignoring anyone. My necklace looks awesome. Thank you so much. So, today, this morning, I have a little Yoda story. Who wants a Yoda story? Who wants a Yoda story? Huh? Who wants a Yoda story? Huh? Anybody? Post Yoda if you want a puppy story, okay? Oh shit, we want Yoda stories. It looks like people want the Yoda stories. All right. Okay. So, this morning, I was shocked awake by a horrible occurrence, okay? Someone had set off the fire alarm in our apartment. Sucks. I hate it when that happens, but someone did set off the fire alarm. Now, our fire alarm here is unethically loud, as in, it is so loud that it actually hurts. It is so fucking loud that it actually physically hurts your ears. So we actually, don't tell anybody, but we dampened our own fire alarm because it's so fucking loud. And it still will shock you awake, even with the dampening. Now, of course, Yoda, being a dog with very large ears and being a dog in general, is caused physical pain by the fire alarm. And there is nothing we can do about that. There's nothing we can do about that. It actually causes her, like, pain. However, well, there is one thing we can do. What we can do is I can hold her and cover her ears like this. So this morning, the alarm went off, and let me tell you this. Look, I've told you before that Yoda has a little bit of anxiety. She's a very good dog. She's a very brave dog. But loud noises make her shake. And I mean shake. So this morning, the alarm went off and scared me, and all of a sudden, Yoda was just like, and like she like jumped over to me, and I scooped her up like this, and I covered her ears, and I held her for like 30 minutes straight, just petting her and reassuring her. And she would not, I had to go to the bathroom. She tried to run into the bathroom with me. That's how much she didn't want me to leave. So I was holding her for like 30, and she was just going like all over the place, just like just shaking like crazy. But she calmed down, and when the alarm stopped, we gave her treats. It was a building-wide system. Unfortunately, they get triggered all the time here for some reason. I don't know exactly why, but yeah, it's very frustrating. Hold on. Have you noticed I have a new mic arm? So I'm trying to adjust and get used to the new mic arm, but I have a new mic arm. It arrived. And also, allow me to reveal da 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 bum bum. Yes, we have indeed all of the computer pieces for the computer building project, which means very soon this set will contain a proper professional two-computer streaming setup brought to you by you. And, of course, me putting it together. Yes, tomorrow we will be doing a special stream. A very special stream, in fact. And guess what? We're going to have a guest. A special guest. Do you want to know who our special guest is? It's Grime Dango! It's Grime Dango! No, it's not Xanderhall. Xanderhall lives in California. It's Grime Dango! And probably Fawn as well. And what we're going to do is we're going to set up a table here, and I'm going to have the camera pointing at the table so you can see me put all the pieces together, and you can see me screw everything in, and it's going to be nice. I'm going to talk about politics and read chat while I do it, and then we're going to treat you with a Magic the Gathering pack opening, and then a game or 2 or 3, depending on how people like it, with Grime Dango. Because Grime Dango loves Magic the Gathering, and Grime Dango loves opening packs, and there's a new set out, so we figured, why not make it an all-in-one IRL-style stream? Yeah, it's going to be so cool. So it will be a shorter stream, and we're not going to do as much politics, but there will be politics. No, a Bloomer stream to Talks. Yeah, it's Strixhaven. It's Strixhaven. Yep. So it's going to be really cool. That'll be a very fun thing. And then I will not be able to do a gaming stream this Sunday because it's going to take me quite a while to get everything set back up on my computer. Once I change my computer, I'm going to need to redo all of my setup. It's going to be a big thing. But on Monday, it will all be together, and maybe we'll do some yeah. So, I don't know yet. I haven't decided. Magic Socialist. I'm going to figure that out tomorrow. So, that's the fun stuff. Also, let's see how we're doing. By the way, if you're here and you haven't liked the stream, please like the stream. I'm noticing we only have 100 and wait, how many do we have? Let's see. How many likes? We only have 40. Wait, we only have 74 likes, but we have almost 200 viewers. Please smack the like button on the YouTube page. It's easy, it's free, and it guarantees more viewers will come in, because YouTube is weird in that it doesn't suggest my stream even to my own followers unless you like it. So please like it. Thank you. Wait, Valgaia. Thank you. Sure, Crikey. I'll try to answer that in a few minutes. Okay, so please give me that like. Now, since we're still waiting for everybody to filter in, as we always do, I want to talk about another thing. So yesterday was a pretty big deal. Yesterday was a pretty big deal, okay? Do you want to know why yesterday was a pretty big deal for me? And this is personal, okay? This is a little one of those, this is one of those mama behind the scenes, okay? You want to know why today was a pretty big deal? Or yesterday was a pretty big deal? Yesterday was the first time I have ever bought myself actual new furniture. And I don't mean this shitty sofa that we don't sit on because it's for the set. This is basically a show sofa. I've been saving quietly for months and months and months. I have been putting a little bit of money away, and I was waiting until the pandemic was over so that I could go actually look at and try a sofa and a table. And for the first time in my adult life, I bought myself an actual sofa for me and my family to sit on. And when I refer to my family, I mean me and my 2 partners and my dog. So, and we got a good deal on it, a very good deal. As you know, I'm very frugal. I'm very careful with my money. So that was a pretty big deal. And it might be a little bit, the sofa's going to take a little while to arrive because there's still a whole bunch of issues. So it'll probably be a little while for me to get it. But I will eventually have an actual sofa and an actual table. So I'm pretty excited about that personally. In fact, I was pretty emotional yesterday because I've never been able to do that in my entire life. I have always owned like triplicate hand-me-downs for basically everything except for my mattress. My mattress is the only thing I've ever spent money on, and my desk, because I work at my desk and I sleep in my mattress. So those are the things I've always spent money on. But I wouldn't say I'm moving up in the world, but I am making small changes to my life so that I don't slip back into a position of despondence and sadness. I want to make my living space a little bit better so that, because let's be real, it's depressing, you know? So it's depressing to live in a house that doesn't have any seats or anything, okay? So I decided, yes, I've saved for long enough. I've waited 30 years of my life, and bam, we did it. So that was a pretty big deal. Yeah. Yeah, it's very slow and sure. I make very careful changes. I make very careful investments. I tend to, when I buy things, I invest in things that will last, and I take very good care of my things. It's very rare that I made my last work mouse last for 5 years. I spent a lot on a work mouse when I was writing all the time, and I made it last for 5 fucking years. It's pretty goddamn good for one mouse. So I really do my best. When is the mukbang? It's going to be sometime next month. It's going to be sometime next month. So that's very exciting. Now, today, we have some interesting things to talk about. Hey, Raspberry Bee! Thank you so much. Well, I will do my best to make you laugh today, and hopefully you won't feel crappy as time goes on. But I understand if one show can't make you not feel crappy, but hopefully it will make you feel slightly less crappy. Thank you so much for donating $20 to me. It really means the world to me. Thank you so much. I don't think so, Loeen. I really don't think so. The bot has been struggling lately. Oh, look at that. There's a lipstick mark on there. Bam. So, what are we doing today? Well, first, we need to talk about some news. Yeah, that's right. We haven't done it. I mean, we have done. We do new news, but we do news in a weird way. We have a bunch of news issues to talk about. Like, seriously, we have some serious news issues to talk about. First of all, we absolutely need to talk about the ceasefire, okay? In Israel-Palestine, we absolutely have to talk about that. Hey, Zonia. Good to see you. Do I want to see something cursed? How cursed are we talking? Oh, God. Oh, God. Why would you create this? Vosh from Redacted? This is horrible. It looks like... I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. Yuck. Nope. No, I'm not here for it. Yeah, it is nightmare fuel. Yeah, it does look a little bit like Jeremy, doesn't it? But the thing is, it's very hard to replicate Jeremy's head shape. You know? It's very hard to replicate Jeremy's head shape. Have you seen the shape of Jeremy from the Quartering's head? It is very strangely shaped. It looks a little bit like an ostrich egg. Yeah, very strange. Okay, so we're going to be talking about that. We are also going to be talking about a incredibly fucked up dystopic invention. That is called Citizen, okay? Some of you may have already heard about this, but Citizen is an app that is being launched by a private security company that will basically allow you to have private police that you can call. You'll use the app, and instead of calling 911, you will be able to call a black van of private security, of armed private security to your house. Now, is this legal? Who the fuck knows? But the fact that it's being made and marketed is kind of fucked, okay? And I want to talk about a couple of issues because I've been doing a lot of thinking lately. A lot of thinking. You know me. I do the thinking. You know, that's what Mama's job is. Mama sits down and goes, what things are important to the imps? What things are important for us to talk about? And this is one of them. And there's some reasons why we got to talk about this. Yeah, premium police, discount police. Yeah, we're getting all of it. We're getting all of the stereotypes, you know? What if you called both the private police and the real police? Yeah, they'll have a shootout. Yeah, or they'll just agree with each other and just change their badges. For some populations, that sounds safer than calling the police. Granted, those populations can't afford to pay private police. You got it. You got it. There's the answer. So basically, this is going to be rich people private militia. And yes, while I agree that probably private security would be safer for like people of color than the police, let's just be real. We're going to get into this in detail, but do you know what jobs police go to when they get fired from their jobs as police? Anybody? Anybody? I bet you can guess. They become private security. Sometimes they become Blackwater. Hey, thank you very much, Aztec. I appreciate that. I'm doing my best. Sometimes they become mall cops. Sometimes they become bodyguards. But they almost always become private security. Yeah. Bounty hunters, yep. More breaking Matt Gaetz news. Dango, you send me that by DM and we'll take a look at it, okay? We also need to talk about some transphobia, okay? Because a recent incident in the porn industry needs to be talked about, okay? And then, all right? And then we're going on a panel, okay? And this panel is going to be very, very funny, okay? Do you want to know why this panel is going to be very, very funny? Because this panel is going to be yours truly and Chud Logic going up against a bunch of fucking triggered righties. And I can tell you right now, listen, the righties are real mad. They're mad already. They were raging. They were fucking raging in the group chat. And I mean fucking raging. My mods got to see some of those. So just know, it is going to be a bloodbath, okay? In fact, I have heard that one of the righties might be planning some performance art for this one. So if you're ready to see some cringy conservative comedy, you might be in for a good show tonight. That will begin at 5. So we have a little bit of time for some news, for some hanging out and everything like that. And then we're going to get right motherfucking into it. Okay? Seriously. Prime Kai's had a pretty meme-tastic debate last night with Destiny about interracial dating and other racial stuff. Could be fun to look at. Maybe. Okay, anywhere from 7 to 12 people on at a time. They had to pull a handful into separate channels just because of something Destiny said. Oh, Jesus. A judge just ordered a mental health evaluation of the QAnon shaman? Interesting. Okay. Who among the imps can create a Rob Nor tomato emote? Listen, I don't want anyone to make a Rob Nor tomato emote. However, I would like it if somebody made a Rob Nor tomato Photoshop. A large, high-quality Rob Nor tomato Photoshop. Because I will not put an emote of some other fucking idiot in my chat. However, I will post a Rob Nor tomato Photoshop if anybody makes it, because that would be funny. All right. Samoski, I will get to it as soon as I can, but right now adding new emotes is busted. I can only add secret emotes right now. We're going to have that fixed in time, but it's not fixed yet. So I am behind on adding any emotes, okay? Also, I can't promise any emotes will be added, but I will do my best if it's a really good emote, okay? Nah, I don't think so, Falgaia. Do you have any advice for someone considering cutting ties with a narcissistic parent? That's a really hard situation that's going to vary. I would not feel responsible giving you specific advice. However, I will say you do not owe anybody your internal life. And you do not owe anybody your time, not even a narcissistic parent. Hey, Vermin, great to see you. Great to see you. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. Yep. There was something else I was gonna say. Thinking. You know what I miss? I miss motherfucking video games. For the last, like, week, I've barely played any motherfucking video games because I've been so fucking busy. And you know what's worse? Next month is going to be even busier. God damn, next month is going to be fucking wild. Have I hyped up what we're doing next month? Have we fucking hyped up what we're doing next month? Because next month, Pride Month, is going to be the month of the fucking queer ass, trans ass demons in this audience. And we're going to be, diving in on just about fucking everything you can imagine. We're going to be doing multiple history mamas. We're going to be doing a collaboration with Aristocracy about the striking parallels between trans history and Jewish history. Because I know you guys don't know this, but did you know that Jewish people and queer people have had a pretty strong history together? In fact, it was a German Jewish doctor by the name of Magnus Hirschfeld that ever actually advanced trans science. So we're going to be doing a whole thing like that, and we're going to be doing a fundraiser. That's right. You thought this month was the month of fundraiser, but while I may never get another chance to steal Vosh's belt in the Hippy Dippy Championship, because I don't know if the Hippy Dippy Championship is ever going to happen again, Vosh might be safe from losing that belt. But the charity belt, oh, you better watch your back, Vosh, because if you think that you made a historical charity, let me show you what the gays can do. Well, I guess he's a gay. So let me show you what the transes can do. Because we're going to do something really fucking awesome. And I'm telling you, it's going to be fucking pog as shit. Does this community worship Slanesh? If we had to choose a chaos god, you better bet it would be Slanesh. Come on, you don't think I have Slaneshi energy? Vermin says, I was actually taught about that by my Catholic high school's photography teacher. She was the only place I learned any queer history, and it was hand in hand with Holocaust education because Nazis raided queer spaces. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be fucking great. Okay? I promise. Yeah, the pink triangle. Yeah, people don't know that part. And, I don't know. I went on a bit of a rant the other day. I got a little bothered on stream. But I want to make sure that after next month, no one in my space, nobody in the lefty spaces will be able to claim ignorance to the history of queer oppression and the history of queer thriving. Throughout all of history. So there we go. Yeah, it's gonna be a good month. I'm gonna be grinding. And yeah. So it's gonna be pretty good, hopefully. And I am a little nervous because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, but I'm ready. And listen, you know that I am ambitious as fuck, right? The one thing that you all probably know is that Demon Mama is pretty fucking ambitious. Demon Mama is pretty fucking goddamn ambitious. So that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm aiming high, and I'm going to hopefully deliver everything that I have promised to the best of my ability. And if I don't get it perfect, at least it'll be a fucking poggers ass month nonetheless. Aw, thank you, Irate God. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. You visited Auschwitz once. One of the most chilling experiences of my life. Photos don't capture the sheer scale of the death machine. Yes, this is what I've been talking about. These things don't happen overnight. They are set up. Okay? They are built. They are built up to. It is a snowball that gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And we are watching I wouldn't even say the early stages. We are watching the middle stages of this type of thing happening in our country right now. But do you want to know what stops it? Us. We do. We stop it. We change the world. Okay? And we can change the world because we learn from our history. We evolve and we survive. Okay? So, no dooming, but we need to recognize that there are the scary things in the world, but that we must overcome. And we overcome with the power of our words, with the power of our actions, with the power of our minds, and with the love in our hearts. Seriously, truly. That is how we overcome. And if you don't believe me, well, and the people who've actually survived these types of the worst times in history will tell you that I am correct on that. That it is the strength of community, the strength of preservation, the pursuit of knowledge, and the willingness to look out for other humans that makes you survive these tough times. Okay? Humor is also very good. Exactly. Yep. So, without any further ado, we have everybody here. All people are getting comfy. Super, super great. Happy to have you all. Like the stream if you haven't liked the stream. It's free to like the stream. Just click through to YouTube and press the like button. It will help us. It will actually help us. Seriously. Did you see this? The famously uncanceled Socrates tried and executed for corrupting the youth of Athens. Oh my God, no! They got Socrates? Oh no, if Socrates was out philosophizing in American society today, he would be canceled real quick. Oh no! Oh, oh no! Wait, you mean the guy who literally got killed by the Greek officials? By the Greek fucking monarchy of the time? Oh no, you're telling me Socrates would have been canceled in America too? Shit, it looks like America ain't so great. We haven't come so far, have we? Is that true, Ross? I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. Anyway. Oh yeah, by the way, I should tell you what the panels are. Okay, that's true, Rhodes. That is very true. Yes. The skill of being able to jump off a train is helpful. Yeah, of course. For sure. Socrates, you're canceled. So can I just be exiled, or do you need me to drink poison? What? No, just private your Twitter for a week and release an apology video on YouTube. True! Oh, true, Silent. True! Listen. All right, listen. By the way, did you all know that today's topic on the panel, the first topic, is going to be cancel culture? Are you ready to hear about Mr. Potato Head? They're stealing Mr. Potato Head's dick! They're stealing his dick! Ah! They tore off his penis! His potato penis! His starches are gone! That's what we're gonna hear about, okay? So get ready to hear meltdowns about Dr. Seuss and potato penises and all kinds of stupid nonsense. Oh, by the way, at my local Goodwill, I found a collectible Mr. Potato Head before the gender ideology crept in once and for all. Oh, God. Probably Kyle Marshaku. Yeah, probably. Anyway, that's what we're going to be talking about for a bit. And then, now, here's the cool thing. Let me tell you a cool little story. So originally, this panel, the third topic on this panel was going to be... Oh, boy. It was going to be Russiagate. And when I say Russiagate, it was going to be Russiagate conspiracy mongering, as in, the fraud, the hoax. And I said, guys, please, for the love of motherfucking God. Wait, Joyceans, behold! Da, 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 da! The computer pieces have all arrived. I, using my brain and my magical ability called socializing and asking people who I trust, such as White Nervosa, Josh Sorry, Slime Cat, aka Grime Dango, Mythaldu, Ragnar the Barbarian. These people all helped me choose the pieces I needed. And I did a fucking god tier thing, because I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be better than a pre-built. Okay? Yeah, so anyway, originally the topic was going to be Russiagate, and I popped into the chat and I was like, guys, listen, as much as I would love to have a conversation about whether George Bush did 9/11, about whether Paul McCartney is actually a clone, about whether or not Elvis is secretly alive in a bunker in South America, hanging out with Adolf Hitler, I think maybe we should choose a different issue. And so I asked the panel host if we could instead talk about the abortion ban that just went through in Texas. And thankfully, that was granted. We will now not be talking about Russiagate. However, this made the right-wingers incredibly motherfucking pissed. Like, I mean, really, really pissed. Okay? So they're very mad that we're not going to be talking about it. However, I will be completely honest. Let's be real. Okay. I'm just going to ask, okay? All right, I'll do that. I'll do that, She-Corp. Hold on a second. Okay, vote for this. Vote. Tell me. Tell me. Because I have a hunch. I have a fucking hunch. Is this Rob? Is this Rob? It doesn't even look like him. Russiagate. Look at how boring it is. Look at how boring. Okay, I like this. Tomato boy. Tomato boy. Fucking tomato boy. It does look more like Ethan Klein. It does, actually, a little bit. Bob the Tomato. Oh, speaking of Bob the Tomato, let me give you a little funny that I found. You want to laugh? You want to do a ha-ha with me? Listen, I found a very funny little meme here, okay? I found a great meme the other day. Ready? Are you ready? Thank you to Acelaces, Doe. Ready? Are you ready? This is a good meme.
Have I ever told you about the Israelites?
The Israelites. Oh yeah, I remember those guys. Weren't they supposed to be God's chosen people?
That's what the Bible says.
Oh, I bet they always followed God's directions.
Ho, ho, ho! You'd think so, wouldn't you? Have I...
No! Woke VeggieTales! Woke VeggieTales! Oh, you'd think so, wouldn't you? So good. So fucking good. Thank you, Doe, for bringing this up to me. Original TikTok by Dunagar. No, VeggieTales is actually based. VeggieTales is one of the few, yeah, exactly. Okay, listen, though. With all due respect, VeggieTales is one of the Christian artworks that I actually think is kind of pog. Yeah, I'll post this in the memes channel. Yeah. VeggieTales was actually like a work of art. Like, unironically, they did a lot of work on it. They did, like, so much love. They gave so much love to that. VeggieTales, I actually think VeggieTales is kind of based. Even though they're, you know. We are the pirates who don't do anything. We just sit here lying around. And if you ask us to do anything, we will tell you. Bum, bum, bum. We don't do anything. There you go. Rob was at Tomato Town. Here, I'll post this in the memes. It's a good meme. Where's the memes? We are the streamers who don't do anything. We just sit here lying around. And if you ask us to donate to charity, we will tell you we don't do charity. There you go. I did it live. Now I want to listen to that. Now I want to listen to the original one. I'm sorry, I have to listen to this now. I'm sorry. I'm gonna punish you all.
And now it's time for Silly Songs with Larry, the part of the show where Larry comes out and sings a silly song. Joining Larry are Pa Grape and Mr. Lunt, who together make up the infamous gang of scallywags, the pirates who don't do anything.
We are
The pirates who don't do anything. We just stay home and lie around. And if you ask us to do anything, we will tell you
We don't do anything.
we don't do anything. There we go. Oh God. Wait a second. Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. Wait a second. Hold on. We're gonna do a live meme here. Everybody get prepared. Hold on. Get ready. Hold on just a minute here. I'm gonna make us a live meme, okay? Get ready. Hold on. Give me just 1 second. Here we go. Here we go. This is gonna be a scuffed meme, but I like it. Ready? Hold on. I gotta find the highest quality meme version of this. Here we go.
We are the pirates who don't do anything. We just stay at home and lie around. And if you ask us to do anything, we'll just tell you we don't do anything. But I've never been to Greenland, and I've never been to Denver, and I've never buried treasure in St. Louis or St. Paul, and I've never been to Moscow, and I've never been to Tampa, and I've never been to Boston in the fall. 'Cause we're the pirates who don't do anything. We just stay at home and lie around. And if you ask us to do anything, we'll just tell you we don't do
Charity is a
anything.
liberal invention that you shouldn't
I never
engage
hoist
in.
the mainstay, and I never swam the protect, and I never veer starboard, 'cause I never sail at all. And I never walk the gangplank, and I've never run to Paris, and I've never been to Boston in the fall. 'Cause we're the pirates who don't do anything. We just stay at home and lie around. And if you ask us to do anything, we'll just tell you we don't do anything. Well, I've never plucked a rooster, and I'm not too good at ping pong. And I've never thrown my mashed potatoes up against the wall. And I've never kissed a chipmunk, and I've never gotten headlights. And I've never been to Boston in the fall.
Pirate Captain's Log 2002.
Indeed.
Who be this band Reliant K? And why be they so full of contradictions?
We don't know what he did, but we're down with Captain Kidd. We don't wake up before lunch, but we all eat Captain Crunch. We don't smoke, we don't chew, we watch Captain Kangaroo. And I've never licked a spark plug, and I've never sniffed a stink bug, and I've never painted daisies on a big red rubber ball, and I've never bathed in yogurt, and I don't look good in leggings, and I've never been to Boston in the fall.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big hand.
are the pirates. Don't do anything. We just stay home
And lie around
and if you ask us,
to do anything, we'll just tell you.
we don't do
Your charity supports Hamas.
pirates. Don't do anything. We
Fuck them kids. Fuck them kids. Am I right? Fuck them motherfucking kids. We don't want to engage in any of that charity nonsense around here. Fuck them kids. I think we had a good time, okay? I think we had a good time. Yeah, that is the Pirates Who Don't Do Anything, covered by Reliant K. Reliant K being, again, one of the few very good Christian bands out there. So, yeah. Look, listen. I bite my tongue. Oh, wait. Reliant K is boppy as fuck. You want to hear some fucking Reliant K? Here, I can play you a little bit of Reliant K. Ready? Look, hold on. This is a jam stream. By the way, Walfs, thank you very much for the $10. Indeed, it is a rave. But I'm going to play you something that's even more raving. Are you ready for even more of a bop? Oh, I love the new Newsboys. Let's listen to this. Ready? Are you prepared? Here we go.
I'm giving up slowly. I'm blending in so you won't even know me.
Yeah, but I can't play this song.
That shares my fate. This one last bullet you mentioned. It's my one last shot at redemption. 'Cause I know to live you must give your life away. And I've been housing all this doubt and insecurity. Now I've been locked inside this house. All the while you hold the key. Now I've been dying to get out. And that might be the death of me. And even though there's no way of knowing where to go, I promise I'm going because I gotta get out of here. I'm stuck inside this rut that I fell into by mistake. I gotta get out of here. And I'm begging you to be my escape. Giving up on doing this alone now, 'cause I failed and I'm ready to be shown out. You told me the way and now I'm trying to get there. And this life sentence that I'm serving, I admit that I'm every bit deserving. But the beauty of grace is that it makes life not fair. 'Cause I've been housing all this doubt and insecurity. Now I've been locked inside that house. All the while you hold the key. Now I've been dying to get out. And that might be the death of me. And even though there's no way of knowing where to go, I promise I'm going because I gotta get out of here. 'Cause I'm afraid that this complacency is something I can't shake. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. And I'm begging you to be my escape. I am a hostage to my own humanity, self-detained and forced to live in this mess I've made. And all I'm asking is for you to do.
Thank you, Voidstorm.
But I can't ask you to give
What you already gave.
'cause I've been housing all these doubts and insecurities. I've been locked inside this house. All the while you hold the key. And I've been dying to get out. And it might be the death of me. And even though there's no way of knowing where to go, I promise I'm going because I gotta get out of here. I'm stuck inside this rut that I fell into by mistake. I gotta get out of here. And I'm begging you to be my escape. I fought you for so long, I should've let you in. Oh, how we regret those things we do. And all I was trying to do was save my own skin. Oh, but so are you. So were you.
Amazing! Was that not a bop? Same people who did the pirates who don't do anything. Oh shit! Oh, we got a hot clip! Fuck them motherfucking kids! We don't want to engage in any of that charity nonsense around here. Fuck them motherfucking kids! We don't want to engage in any of that charity nonsense around here. Fuck them motherfucking
Incredible!
kids!
Incredible!
Any of that charity nonsense around here.
I can't stop it! Why can't I stop it?
I couldn't stop it for some reason. Something that has bugged me for a while and I would like to speak to you about is your position on faith and really kind of the whole skeptic thing in general. If you don't want to speak to me about it, that's fine, but I really want to speak to you about it. Maybe someday, King of Nowhere. Not today. I did an entire stream about it. Thank you very much, Lonnie. And this necklace is helping bring it all together. Old post about Mr. Potato Head dick drama. Damn, we got some good memes today. Uh-oh, what happened? Ah, shit. There we go. We need our potatoes with dicks. One could say we need dick-taters. Wait. True! We got Mr. Potato Stalin. True! No one ever geeks out about Reliant K with me, so I appreciated that. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I love them. I used to listen to them all the fucking motherfucking time. Who's hosting the panel? Danabo. Well, we got plenty of time. We got plenty of time, okay? Did I listen to Skillet? I did back in the day. Sorry, Crikey. Yeah, let me see what I can do. Let me see if I can answer this. Crikey asks, mind if I ask you a question about the best way of countering the argument about how socialism never works? Gonna be having a debate with some hardcore capitalists at my school, and I want to trump them. Yes, I would recommend... There's a number of videos about this you could watch on YouTube. However, I would recommend looking into socialist states that have succeeded. Some examples are, well, to be completely honest, Cuba, the Zapatistas. We had anarchist Spain, which unfortunately, due to a war, did fall. But that was a war that took it down. And you could talk about Rojava, which only failed, which was indeed leaning socialist, and only failed because the United States literally pulled out all promised support, which, I mean, that's pretty understandable, right? Rojava's still around, yes, but Rojava's being beset very, very hard. Yep. Bolivia's working there, yep, hopefully. I do like David Bowie, of course. David Bowie. I always say his name wrong. I always say it like the knife, Bowie knife. Yes, you could also talk about Vietnam. Although Vietnam has some issues, there is a lot to like about Vietnam as well. Yeah. So there's a couple of starting points, but you should, yeah, I did mention the Zapatistas. Yes, I did. Bowie. Bowie. No, it is not. It is not pronounced Bowie knife. It's a Bowie knife. Bowie. What? Fuck this. All right, enough. I've had enough. I've had a goddamn enough of this fucking bullshit, fucking tone policing, bazinga ass, Baba Booey ass bullshit. Okay? I've had enough. Oh, fuck. I fucked up my document. Shit. All right. All right, everybody. It's time to focus and do some goddamn motherfucking content, okay? Enough. I've had enough. Enough memes, enough fun. You don't want fun. You want boring news. So we're going to jump right into the least boring news of the day, okay? Look, let's talk, okay? Vice recently, hey, Azazel Bedazzle, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Deeply appreciate that incredible generosity. Thank you so much, Azazel Bedazzle. Deeply appreciate that. You are helping to make this show possible every single day. Okay? So thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Deeply appreciate it. Baba booey. Baba booey. Baba booey. Okay? Let's talk about this, all right? Leaked emails show crime app Citizen is testing an on-demand security force. Citizen would deploy private security forces at the request of app users, according to documents and sources. Okay, so there have been many times through my career as a streamer in which I have talked about the fact that we are rapidly launching ourselves into a dystopian future that even the worst cyberpunk universes could not have predicted. Because, see, in most cyberpunk universes, they're in fiction. So the fiction has to be entertaining. Unfortunately, in the real world, it is not as entertaining. We don't get to have, you know, brain hacking. We don't get to have robo-dicks. We don't get to, I mean, we might someday, but right now we don't. But what we do get to have is an app that you could call private police on that will come and cause shit for you. Isn't that sound great? Doesn't that sound fucking amazing? Oh, it just sounds so good, doesn't it? I need to adjust this. Apologies if I'm adjusting the mic a little bit today. I still am getting used to all this. There we go. Here we go. That's much better. Now I can see everything better. Okay? So, crime and neighborhood watch app Citizen has ambitions to deploy private security workers to the scene of disturbances at the request of app users, according to leaked internal Citizen documents and Citizen sources. The plans mark a dramatic expansion of Citizen's purview. It is currently an app where users report incidents in their neighborhoods, and based on those reports and police scanner transcriptions, the app sends real-time safety alerts to users about crime and other incidents happening near where a user is located. Okay, so let me tell you, you might think, oh, it's like a warning app. That's not bad, right? Okay, let me tell you something, okay? Listen. American society is paranoid as fuck. We are like constantly on edge. Every American on the fucking planet has been whipped into a fear-based flurry for the last 10 years. I mean, you could go further back than that. 9/11 was really when this shit really took off, that Americans became so unbelievably paranoid that everybody's got 10 guns per member of their family, and everyone has been willing to submit to anal cavity searches in order to get a sandwich at the airport and all kinds of other things. But yeah, you know, they should call it the Karen app. But you know what? Let's be real here. I don't think that calling people a Karen anymore is even fair. Because let's be real, the vast majority, let's just take a guess here. And I don't have the stats, to be completely honest. But I'm going to take a gamble, and I'm going to say that Citizen's primary user base is probably men. White, middle class, upper middle class men. That's going to be my guess. And I could be wrong, but I have a hunch, okay? I have a hunch, okay? Really, Grime Dango? You really... Listen. Yeah, men... Yeah, but see, isn't... Listen, I'm not really on board with the whole Karen is a sexist slur thing, but it's a little weird to me that at the end of the day, people call Karens. People use the word Karen when a lot of times it is dudes that do this shit, you know? It is a lot of... There are a lot of dudes that do this shit, you know? Oh, is that what it is? Kevin's or Kyle? Oh, hey, good to see you, Your Environment, Seattle. Great to see you. Hello from Seattle. We're in the same city. They're called Kevin's. Steve's? Yeah. Well, let's find out, right? Let's find out. If we were to look up, what would be the thing? Here's another example. What's that one? What's that thing called? Are they? Oh, you might be right, Grime Dango. Okay, maybe it is Karen's. All right, listen. Okay, maybe it is the Karens. Maybe it's the Karens. But personally, you know, when I think of somebody who would buy a camera that watches your front door at all times so that your like $10 packages from Amazon don't get stolen by an imaginary burglar, like, I imagine a dude who's just like, oh, I can't handle losing another beard brush. Oh, I can't handle losing another ratchet. Oh. Okay, can we get this motherfucker out of chat, please? Jesus fucking Christ. There we go. So paranoia is all over the place. Regardless, okay, regardless, whether or not, okay, look, whether or not it was the Karens or the Kevins, whether or not it's the whatever groups that we want to talk about, let's just be real. This is an app that will make you more paranoid, okay? The last thing that any American needs is a constant reminder in their pocket of all of the danger around them. Can you imagine if you had like your phone in your pocket and your little AirPods in, and you're like walking down the road and you're listening to your music, you're like, hey, when you're walking down the street, you know, you're listening to the Arthur theme, you're like having a good day, and I say, hey, what a wonderful kind of day, you know, that sort of thing. And then all of a sudden there's a ding and it goes, bing, there has been a murder next door. Bing, there has been a robbery down the street. Bing, there has been a traffic violation down the street, interrupting your song. And your song, as the volume keeps going down, it's like, bing, there has been a civil dispute around the corner. Bing, there has been you will go crazy. You will drive yourself crazy. It will make you become, you'll be like this. It will drive your anxiety through the roof, okay? No one needs that, okay? Because here's the thing. This is going to sound really wild. I know. This is going to sound super wild. But guess what? Most crime is not dangerous to you, okay? I'm telling you. Most crime is not dangerous to you. Most crime is between two fucking random people or random fucking car break-ins that will be covered by your insurance if you have a car. Random shit like that, okay? I'm sorry. The vast majority of crime, you do not need to know about it. It just, who cares, okay? It's not your problem. But this will remind you constantly that you are surrounded, and remember, there's a basic principle that you should understand about the human brain. The human brain, because we want to survive, is tuned to stick on negative things longer than positive things. So if you're constantly getting pings about all the crime that's surrounding you, you're going to find yourself going insane. I mean, going actually insane. And I don't mean that in the colloquial way. You will drive yourself off a cliff, okay? You will be more insane than the most insane person in the room, which is probably me, okay? It is not good for you, okay? But what's worse is that on a societal level, the more people that buy into this, the more antisocial and paranoid our society becomes. Have any of you seen Psycho-Pass? Has anyone here seen Psycho-Pass? It's an anime. It's a real good anime, okay? Anybody? I know Silent, we gotta catch up, I know. You've seen some, I know. Psycho-Pass takes place in a society where all people are monitored at all times of their life, and their mood and their psychological well-being is constantly monitored. It's a fantastic, now this is not spoilers. This is in the wind-up. This is in the wind-up, okay? They tell you this, I'm telling you. No, season 2 was fucking fantastic. What are you talking about? Season 2 is great, okay? No, China is not basically that. This is much worse. This is the pitch, okay? It's worse than 1984, arguably. Arguably worse than 1984, okay? We couldn't get an Orwellian one to work yet. We're working on one. We're working on one. Don't worry, okay? Listen. It's very, very fucked, okay? This is the type of thing that would be in Psycho-Pass, okay? in Psychopaths, a society where people can become permanently labeled as latent criminals because their psychological state dips below a certain point. Okay? Let's continue. It is essentially a mapping app that allows users to both report and learn about crime, or what users of the app perceive to be crime. That's key right there. What users of the app perceive to be crime in their neighborhood. The introduction of in-person private security forces drastically alters the service and the potential impact that Citizen may offer in the future, and provides more context as to why a Citizen-branded vehicle has been spotted driving around Los Angeles. The news comes after Citizen offered a $30,000 bounty against a person it falsely accused of starting a wildfire. What the fuck? Well, talk about a buried lead. They fucking offered a bounty on someone they falsely accused of starting a... Okay, this should be banned instantly. I'm sorry, this should be banned instantly. This should be illegal, okay? Holy fucking shit. Talk about a buried lead. I didn't even catch this part. They put a bounty on a homeless person. I saw it on local news. Holy shit. The broad master plan was to create a privatized secondary emergency response network, one former Citizen employee told Motherboard. Motherboard granted multiple sources anonymity to protect them from retaliation by the company. It's been something discussed for a while, but I personally never expected it to make it this far. Another Citizen source told Motherboard. Do you work at Citizen? Do you have access to internal Citizen documents? We'd love to hear from you. Using a non-work phone or computer, please contact Joseph Cox securely on Signal. Here you go. If anybody works for that company, okay? You can talk to them, okay? In short, the product described as security response in internal emails would have Citizen send a car with private security forces to an app user, according to the former employee. A private security company working with Citizen would provide the response staff, the former employee added. A second Citizen source confirmed that this description of the service is accurate. Citizen has been actively testing the program with what the company describes as quick response times and instant communication between Citizen and security partners, according to the emails. One of those companies, according to the emails, is well-known private security contractor Securitas. The email about the test says that Securitas's average response times have improved to around 20 minutes. In one case, a guard showed up 10 minutes in to escort a Citizen employee to get coffee in Los Angeles. In one case, a guard showed up in 10 minutes to escort a Citizen employee to get coffee in Los Angeles. One of the former employees also said that Securitas was involved. Now, some of you might remember when we talked about Securitas in the past. Are you aware? Are you aware that Securitas has ties to the Pinkertons? Yes, those Pinkertons, the strikebreakers, the contract killers. Yeah, that's the one. Oh yeah, yeah, they do. You didn't know that? Sure, let's take a look. Let's take a look. I can show you. Yeah, look at this. Pinkerton. Pinkerton, founded as the Pinkerton National Detective Agency, is a private security guard and detective agency established in the United States by Scotsman Alan Pinkerton in 1850 and is currently a subsidiary of Securitas. Pinkerton became famous when he claimed to have foiled a plot to assassinate President-elect Abraham Lincoln, who later hired Pinkerton agents for his personal security during the Civil War. Pinkerton's agents performed services ranging from security guarding to private military contracting work. Now, just so you know, they have a very... Oh, wait a second. The Homestead Strike. On July 6th, 1892, during the Homestead Strike, 300 Pinkerton detectives from New York and Chicago were called in by Carnegie Steel's Henry Clay Frick to protect the Pittsburgh area mill and strike breakers. This resulted in a firefight and a siege in which 16 men were killed and 23 other were wounded. To restore order, 2 brigades of the Pennsylvania militia were called out by the governor. As a legacy of the Pinkertons' involvement, a bridge connecting the Pittsburgh suburbs was named the Pinkertons Landing Bridge. Yes, that's right. The Pinkertons were infamous strikebreakers who murdered labor workers. And those guys are a part of the company that will now be working with the Citizen app. Yikes. Yeah, no recourse. Yeah, no, nothing happened to him. The Homestead Strike was a massive steelworker strike where the conditions were so bad in Pittsburgh that the workers striked en masse, and the Pinkertons killed 16 of them. Interesting. So this goes on, and we get more detail about the app. The email added the user and agent experience needed to be improved, and that Citizen was reviewing results with Securitas to make those improvements. The email also names LAPS, or Los Angeles Professional Security. On Friday, Motherboard reported that Los Angeles Professional Security is linked to a Citizen-branded vehicle driving around Los Angeles. A Citizen spokesperson told Motherboard that the vehicle is part of a pilot program, but declined to say exactly what the program consisted of. On its website, Los Angeles Professional Security describes itself as a subscription law enforcement service. All right, honey. All right, honey. Did you check the police subscription? Oh, we're going to have to cut Netflix. We need the police subscription. The internal Citizen email says that the subscription law enforcement service is an additional response partner. A Citizen spokesperson told Motherboard that LAPS offers a personal rapid response service that we are testing internally with employees as a small test. For example, if someone would like an escort to walk them home late at night, they can request this service. We have spoken with various partners in designing this pilot project. Do you want to know what you're supposed to do if you need to walk at home alone, or not even alone? You're supposed to have friends. That's how society is supposed to work. A society in which every time you need to walk home at night, you need to use a gig economy app to hire an armed guard to walk you home. That is not a healthy society, okay, everybody? That is not a society that is healthy at all. Okay, just telling you. Yeah, oh, and only if you have the money. And guess what? You want to know what's worse? You want to know what's even worse? One of the emails says that Citizen has pitched the security response service to the LAPD at a high level. The email claims the LAPD said the solution could be a game changer. The cops are on board with this. The email adds that the LAPD has been overrun with property crime, and the agency has effectively thrown its hands up because they don't have enough officers on the street to respond to these sort of calls. The LAPD did not respond to a request for comment. Currently, Citizen offers a subscription product called Protect, which costs $20 a month. Protect sends a user's location to a Citizen employee when it's turned on, can stream video to a Protect agent when activated using a safe word, and is pitched to users as a digital bodyguard. Protect also advertises instant emergency response to your exact location and says live monitoring means you never have to walk alone again. It's not clear if the private security response would be tied to Protect or another service in and of itself. Securitas did not respond to a request. Los Angeles Professional Security acknowledged a request for comment but did not provide a response in time for publication. Honestly, Citizen as an app simply doesn't need to exist, and it's more and more apparent as these months go on that the leadership is just a bunch of scum, the former employee said. Guys, look, I don't ever want to contribute to fear-mongering. But when things get to this point, it is very, very hard to not acknowledge that shit is escalating very fast. And when I say a gig economy monthly subscription app in which you're able to call in armed guards at your will is not a sign of a healthy society. In fact, it's the sign of a deeply, deeply unhealthy society. A society that distrusts each other to an unbelievable degree. I think that we might want to kind of pay attention. Yeah, it's really fucked. Yeah, it's Merryweather. Yeah, it is. It's the worst out of the cyberpunk nonsense. And what's worse is that the cops back these things. And again, let's throw back to the beginning. Do you want to know why the cops back this? Because this will be their job when they get kicked from the force for killing somebody. This supports the Trump agenda of increasing militarization, increasing tensions, of privatizing everything. Yeah, the cops back this. Yeah, it's their backup job. It's the next level of a cop union. It's the third shell. Yep. It's really bad. And keep in mind that all of this is being spurred on by fear-mongering about the state of crime. Crime has gone down in the United States. Now, there's been a local increase in crime, specifically because we're in a pandemic and nobody has work. And when nobody has work, people have to steal to survive, which is terrible. That's fucking horrible. But on a larger scale, crime has gone down. What if we hire the cops to fight the cops for breaking up legal protests? They'll just join in. You'll just pay them to come help beat you up. Can we just blame the right and move on? It is the right, though. That is the right. This is the right. The name of the app is fucking Citizen, and it has an icon of an eyeball on a black van. This is about as fashy as it gets. What the fuck? Oblivia, just send it to me in a DM. Yeah, hog on hog violence ain't gonna happen. Nope, it ain't gonna happen. They will back each other. It feels like parody, but it's not. Citizen, come with me. Yes. But this isn't vigilantism. This is corporate vigilantism. I mean, private security. Yeah, I advocate banning their services. Are you crazy? Are you, like, sorry, I don't mean to be mean. Yes, they should be banned. Why on earth? Okay, first of all, I have problems with the police alone. But why would we want to give corporations the ability to replace and bolster the police via private, non-transparent, completely unregulated bullshit? You can vote on the police. You can't, and I know it's complicated, but at least you can cast a vote. You can't vote on Citizen. You don't even get to know what they're talking about because they're a private company. If this keeps going, a year from now, we're going to have ads on TV that are just showing people getting killed in the street by criminals. PostScarcity, I have a feeling you're not thinking about this very well. Services like this create crime. This is like broken windows policing, okay? These things create crime. You understand? Because this means there's going to be essentially a bunch of fucking undertrained citizen cops running around reporting crimes that then have to be handled by the justice system. These things create crime. You can't reduce crime when these things exist. They have to be stopped. Post-scarcity, are you being serious? Actually, you know what? You know what? What time do we have? Oh, we got 45 minutes. Post-scarcity, why don't you come on and explain that to me? Because I would like to talk to you in person. Come on. Come on here and let's talk about this. Because I'm tired of arguing with you via chat. Come on. Come in. Come into the chat. Somebody help Post-scarcity get into the chat. These fucking liberals, these liberals will optics themselves into a death camp. I'm not kidding you. They will optics themselves right into a death camp. They'd be like, oh, it would be so bad if I resisted the guards. Oh, it would look so bad. Come on, just take the shower, everybody. Just take a shower. Come on. Don't make a noise. Come on, don't make a stink. It's going to be so embarrassing. I know, good faith actor. Good faith actor, every single day I agree with you more. Every single day. Hey, meme addict. Oh, it would be such bad optics. All right, let me bring this person. You ready? You ready? Post-scarcity. You ready?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Well, okay,
all right.
Post-scarcity. What are your pronouns?
I'm just generally against
Pronouns.
Pronouns. Sorry, they, them is good. He, him is also.
Okay, here we go. Let's get you up on here. Sorry, don't mean to be rude. You kind of took off on a tear there. All right.
I don't know, it's fine.
Okay. All right. So, you don't want to regulate an app that will send armed guards at will that run parallel to the police that would inevitably increase crime in every place that it's used, a subscription service for a gig economy police force. Let me get that straight. You don't think that should be regulated?
I mean, I believe that should be regulated in the same way that like Securitas and all the other private, security forces are regulated, right? Like the difference between a citizen and Securitas is just a matter of like interface through, smartphone, and it's like a gig economy instead of an official business, right? That's subcontracts.
No, there's a couple of different things because see, now Securitas doesn't respond to crimes. Securitas guards private property, which is one thing. Anybody's entitled to fucking guard their own property or hire someone to guard their own property. We're not talking about guarding property. We're talking about a dynamic force that comes and arrives in order to respond to perceived crimes. And they're being supported by the cops. This is dystopian. This is horrible.
But again,
they literally brand themselves as private law enforcement.
Yeah, but this is already how Securitas works, right? Like, so for example, like a lot of downtown places, for example, hire Securitas, but they're not actually there all the time. So someone in the condo building sees someone like doing something reckless in their property. Sure. They call Securitas, and then Securitas comes to the location and they get rid of the person, right? So again, it's not very different from that service. So I think it's pretty different when you have people running around with an app that they're paying monthly for an armed private security force. I think that's pretty different. Also, but again, usually Securitas, now not always, it depends on the work, but usually Securitas is not armed. I think they usually at most will have tasers, and that's like if it's a higher security area. But these are armed. We're talking about armed roving. I mean, depends on the state. There's many states that Securitas are allowed to be armed. Some states don't. But like my general point, though.
So you don't even see a problem with like massive you don't already see a problem with private security in general. My problem is with reactionary legislation. So what I want to do is discourage people from wanting to pay people like Citizen to even exist, right? But that's silly though. These
but I want
these
systematic
apps
legislation that help poor people.
That's not going to fix it. It's not going to fix it. Allowing these types of apps to exist will. Like, okay, so you're familiar with like broken windows policing, right? You're familiar with like algorithmic policing, right? Like the idea that like algorithmic policing has been heavily criticized because the problem is that the more they study a single area, the more crimes they catch, then it increases more police to that area. Then the presence of that police inevitably shows an increase in crime because they're catching more random things that otherwise wouldn't have been noticed. And then that increases the crime in that area, which increases the police, which keeps going and keeps going. And eventually you have neighborhoods that are just like war zones because there's just cops cruising around at all times, arresting anybody that they think is suspicious.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with you, but
right.
I'm trying to.
This is an app that's going to be doing that, but doubling down.
The thing I worry about is that it seems like you're overweighing the influence of broken window policing with the effects of income inequality and poverty, right? So if you look at European countries or just even Canada, they don't have the demand.
You can do both. You can ban fucking vigilante apps that encourage armed paramilitary groups to roll around the streets of America, basically fucking causing turf wars between random fucking McMansion owners.
I don't think it's okay to call that paramilitary.
That is paramilitary. Wait, what is your definition of paramilitary?
I mean, I guess paramilitary has like a political underlying like force, right?
You don't think that Citizen has an underlying political movement, like has an underlying political ideology? A company
not the same way as like white supremacist political paramilitary arms.
Paramilitaries aren't just white. Paramilitaries aren't just white supremacist groups. Like Blackwater is a paramilitary.
There's a clear difference between a white supremacist military group that like actively trains a white supremacist state and a Uber-like citizen
what's the difference?
Offers security services.
Can you tell me what the difference is between those two?
The massive difference is that one is organized along a political line that wants to overthrow a democratic society. One is just
and
concerned
the other
with
one might be exactly the same. You don't get to know what their intentions are because they're a corporation. They can do whatever the fuck they want. In fact, their founders might have the exact same. Their founders might be members of those paramilitary groups. And guess what? Inevitably, wait a second. Yeah. Inevitably, as we know from statistics about the police, we already know there's a huge overlap in state police with white supremacist groups, with neo-Nazi groups, neo-Confederate groups. There's a huge overlap. We know that the police, by like a 70% majority, support Donald Trump, who supported a fucking insurrection to overthrow democracy. That's the actual police. What makes you think that the fucking private military groups that are going around to protect you to quote unquote protect you from the criminals who want to steal your fucking shitty Starbucks coffee? What makes you think those groups aren't going to literally just be paramilitaries wearing a corporate mask? Like, don't be like, this is what
the burden of proof is on you, though.
No, the burden of proof is not on me. No, it is not.
Your argument is saying that Uber and Lyft are just as much a potential to being white-wing paramilitary groups as Citizen, right? Citizen is
not Uber. Uber is a fucking taxi replacement, and there are different questions. But you're talking about a police force, an armed police force. Are you literally going to come in here and try and tell me there's not a difference between Uber Eats, which delivers cheeseburgers, and
there is
Citizen?
A difference, but again,
there's a massive difference. Their job is different. Their intention is different. They're armed.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. You can't believe this.
The main motivating factors for Citizen is a capitalist one. They're there to make a profit because they see an opportunity in the landscape of increased, inequality, massive gun culture.
That doesn't make any difference. How does that make any difference? Oops, they're monetizing their white supremacy instead of not monetizing it. That is nonsense. That is literal nonsense. You are speaking nonsense to me right now. And also, this is the thing that drives me nuts. You say you're like, wait, hold on a second. Your name is, what's that? Do you identify as like a neoliberal or a liberal?
I identify as a socialist.
Okay. All right. Well, what you are doing right now is what I tend to associate very strongly with a lot of liberals, which is that they're marks. They're dupes. They're stupid. They take everybody that walks in, every corporate idiot that walks in, they take them at face value. And they believe everything that they say, and they go, well, they're a corporation. They can't do anything wrong. Corporations don't do anything wrong. That's ridiculous. You do realize that, wait a second, we've already had this problem in the past. You do realize that we had this issue with the Pinkertons. And by the way, the Pinkertons are they became so controversial in the early 1900s that they became banned from working with the U.S. government at all. The U.S. government said, we refuse. We will not give any money. And to this day, that's the case. Now, sometimes we've gotten to a point where that is not slippery slope. This is not a slippery slope. That is not what slippery slope means. This is literally pointing to the past and saying, we have been here before. We know what relaxing laws on private corporate-owned paramilitary groups owned by multinational corporate. We know what happens. We have already tested it. We've already seen it happen. This is not a slippery slope argument. This is pointing to historical fact.
Are you saying that every security force will end up like the Pinkertons? Is that what you're saying? Because that's a slippery slope, right? Because there's very clear cases where security forces don't end up that way.
This is an example of a company, Securitas, by the way, contains the Pinkertons. They bought the Pinkertons, so it's really interesting that you should say
any
that.
other security, right?
Because it's interesting. We've already got if this is a slippery slope, we've already slipped down the slope, my friend.
Okay, so are you just against private security force in general?
I am very skeptical of private security forces, but I am especially skeptical of subscription private security forces in a period of history in which we acknowledge that there is rampant racial discrimination among our police force. Our police force functionally went on a nationwide riot, and yes, I would be willing to defend that with absolute fact.
Okay. So I think we're both in agreement that, overall,
I don't think we're in agreement at all.
Well, let me explain. We both want fewer security forces, okay? We simply disagree on the tactics to get there. I argue that we should focus on systematic poverty to reduce the need to have security forces. And rather than looking at systematic forces, you want to have
incorrect.
A quick banning.
Incorrect. You are
lying. Using government power.
You are absolutely
but you're more authoritarian in your measures.
That's not more authoritarian or less authoritarian. You are just saying buzzwords to sound smart.
But
that
you
is
want
not the
to
difference.
ban things.
I would love. Yes. Wait a second.
Yeah.
Right now, in the current state of America, there are lots of things that are banned. Would I love for us to get to a anarchist, state-free society? Absolutely. We're not there yet. We're not even close. And right now,
we don't need to be there. All we need is like.
We are not going to. You are not going. Excuse me. You had your turn.
It's not a utopian. You
are saying, oh, we shouldn't hurt the fifis of the private security companies because we should focus on systemic change. Systemic change excuse me. Systemic change that we can't even get through because the Republicans have been playing hardball for the last fucking 40 years and they will continue to do this. We're not getting through any fucking poverty relief. I don't know if you've been sleeping for the last 5 years or if you've been asleep for the entire pandemic, but the government did not exactly help alleviate poverty. So in the meantime, I think it would be very important that we prevent companies like this from existing, because if they don't, they are going to worsen the state of affairs. Okay. And you are so concerned with so-called optics, which, by the way, you can't just say the word optics and say, oh, that's what it is. It's optics. It's not. It has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with optics. What do you mean fucking optics?
Wait. So you just said we can't enact anti-poverty legislation because we don't have the power to do so, but somehow you think socialists have the power to enact bans on private corporations the way you like it, right?
No.
I would argue that both cases are
excuse me. You asked me a question.
Unlikely, right?
You asked me a question. I'm going to answer the question.
Ahead.
You asked me a question. Now I'm going to answer it. No, you don't need to posture or anything. Okay. So you asked me a question, which is, do you think socialists will have the ability to pass legislation that bans private militaries, police replacement apps? No, I don't. Excuse me. I'm talking. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't believe that socialists have that power. But do you know who I do think does? General Americans. And I think that general Americans can recognize that having a call my private security button is not a good idea. In fact, I think we can convince them of that pretty well. In fact, I think that most Democrats would be open to seeing this app and going, oh shit, that's fucking dystopian and weird. We should not allow this.
It is dystopian.
Yeah.
Yes. But again, We just disagree on tactic. I don't think
No,
it's
you don't disagree on tactics.
Measure.
I don't think you're being fully honest here. Now, you might be, but I have a suspicion that you're not being fully honest with your intentions here, because there's nothing that stops us from working towards systemic alleviation of poverty while also saying, no, we cannot allow in our current state literal fascists to create a backup standing fucking paramilitary
Do you have
group.
evidence that Citizen is a fascist organization? Like, I'd love to see
No,
that.
I don't, but I have inference. And I think that I can point to a couple of philosophical approaches that point out that this is indeed a very fascist-leaning group. First of all black cars, a giant eyeball logo indicating that they watch at all times, telling you that they're an angel on your shoulder that will always watch you and protect you from harm. They have a vested interest in making crime appear to be as bad as possible. They have a vested interest in fear-mongering to make things as bad as possible so people will subscribe to their app. And then they are sending in armored guards to roll into neighborhoods that they believe have high crime, which, as we know, because most of us here aren't stupid. I don't know if you're just being, like, intentionally, obtuse, but we all know that neighborhoods of minorities, black neighborhoods, Latino neighborhoods are predominantly over-policed, which means that this is going to continue and get worse.
Okay, well, this is kind of...
We already know that the turnover rate for police going into private security is real bad. So a policeman does something fucking horrible, like shoot an innocent black guy, and then they get hired by a private security firm, which is now going to be going into neighborhoods to do the exact same thing they were just doing, but with less accountability, and you can't vote on it. This is horrible. This is disastrous.
Yeah, it is horrible, but like the way you're framing it as like, a private corporation that like offers security services is a fascist organization.
Yes.
Like, this is a type of like language
No.
divides
I'm sorry.
the left, right?
No. I'm sorry. You're an idiot. I'm sorry. You're an idiot. You're an idiot on this. I disagree with you.
You're giving ammunition to all the fucking
wrong.
conservative
I think you're
people
fucking stupid.
when you say stuff like that.
Excuse me. Do you know anything about fucking fascists? Do you know anything about history? Have you ever even started?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever researched Nazi Germany? Do you want to know one of the things that happened? There was absolute...
Have you researched, fascist Spain under Franco? Have you researched, like, Mussolini? Like,
yes, I have.
Yes,
I have. And guess what? Secret polices... Excuse me. Secret, unaccountable, armed police forces were used constantly. They're used constantly by fascists. So you just don't know what you're talking about. You don't understand the words that you're talking about.
It's a private security agency with limited powers under the law.
That is not... It doesn't have
the same legal powers.
Wait, it has limited... Wait a second. You just fucking appealed to the law. The thing I'm saying we need to amend to make sure that they can't do this. You just fucked up. You just fucked up your own argument. You said that the different... Wait. Stop. Please stop. Please stop. This is so ridiculous. You just came in here and you just said that the thing that separates the fucking secret police and various paramilitary groups, which in every single fascist country, paramilitary groups, private security forces were all the fuck over the place. They abounded. You just said that the only thing that separates the secret police from security companies is that we have laws that restrict them. You just made my argument. So I will accept your defeat at this point if you wish to cede your position and amend your position. Alternately, you're wasting my time.
Like in fascist Spain, for example, there was a monopoly over violence and the police force, right? There was not a multitude of private security forces that were doing the bidding of the state, right? Okay. Like I don't know why you think that's.
Can you tell me? Are you rescinding your argument then? Because that has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. That has literally nothing to do with what I just asked you.
What my argument is that you shouldn't, call a Citizen a fascist organization, because that doesn't help the cause of leftists in arguing for the reducing.
No, I absolutely think it does. I think that being
forces. No.
I think that not being a dupe and pointing out things as they are and not being a fucking coward to call things what they are does not hurt the left. I think that being like, I wouldn't want to hurt.
You have no evidence that they're a fascist organization.
Wait a second.
So you're the one
wait a second.
right now.
I absolutely do. Wait a second. Do you believe? Hold on a second.
This is misinformation,
Stop!
Right?
You're an idiot.
YouTube could ban you for this.
No, it can't.
Yes.
No, it will not.
You have no information that Citizen is a right-wing fascist group, and by saying that, it's misinformation on the internet.
No, it isn't misinformation on the internet.
Yes, it is.
Excuse me. I am very clear about my opinion and why I believe the things that I believe. I believe.
But you don't have any evidence, and you just
I
said
do
they're
have
a fascist
evidence.
organization.
I did not say they were a fascist organization. I believe I said that they. Maybe I said something along those lines. But That's neither here nor there. That is my opinion, and I have a reason for why I back it up. And I do have multiple reasons. I pointed those out, which you conveniently ignored, and then you made an appeal to the law, the very thing I'm saying should be amended to prevent these organizations from being worse. Fascism is a problem, okay? Fascism is a real thing, and people like you like to close your eyes and pretend, oh, nothing bad can ever happen here, and then you go and you make the arguments against the very things that we put in place to stop fascism. We have rule of law, we have procedure, we have institution, because these things tend to slow the power grabs that are associated with fascism. Now, I don't think it's perfect. In fact, I have a lot of problems with the institutionalization of the United States, but I can recognize that stripping away institutional regulations that prevent the power grabs, that prevent the repression of civilians is not going to help us against fascism. And I do believe that organizations that use fucking Punisher-esque, literally 1984-esque images can be absolutely. Are you fucking kidding me? That these can absolutely be described as fascist organizations. In fact, I would argue that a lot of sections of the police are very arguable as fascist organizations. They are organizations that support their members loudly and obviously, sometimes in an official capacity. Can you fix your mic? Your mic is like blowing fan into it. Can you fix your mic? Thank you. Jesus Christ. Organizations that have members who openly and in uniform espouse hyper-patriarchal, hyper-nationalistic, hyper-racial supremacist viewpoints at constant times. They're literal leaders of police forces that will speak out using fascist talking points. We have a problem with the police actively killing minorities extrajudicially. We have a massive problem with the police cracking down on free protest.
So now you're just pivoting onto different.
I'm not pivoting. I'm pointing out that you're.
We're not talking about citizen anymore.
I'm pointing out that that just because an organization doesn't put fascist in its name, that you shouldn't be a dupe. You should be able to point out when an organization's core philosophy is fascist in nature, and what you're saying is, oh, I should sue you. Oh, I hope YouTube takes down your video. You're a coward and a dupe.
In a similar way to Mussolini.
Yes, I absolutely can. Absolutely. Citizen is a private corporation that maintains a armed paramilitary group under the guise of
how is it paramilitary?
Excuse me. Yes, I can't explain that to you. It is a non-state entity. It is a questionably legal entity. It exists in a legal gray zone, like many other mercenary groups do. It uses.
It's not a mercenary group. Like it's a private security.
It's
force
literally. Are you for real? Like, are you serious about any of these topics, or is this just trolling to you?
I mean, no. All I hear from you is like virtue signaling.
This is
like,
not. Wait. Before you go any further, define virtue signaling for me.
I mean, you're
no, define it.
Yeah, I'm defining. So what you're doing is you're signaling that you are against fascism, and you overuse fascism to appease to your base.
Wrong. That is not a definition of. First of all, that is not a definition of virtue signaling. Define what virtue signaling means.
I'm also anti-fascist, but I
no,
use anti-fascist
stop,
in very specific
please.
ways.
Define virtue signaling. If you're going to come onto my show and accuse me of virtue signaling, define virtue signaling.
So again, virtue signaling, like especially in the context we're talking about, is when you talk about something just for the fact of appealing to the base, rather than being something that's going to lead to concrete changes in society, right? Okay. So when you virtue signal against this private corporation as a fascist thing, you're not actually interested in changing the nature of the organization.
That
you're
is not
interested.
That is not.
No. Stop.
I'm going to mute you. Don't make me mute you. Don't make me mute you, okay? You had your point to try and define it, and you failed to show how I was doing anything. I gave specific not only in my segment that I did on this, but in this conversation, I have given specific reasons for why I think this organization is dangerous, should be illegal, and is fascistic in nature. And what you do is you ignore every single one of those points, and then you say the words virtue signaling. And everybody has seen you do this. You've literally ignored the actual arguments because you are no. Listen, I'm talking now, okay? I'm talking now, okay? You are a dupe. you are the type of person who, and I'll be completely honest, I don't believe that you are actually a socialist. And I might be wrong. You could just be a very dumb excuse me. All right, I'm muting you. I'm muting you. I'm going to mute you. Here we go. You're muted. Okay? I believe that you came in here and said you're a socialist because that makes it seem like you're being funny and you can do your little nose tapping. But the arguments you've made here don't seem pro-socialism. You've made an argument that basically, no, we shouldn't make this illegal because we should do institutional change, which I agree with, and I talk about 24/7 on this channel. Not that you care about that, because you're just trying to waste time. And you're trying to play defense for an organization that is putting its own armed police alternative onto our streets. That's fucked, okay? That's fucked. Now I'm going to unmute you, so if you can handle yourself, we'll talk again, okay? All right, are you good? You going to be good?
I will be a good little boy if you want me to.
Yeah.
But again, I find
careful.
it a bit unfortunate
I'll fucking call the police on you.
I do like your content, but I do believe that sometimes you're very divisive within the left and you're sectarian, especially when it comes to these issues, right?
How am I sectarian?
What we're discussing here is
No, please. If you're going to throw things at me, explain how I'm sectarian.
You're sectarian because you see another socialist that has a different tactic with the same outcome, and you say that they're not a socialist.
No,
right?
I just believe. I just don't. No. Wrong.
Because
I'm
I have
not
a different
excluding
tactic when we have the same outcome and the same
post-scarcity. Oh my God! Stop! You're being such a whiny victim right now. I'm not telling you can't be a socialist. I'm calling your bluff, and I'm saying I don't think you are.
Okay, so
there's a big difference. I never said you couldn't be a socialist. I don't fucking care. No, I can't stop anybody. What do you think I am? The fucking Pope?
I just want to understand what you're thinking. So you think I'm not a socialist because I have a different tactic to you to achieve a socialist outcome?
I think you're not a socialist.
What's not socialist about wanting to
wait.
alleviate income inequality?
Oh my God. You ask a question and then you don't ever let me answer. You just go on to fucking ramble. You said, I don't think you're a socialist for some random reason. No, that's not the reason why. I don't think you're a socialist because a lot of the arguments you've made here are fucking asinine. And no socialist that I know would make arguments that stupid.
Again, so you disagree with me because of my tactics?
No. I disagree with you. No, I disagree with you because you've made your arguments poorly, and I don't think you're a socialist because I haven't heard you making any socialist points. Now, I could be wrong. You absolutely could be a socialist. I could be just totally wrong. I did say very explicitly that it is possible that you're just a dumb socialist, and it is possible you're a dumb socialist. There's a lot of dumb socialists out there. But I don't get what you're talking about. You haven't actually talked about any tactics. You've just said, "Oh, we shouldn't ban this because that would be bad optics." And I'm like, you don't think that the optics of like having having corporations,
if the board of governors of Citizen or their shareholders or someone in their executive has clear ties to their white supremacist agenda, and the
like the police
against racialized minorities because of a racist
you mean
view
like
that,
the police in America?
Then maybe we should consider banning them. But for now, they're a private corporation, just like any other security corporations, and they provide a service to mostly rich people.
I didn't realize that being a socialist means being a fucking ANCAP who doesn't believe that the government should step on private military groups with horrific bloody histories. Yes, it is. You do realize that Securitas is a massive mega corporation that literally owns. First of all, they are literally a private security group, and they are militarized. They use fucking.
So every other private security is also a military whatever you think. I
mean, not all of them. Some of them.
What differentiates between Citizen and the hundreds of other private security companies out there? Are they all also like paramilitary groups and that have like neo-Nazis in them? Like
many of them do. Yes, many of them do. Yes, many of them do. Yes, actually, many of them do, and that is a problem. However, not all.
So you just advocate banning all security forces that might have the potential.
No, I didn't advocate that. Why would you fucking have a straw man because your fucking shit ass argument fell apart in 5 seconds? I don't believe they should all be. I don't necessarily believe that all security forces should be banned. I do believe that we should be way more harsh in our regulation. I happen to know, and here's a little bit of an anecdote Andy moment, okay? But my best friend has worked for security companies for the last decade. Okay? I know what goes on inside of them. I know what types of people work there. I know the way that they're treated. I know how the internals of this work. My best friend worked for Securitas specifically for fucking 5 years. I know this shit. I'm not fucking stupid. I don't get the feeling you've ever even looked into this shit. But you
So
got
what
a
do you
huge
know
opinion
exactly
about
from
it.
your friend's anecdote? You
Dude,
know because you have
No,
one
you want to
anecdote
know?
that
Here, let me
Securitas
wait.
is a
Let me tell you. This
faster
isn't even an
organization?
anecdote. Okay, this isn't even an anecdote. Do you know that internally, Securitas uses military ranks instead of calling people managers? They use military ranks. They have fake military ranks. They literally act like a paramilitary.
I don't know
group.
if that's true, but even if that's
That is true. Go fucking look it up.
Okay, so I mean, if you replace, associate deputy with, sergeant,
You
and
are in
lieutenant,
denial.
That doesn't make
This is
a
denial.
military group.
You are in fucking
What?
denial right now. You are refusing to acknowledge that these companies are largely unaccountable. They're increasingly armed. Every single year they're buying more heavy equipment. They're taking more space. They're being excuse me. I was in a sentence, okay? Every single year they take more space, they expand more, they move into new areas, they buy more military equipment, they buy more
They're a
armor.
corporation. They want
and they
growth.
continue to act as a military. They don't act like a corporation. Inside, you're a lieutenant, you're a sergeant. They are setting themselves up. They're tapping their nose and going, "We're a corporation, bro. We're a corporation, bro." As they literally have intelligence divisions, as they buy up literal world infamous strikebreakers who were banned from working with the United States because of how many fucking American citizens they killed, the Pinkertons, which is now owned by
are terrible things. I agree with you.
Yes.
I
And
don't know.
you have come in here to argue to specifically and explicitly argue against any legislation that would regulate the power of a corporation that is trying to work with Securitas
Yes, because I
and
have
other
different tactics than you.
That
Yes.
is not just a matter of different
I
tactics.
believe that we should make private corporations, security corporations, obsolete by removing the necessity to have them in the first place.
How
That's
do you
a way
remove
better
that
long-term. It's a more sustainable policy,
oh,
right?
Oh my
It
God!
requires
Why
less
didn't I just
conflict
think
between
of
the
that?
state
Oh
and-
shit!
and
Oh
market
my
agents.
God! Why didn't I think of just removing poverty 5 head? Oh shit! Oh, I wish I had thought of that myself.
Yeah.
If only I could have thought. Where's
I
Thanos
don't
when
know
you
why
need
you're not
him?
thinking about that.
Where's Thanos
for
when you need him to
example,
Thanos snap away all of the poor people in the world?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be so
for-
easy. Are you stupid?
For example,
are you
in
like
France
are you
and
actually
Canada,
stupid?
There's
No.
way
Look,
lower levels of poverty and income inequality, and they have less, security forces per capita because of it. So their policy
do you think
is
that's the only
successful in
reason?
that
Or
regard.
wait a second. If I look this up,
It's one of the predictive reasons, yes.
excuse me. If I look up Sweden and France and I find out that they have restrictive laws on private military corporations and on private security, you're gonna look like a real fucking dumbass right now. You're gonna look like
restrictive laws?
you're gonna
Yes,
you're gonna look like
in
a
those
fucking
countries-
dumbass. I bet you. I would be willing to bet money right now that if I
Okay,
go
so
and
what
look
do you
into
mean by
wait a second,
restrictive?
hold on a second. If I go and look into French law and Swedish law on private security,
Yes.
I know. In fact, I know for a fact because I know that they have regulation on their own police. They don't even give their police guns.
Every country has regulation on private security. I don't know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I bet it's stronger than
yeah.
ours. I bet
What do you
it's
mean by
way stronger than
stronger?
ours. I bet it's way
So,
more
again,
harsh.
the
I
one
bet
thing that is true is
in
that the
France
United
it won't be
States
illegal.
allows their
Excuse
private
me.
security to be
I'm not
more
done. I wasn't
militarized
done.
than
I know
other
you're panicking, but
I'm not
I wasn't
panicking.
done. You are. It's like
Okay.
obvious in your voice. Now,
God.
I happen to know that and I'd be willing to bet this, but that you would not be able to make a corporation like Citizen in France or in Sweden.
Okay.
Because they probably have laws that forbid that sort of behavior. And guess what? It's a part
I mean, I doubt it.
preventing unaccountable law enforcement, armed law enforcement agencies
Right.
is
So let me tell you something. The United States, compared to other developed countries, has the highest amount of income inequality. When you have income inequality, it introduces psychosocial stress in communities, and the outcome of that is to militarize everyone and to
Is that true?
propagate fear propaganda in terms of crime. Yes, like when you have gated communities and
no, wait.
extremely
Is
poor
it true
communities
that
right
the
beside
U.S. has
each
the
other-
highest income inequality?
Yes,
I
it is.
thought the
across-
highest was like Saudi Arabia, where there's like
No, I'm
literally
talking about developed OECD countries.
OECD.
I'm pretty sure Saudi Arabia even has like less of an income inequality than the United States, or it's probably somewhere in the same ballpark. But my point is that income
interesting.
inequality, especially
In
within a
France-
community setting and in
This
a
just came in.
neighborhood,
One of our
is
French
extremely
one of our
correlated with
French
crime.
callers just popped in. In France, we have laws on private security. I used to work in private security in France. Guards that check your house after a break-in due to an alarm, can only carry a flashlight and are not authorized to fight, only to report and then check the alarm system.
I've already said that the United States has the most criminalized private security forces.
Yes, and so again, you have
but
backpedaled.
that's because of income inequality.
A single thing.
If you have huge amounts of income inequality, people will get more militarized, which is what happens in the United States.
Unlike,
the United States has huge liberalized gun markets and gun culture because of the income inequality. It is not just. It's a big predicting variable. Yes, it is.
No, it is not. It is not. It is not just income inequality that leads to fucking arms proliferation in the United States. There's like a billion.
That's a big part of it.
No, it is not. Do you think poor people own lots of guns? No. It is not. It is rich.
Even studies within the United States prove this.
Stop.
If you look at studies within the United States,
please, just stop for a second. Stop bullshitting for a second. Please.
The highest amounts of gun ownership are in the most unequal regions.
What you're doing right now is you're lying, because guns.
I'm not lying.
Guns. Excuse me. Please, for the love. Okay, I'm muting you again. This is really easy. I'm muting you again. Okay, you're muted now, so you can enjoy sitting in silence because you are not being a good boy, even though you promised to be a good boy. That means no treaty treats for you. Okay. Instead, you get to sit in the mute room. Okay. Because do you know what's interesting about America? Guns cost money, so legal gun ownership is most predominant among rich people who can afford guns. Poor people don't have guns. They especially don't have guns legally. So you're just full of shit. The idea that you can just Thanos snap poverty away and fix every problem is a pipe dream utopian nonsense for children. And I would highly recommend rethinking a lot of your positions that rely on Thanos snapping away poverty. Okay? I'm going to unmute you now and let you have a last word before I have to go to my panel, okay? All right, you're unmuted now.
All right, I agree with you that that we have differences in tactics, and so you have a more an agenda that prefers policies that are more authoritative and involve banning from the government perspective. I think it's better to focus on solutions that are systematic and lead to long-term benefits to society instead of short-term reactionary ones that don't deal with the underlying problem.
Excellent.
And I hope that you would be less divisive in the future when you're talking to socialists. I know you think I'm not a socialist, I'm just here to troll you, but I've been watching your stuff for many months.
Well, that's good.
And I'll continue to watch you because I think the Twitch world and the streaming world is good for socialists, and there's been a lot of movement in that in the past years. But good luck with your panel.
Thanks.
And hopefully we can have more discussions in the future.
Maybe, yeah. All right, have a good day.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So yeah, authoritarian demon mama wants to do the highly authoritarian act of regulating private security forces. That was, oh boy, yeah, the tanky mama arc apparently arguing that maybe we shouldn't allow private corporations to literally try and replace the police when we already have absolutely disgusting problems with the police is not a good idea. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. It's authoritarian to pass regulations in the system that exists. I think we should just keep our hands off. Oh, listen, those private prisons. Oh, those private concentration camps. Oh. Fuck me, dude. Holy shit. Fuck me. All right, we got to get ready for this fucking panel. We didn't end up doing any of the news, but that means we have more content for later. Dude, holy shit. Oh, remember everyone, if a corporation tells you they're not going to do anything bad, you just have to believe that. You just need to believe them. They're a corporation. Corporations don't do illegal things. Corporations aren't owned by bad people. They're just businessmen. They just want money. That's it. They just want money by driving up American paranoia. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Holy shit, fuck me. We're oh my God. We're fucking doomed. What is optics, by the way? Optics is a word that people say when they feel like you're being too mean to literal fucking to literal fucking dystopian corporatist hogs. That's what optics means. Nobody knows what optics actually means. They just sit there and they go, oh, optics. You remember, you want to know what happens? You want to know when I got fucking called on optics the last time? It was because I was being too mean about the fact that Tennessee just passed a law requiring businesses to mark if they let trans people into their fucking business. Oh, the optics. Don't be such a fire breather, mama. Oh, don't be so mean when there's functional segregation being enforced upon the people, the group that you belong to. Stop being so mean. Ooh. Post-scarcity, more like post-security. Sorry. That made me mad. I hate optics arguments more than just about anything else. All right, I gotta get in. What is this? Okay. Fucking kill me.
Mike on top of it.
Hello.
Oh, so you can
Hello.
catch all of the sweet, beautiful summer sounds that are Phil KOE. Like, I can understand why you don't want to miss one single beautiful note of the gorgeous summer sounds that are my voice. I can understand. It would be almost a crime against humanity to deprive you. So I will see if I can't rig something up to bring this up a little closer, folks.
It's just,
we can all get closer.
you know, what it is, Phil, is it's the ladies. They like the deeper voice. Right? I don't know what it is, you know.
Impressed with the stamina to stand the whole, like, my fat ass needs to take a seat. I don't think I'd be standing for 2.5 hours.
You know,
Test.
I'm a dancer.
Can you
I gotta
hear me?
get up and. Hello.
I have
Hey,
arrived.
Demon Mama.
Yes.
Hey,
Sorry.
Demon Mama.
My update to Discord appears to have reset my push to talk button, but I think I've fixed it now. So.
Who are we missing?
Are we good to be on stream? Just so you know, I'm streaming right now. So.
I'm live as well.
Okay. Excellent. Good. That means that no one's gonna drop any slurs, most likely.
Oh, Chud.
Hey, how's it going?
How do I make your picture bigger?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Let's just
All
leave
my
it small.
keybinds are broken right now. All my keybinds are motherfucking broken right
now,
now.
how is that, folks? All you beautiful people at home, how is that? Can you? Oh, it's all uphill from here.
It's chunky.
What is that
we've
on
got
top of?
All right, before we start, I'm gonna step away and grab a drink real quick. I will be right back. Okay?
We've got a few minutes. Go for it.
This is actually
right
a
back,
box.
everybody.
It's a Glenfiddich 19-year-old Scotch Discovery
Hello?
series. Hello, Blinkerton. How we doing?
Look.
All right.
I've got to moderate things. Come on, please.
What? I didn't do anything.
You did.
I
You know what
I
you did.
bartended for a long time at this rural Eagles club. Like, the only mixed drinks we made was like soda and liquor. That was it. And I volunteered to help someone out that had a sort of bed and breakfast on a Valentine's Day night, and he had this fancy bar there. And I don't know how to make anything, so I told him, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. People came in and was like, I want an old fashioned. I'm like, okay, you tell me when to stop pouring. So that's how I bartended. Someone came in and asked for Glenfiddich. I'll never forget this. And I was like, what's that? And they about chewed my head off that I didn't know it was a Scotch. I was like, hey man, I'm a natty ice man, so
That's one of the quintessential Speyside scotches is Glenfiddich. So, you know, it's
yeah.
oh, I bet it, like, regardless
All
of
right, I'm
age
back,
statement,
everybody.
it was going to be amazing. So, but yes, I don't know if this will be a permanent, but I like the fact that I was able to integrate this.
Interesting.
Oh, we're missing Maddie. That's who we're missing.
Streams?
I missed a question from somebody.
Are you still doing wrestling streams?
Actually, last night, it was on KOE Nation, we did a tribute to Andre the Giant. It was the day after his birthday, and we topped his 156 beers in one night record. So this evening, I'm sipping on cognac, and I'm gonna not be going too hard. But yeah, that was a rather rough night, but we had to give our tribute to the boss. But yes, I do Revolutionary Wrestling podcast on YouTube and Spotify for all of your pro wrestling content. And Actually, next weekend, I will be challenging for the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast Championship at AEW Double or Nothing. So definitely check that out because I'm a man too extreme for one show. So that's after you like, share, subscribe to KOE Nation on YouTube, though. Of course. How could you ever forget that?
That's a professional streamer plugging the channel before the official stream starts. Like, that's quality.
Well, Rob, I am never above some shameless self-promotion.
This panel is going to be of trash fire. It's going to be wild. So I'm going to turn people down just a tiny bit. Let's see.
I hear you've got a stream going too. Isn't that true?
Me? Yeah, I mean, I just stream regular politics stuff, though we were talking heavily about wrestling.
Nice.
Dylan Burns is
topics.
A big wrestling
Topics.
fan,
Hold on, let me type up the
talking
topics.
About at some point just having we were talking heavily about New Jack the other day. Which it's a bummer.
That one shocked me. But if you go back and watch some of New Jack, especially his Smoky Mountain Wrestling stuff, that almost comes off as like subversive, like meta comedy. It is really some cutting edge stuff. If you ever get to check out some of that, and the Life and Crimes of New Jack, definitely worth watching. Actually, Dark Side of the Ring just dropped their Collision in Korea, where WCW did a pay-per-view with 300,000 North Koreans being forced to attend. So it was a fascinating moment where pro wrestling and politics collided. So I'm probably going to do a review of that.
That's cool, yeah. Danabo's probably ready to get started. Yeah.
I was looking for Maddie, but we'll give her a couple of minutes and then get started.
Maddie!
There's always
She's
one.
coming up with conspiracy theory metaphors. She's got a list.
Oh no, this is gonna be fun.
Behave myself. I have fun with it. I'm smiling the whole time. It don't bother me.
I hope so. That group DM, wow.
Wait, sorry, is this your thing here? Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast? Is that you, Phil?
Yes, sir.
What's with all the horny posting?
What's that?
There's a lot of horny posting going on. You're putting up pictures of all these women in skimpy clothes. What's that about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, listen, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of women in skimpy clothes. Maybe I'll
Let me check this out. I was about to say, well, what? I missed one? What are you talking about?
Velvet Sky in like lingerie with a belt on, and then there's just one of some panties. I don't know. It's a lot of horny posting. I mean, look, I'm all up for it. It's all good. Do as you wish. But I just was interested.
I mean, you know, really the most important, like almost X-rated content is just really getting to see the beautiful, glorious face that is Phil KOE. So I can understand it can be a little too hot for YouTube. But yes, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, definitely check that out for the stuff that might be just barely too hot for YouTube, but you still gotta take it in anyways. So thank you. I still found a way. I'll turn that into a plug.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the best plug. I guarantee people are looking for your channel right now, like half-naked people.
Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on Spotify too.
You said that was Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on RedTube, right?
On YouTube.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said RedTube.
Pornhub.
Pornhub. Okay.
You know, there was a while when people were uploading all their like weird like off to the side news stuff, and we were kind of joking like, is Pornhub soon going to be the main stop for conspiracy videos? And then they had to crack down on that. But for a while, it was the Wild West over there.
I mean, I don't know. I think BitChute's going to have... Listen, BitChute's my favorite place. If you go over to BitChute every once in a while, you'll tune in and you'll see some just absolutely deranged, drunken old man screaming about the reptilian threat. It's something else, I'm telling you.
Now, sure, we all know about the lizards, but have you heard about who actually runs the lizards?
It's the goblins.
It's actually Phil KOE. Actually, sorry, I'm at the head of the Illuminati pyramid. Sorry, I didn't mean to tell y'all.
Good.
This is too fun.
Chud, have you got a way to put your hand up?
No, don't worry. I'll be able to get in. It's fine.
Can you like emoji at me? Is that
okay? Listen, if it gets to it, I'll put something in the chat. Okay.
All right. Okay. Right, I don't know where Maddie is. We might have
Just started, Danjo.
to
Just
start
started.
without Maddie. We're 5 minutes in.
Boo.
Oh, okay. She's coming. All right, we'll give it a couple more minutes. She's on the way.
Get ready.
Entertain yourselves. There we go. So, what else has everyone been doing? What's been going on?
I just had a nice, spicy little debate about whether or not it would be ethical to regulate private security companies so that they can't have a subscription policing service where if you press a button on your phone, it will call armed private guards to your side. And I took the very spicy position of, yeah, maybe we should have some regulation on that. But other people seem to like the idea of, you know, being able to have your own little private guards wheel up and stuff. So that's what I've been up to for a bit.
Well, that is kind of a measure of success in life. If you yell, guards, more guards, and guards just suddenly show up, like, shit, you've kind of made it.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, as we all know, the glorious Chad, Lord Farquaad from the historical film Shrek, was he was certainly capable of summoning guards whenever he wanted to.
Do you think he's compensating for something? Like, God, I love that movie. That was the pro wrestling scene in that. I was crying laughing.
It was
like,
very
that.
I was,
Yes,
by the way, I was recently involved in a reenactment of Shrek. I was very proud. That's why I was able to get into method acting to play the part of Lord Farquaad. It was fantastic. Actually.
You were Farquaad.
I was, yeah. We did it for charity. It was actually super cool.
Oh Lord, I can about imagine that would actually be pretty awesome.
Yeah, we had a good time. Bunch of people showed up. We had a whole bunch of politics streamers showed up to play roles. We had famous adult performer Xander Corvus played the gingerbread man, and I got to tear his gumdrop buttons off, which was great.
Oh, is that the guy that looks like Vosh?
Yeah, that is the guy who. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
he did a look that looks like Vosh. I don't think he really looks like Vosh all that much, but.
Oh, hang on. Was that intentional? He did it intentionally to like.
I mean, I don't think he did it intentionally. I just think it kind of like when you put your hair up like in a bun like that, and you have glasses, and you happen to have the same color hair. You know, it bears a striking look. Yeah.
I knew none of those things. Now I know all those things.
I will say I'm still rooting for it to happen. Okay, I'm still rooting for the porn parody. Okay, listen.
Oh Lord Almighty God, when art imitates life in the ways that you didn't want it to,
Or in the ways that you did, depending on who you are. Listen, let's not kink shame here. Let's not.
Yeah.
We
I
know
realized right when I said it, it's like, oh, there's somebody out there that's fuck you, Phil. We need that in this world.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I know for a fact there's like at least a couple of people who are getting off to this panel right now. Okay, listen.
Damn it. I wish that wasn't absolutely correct. Like.
Well, Danabo just exudes sexual energy. Do you know what I mean? Like, what? You know.
Are you implying that our host is jacking off under the desk?
You can't see my hands.
Indeed.
I mean, we do have that animal magnetism, that je ne sais quoi. I mean, this is the kind of panel that you only get once in a lifetime in its magnitude and its amazingness. So I can understand. Like, there's so much greatness on this screen it's just hard for people to contain themselves.
Culture. I mean, I don't know. Like, there's been quite a few of those, but
No, Chud. He was referring to the fact that I'm on this panel and that I was gracing this panel. Like, you know, it's not often you get such a catch like me, you know.
Oh, well, like I was making it more collaborative, but then Demon comes in from the behind in the Royal Rumble and just tosses us all out of the. Oh.
I mean, Danabo did say we get to use a steel chair, so I figure, you know, why not? Why not?
Sweet. Yeah, we each get one steel man chair.
I'll boost Chud.
A night, which is gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Oh lordy. So.
Oh, there's Maddie. There we go. All right.
Hey.
I've now boosted Chud, so hopefully Chud will be loud enough. Oh, shit! Oh!
Wait, Maddie needs permissions in the Discord, I think.
All right,
Maddie,
let's make this happen.
Oh, can't hear anyone.
Oh, is he raging right now already? I'll check that out. Here, let me save that for after.
Hear what I hear. I don't think she can.
Do 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 do.
Ready?
Oh, okay. We'll see.
Ready?
Like we're like doing the Bueller. Maddie.
I'm so excited.
Bueller.
Oh, my monitor arrived. My big monitor arrived. I should bring that in.
There you are. Okay, perfect. All right.
Yeah, that was the Doug theme song.
Can you hear us?
There has been a
Give us a hang 10 if you can hear us, Maddie.
Now I can.
There
Sorry.
we go. Perfect. Okay.
This is
Sorry,
gonna be
sorry,
interesting.
sorry.
All right.
Rock and roll.
It's time. Okay. All right. This is my. This is only my third time hosting, so bear with me. Let's start this show, shall we? Let's start. Right. So, welcome everybody, ladies, gents, boys and girls, MBs of all ages. Welcome to Until Further Notice, a show hosted by me, Danabo, on Friday nights to cover that hole in your debate heart. While there's no hippy dippy, and while there's no drunken debates, I will be doing this every single time.
Thank you so much, Blood Goddess. It's my favorite lipstick so far. I'm gonna buy more of it.
The audience have something to watch on.
It's a Revlon, actually. Believe it or not.
We're going to go around.
There has been, yes, but it was a long time ago.
The rules briefly. Now, there's a few changes between my panel, the hippy dippy, and the drunken debates. So let's do a cold read of the rules, shall we? General rules for Until Further Notice. I want to keep it civil at all times, please. Debates can get heated, but remember, your example is emulated by the chat. We wish to foster an environment of discussion, not name calling. I've got my work cut out for me on this panel. Streaming the debate on your own personal channel is 100% allowed and even encouraged. You can also use my page to rip content from if needed. I will be recording it too, so just ask me for the video and I'll hand that over if you need it. Harassing other panelists before, during, or after the stream will not be tolerated. This includes telling your chat to do the same. I will take great effort in ensuring my own chat does not attack, name call, or harass anyone appearing on the panel. We want a welcoming environment. So no brigading, please. Now, rules for the topics. Each guest will get 2 minutes to give opening thoughts on each topic. Please do not interrupt during the opening.
Not yet. I'm doing my hair soon.
Then go into open discussion for 45 minutes, where interruption is allowed, but please be civil and interrupt only when there's space to do so. If you're unable to speak, please raise your hand, and I will note you down in Dylan Burns' little notebook I got especially from him. He mailed it out to me, and I'll put you in the queue next to speak. At the end of each topic, you will also have 2 minutes to close. I will raise my hand if your opening or closing statements are going over time. This is to signal you should wrap up within about 30 seconds. I'll let you finish your sentence, but please, if I'm holding my hand up while you're speaking, try and wrap it up. We don't want people going on for 10 minutes in their opening or closing and not having any time for open discussion. And if you fail to do so, I will interrupt you. If I'm speaking during any time of the debate, it's to moderate. Please remain quiet while I'm speaking. I will only interrupt to steer the conversation and stop people talking.
Maybe we'll do a bit shoot segment tonight. That would be fun.
The main addition from my panel is the steel men chair. Everybody on the panel will get 1 steel men chair. You can hit anybody on the panel with it once per panel. This means that if you hit somebody with a chair, they will have to steel man your argument. And you get to decide whether they have steel man your argument. If they fail, they'll get a 5-minute mute. And this can be on opposing teams. So Rob can hit CTV with a steel chair if Rob thinks CTV is arguing in bad faith. Okay, that's the rules. Now we're going to do intros, and I'm going to start.
Thank you.
Rob.
I'll do my
just
best.
Introduce your channel and tell us who you are.
Question.
Yep.
How long does someone have to reply when the steel man chair is used?
Oh, as soon as they're hit, they have to reply immediately. That's it.
So, I mean, do they have like a minimum of, say, like 2 minutes to be able to, you know what I mean?
You don't get to gather your thoughts and then steel man it. As soon as you're hit with that chair, you reply. And if the person that you hit them with is not happy, then you get muted. Yeah.
Like immediately, or like you get a chance?
The person interrupts with a steel chair, whack round the back of the head. Argue in good faith now, please. Stop arguing in bad faith.
ABGB, ABGB, ABGB. Thank you, trans girl Lily. ABGB, always be girl bossing.
Go with introductions. Mr. Rob of the Nor variety.
All right, thanks for having me. My name's Rob Nor. I'm on Twitch at Rob Nor.
Rob.
YouTube Normal America with Rob Nor. And I'm also on D-Live at Normal America. I would call myself a conservative populist. I think
BFB.
our government hasn't worked for people on the right, left, people of varying
I'm glad we have
skin
two.
color, any religion, any gender, etc. For the past
Yeah, I gotta
50
boost him
years.
apparently.
They're corrupt, intentionally cause division, and until we solve that, the rest of the issues are kind of irrelevant because our voices don't really matter that much in the grand scheme of things. But
I have boosted them maximally.
Thank you very much, Rob. Demon Mama, please. Just a brief introduction on you.
Yes. Hello. By the way, just as a small courtesy, Rob, your audio levels are quite low. I've boosted you maximally in. Yeah. Okay. So everybody's concurring. Yeah. You might want to boost your audio just a tiny bit.
Thank you.
Yes. No problem. My name is Demon Mama. As you can see below, my website is demonmama.com, which links to all of my channels and all of the fun stuff that I have. I multi-stream, so you can check me out on basically any platform of your choosing. I'm a political edutainer. Sometimes I stumble on my words like that, but I like to talk about all kinds of things. And are we also? Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm not used to this particular panel format yet. Are we doing our intro statements on the topic as well, or just us?
Just you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so if you're interested in learning about politics in a fun, high-energy, very memey, but very informative format, you want to come check me out. I do a lot of debates, I do a lot of discussions, and I dive deep on everything that I undertake. So it's good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Demon Mama. Mr. C of the TVs.
Well, there's no way she's ever dove as deep as me. So, 1,000 feet underwater on a submarine, under the ocean, looking at the fishes and the mermaids under the sea. Right?
Uh-oh.
See how that works? I am critically thinking veteran. I'm an American Christian constitutional conservative. And I'm very happy to be here tonight, be able to talk.
He's always drunk, Furman, yes.
People.
Yeah,
Now,
he's always drunk.
It must be said ahead of time. There's been a rambunctious side conversation that has been happening that the audience has not been privy to. So, the goal for CTV tonight is going to try to be as funny and as humorous as humanly possible. What you're going to see is Rob lay out some real hard facts, right? It's going to happen. What you're then going to see, right, is then Binks attempt to do something. I don't know what, right? I haven't figured it out yet. Phil, on the other hand, is going to be shilling hard for everyone, right? Josie and Demon Mama, right? Well, Josie, I'm not sure what she's going to do, right? But Demon Mama specifically is going to try to get on some like 15-minute like rant about like something, and like it's not going to completely paint a picture, but somehow, right, like it just ends. And when it ends, right, you're left there sitting. Where the fuck are we at again?
Yeah, what is this intro, CT? Come on.
No intro statement, mate.
I got you.
Come on.
I got you. I got you.
Me. Oh my god. I've been waiting forever.
The fuck is this shit? Just get on with it.
Come on.
Fucking hell.
And
I don't even need to say anything.
Like, voice from nowhere, doesn't even have his little wrestling guy avatar. I was wanting you to have the
I wasn't
avatar
allowed.
up, Chad.
I wasn't allowed. Danabo said no dice. So there we go.
What? Danabo. Anyway, and then of course we got Maddie, right?
Finally. Jesus.
Maddie's going to be. Maddie's going to be. She's going to be. Well, she's going to be Maddie, and I don't want to spoil it for you because when you see it, it's all the more special.
Oh.
Thanks, Kobe-wan. We'll see.
All right. I think that was CTV's intro.
Truly touching.
Thank you, CTV.
No, I'm going to do a 15-minute rant,
Josie,
and then I'm
please,
going to steel
please.
chair him.
Everybody,
Watch,
I'm
Josie
I've
got my mind in here.
And thank you for having me today. This is going to be a very interesting night, I can tell. You can find me on Twitch. I go by Josie Rose C, like the letter C, on Twitch. And I am a I guess I'm a trans researcher by trade. I work as a project manager for the National Center for Transgender Equality. And I also worked as a I also worked in politics for 10 years as well, political management and consulting for quite some time. And before that, I used to be a veteran, and I used to be a reactor operator on the in the USS Navy. So, USS Navy, wow, US Navy. So this is going to be a great panel. I don't need to give everybody their introductions, but this is me. I'm excited. Let's do this.
Thank you, Josie. And Mr. KOE.
Why, thank you, sir. Welcome one and all to this very special Danabo panel. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil KOE. You can find me at KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch. And this evening I am going to prove to you why I am the prince and potentate of the political parlance. But you can also find me at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify, and Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. You know it's the right place to be. Go there to get all of your KOE content. I am the man that is here to come and converse with all of you beautiful people to spread the word of loving your own life, for I am the man who loves his life. And I am just hoping to bring some of this power of positivity and make your own life better through extremeness. And we will all get there together.
Yes, that is
folks,
correct.
With all that being said, I yield back to you beautiful people.
Thank you very much, Mr. King of the Extreme. Next, Mr. Chud of the Logic variety. Or is it? I think it was that.
Hello there. I'm Chud Logic. I'm a Marxist shitposter with British characteristics. I stream about a lot of different things, focus a lot on big tech, social media, meta, Twitch politics stuff, you know, all the good stuff. Drama. I love a bit of drama. Shoot me a follow on Twitch, Chud Logic. Shoot me a follow, sub on YouTube, Chud Logic. Follow my producer at Irrational Chad on Twitter, because sadly I've been the victim of cancel culture twice, banned from Twitter twice. There we go. So yeah, I've come here today to discuss one of the most important topics that is extremely under-discussed, which is of course cancel culture.
Don't forget abortion. All right. Binks, baby.
That's okay, Zonia.
Hello?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
All right, I'll be kind. I'll shrink it.
Hi, I'm Binks.
There we go.
I'm a humble Bob Ross hot tub streamer by day, politics streamer by night. No idea why I'm here. I'll be honest with you. I was like a last resort pick, so I'm just here. All right. I'll do my best. Don't fucking don't like over expect on me. All right.
Yeah, Chud's right over here. He's hiding right over
Maddie,
here.
please.
You can see him. Binkerton.
Addie, I guess I would describe myself as a pragmatic leftist in the real world. I am a political organizer and activist in the professional world. I am a creative director for an agency that works specifically with progressive candidates and organizations to create long-lasting change. I am from San Francisco. I am silly. I am the reason we are starting late. I am so sorry. Eyeliner's hard. And this lineup is insane. I'm so excited. And I'm gonna leave the rest for when we are at each other's throats, because this is gonna be a good time. You're in for a treat.
Thank you, Maddie. Yeah, I'm kind of scared. I didn't expect all these people to say yes, and they did. So now I've got to try and moderate them. One last thing. I'm Danabo, twitch.tv/Danabo. I book panels. If you want to be on a show like this, if you want to be on the Hippy Dippy, if you want to be on Drunken Debates, if you want to be on Dr. Heem's political game show, go to my Discord. I've got a section there for booking and recruitment. Put your name in, and I'll help you get on a show like this. One last thing. Please don't try this at home. These are professional debaters that are trained in the art of conversation. They are not taking this so seriously. They won't be hurt by this. No debaters were harmed in the making of this panel show.
Rob's like, I might.
Once we finish the show, we'll all go back into the green room, and
Can you get me
CTV will probably smoke a joint, and the rest of us will have a beer together.
Thank
So
you.
with that,
I need a lighter.
Wait a minute. You think I won't have the beer as well?
No,
Let's
he's got
be real for a
moonshine.
moment.
It's moonshine, right? You don't do.
Well, I'll drink the moonshine and a fucking beer,
Okay,
right? I
okay.
do it all.
My
You're
earrings
on
arrived.
moonshine.
What a
It is
badass.
good. It is
What a
good.
badass.
It is good.
Thank you. Yes.
Especially with apple pie. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Let's try and keep the joy in the mood.
You already
And,
know.
Let's keep the toxicity of that group DM out of it, and let's try and keep some joy in it, because that group DM is some. All right, thank you very much, everyone. The topic for debate, the first topic is cancel culture. I want you to give your opening thoughts on cancel culture, a general discussion on cancel culture, including recently hot tub streamers like Amaranth being demonetized, having their adverts removed from places like Twitch.
My new
And
earrings
we're going to
just
go back
arrived.
around the room. Thanks again, everyone, for joining us. Let's start with Maddie.
Just gotta get
Cancel
this through.
culture. Here's the thing about what you maybe have been told about cancel culture. Cancel culture isn't a new phenomenon.
True.
Cancel culture has existed for a very long time. The reason you hear people getting upset about cancel culture, lamenting cancel culture, is because it's no longer being dictated
little crow
by a
skulls.
select few
Little
at the
crow
top.
skulls.
With the advent of social media, you have collective buy-in on certain issues, on determining whether or not someone is worth paying attention to, whether their attitude, whether their take on certain
Little crow
issues
skull earrings.
is
I
worthy
love them.
of being taken seriously. And when that person proves themselves to be bigoted or treat women terribly
The
or
other ones
a
are
liar,
pentagrams.
we collectively then go and
I'm
decide
excited
this
for
person
these.
is
I've
not
been waiting for these for
worthy
days.
of being
They're little
taken seriously
pathologic
in
almost.
public discourse. Now, this was something that used to be done by people in power.
True.
There was a whole span of time where McCarthyism ran rampant, and anyone that indicated they were sympathetic
they're crow
to
skulls.
communists or socialism were canceled. The Dixie Chicks were canceled. In fact, this has been happening from the right constantly. So it's cute that now they have decided that this is a bad issue. Even recently, a black woman was denied tenure at a university because she dared to speak out about issues that were important to her. And there was enough of a backlash from alumni, right-leaning alumni, that they effectively were able to get her canceled from being on a tenure track. So this is not new. I think a more valid question about whether or not cancel culture is bad is when people pile on, especially when it comes to canceling or going after private citizens, people that aren't in the public eye. That's a discussion to be had. I think another discussion to be had that maybe we can explore today is people's capacity for redemption. At what point do we decide that someone has shown that they no longer are the person that expresses the views that we were deemed harmful? At what point do we decide that someone is worthy of redemption? Because I think one thing that we're seeing happen a lot is people being reamed for things that maybe they said 20 years ago that are no longer true.
All right, Maddie,
And
I've got to
maybe
interrupt
they-
you there. We've got a minute over. So next time, right, what
Well,
I'm
I
going
was
to do...
waiting for you to signal.
What I'm
Are
going
you
to do
prepared?
is I'm going to do this.
Okay.
And that means you got 30 seconds left. So the
Very
next person...
exciting.
You heard my
when I start
take. You
doing
know
this-
how I feel.
When I start doing
See you
this,
soon,
you've got
MS
30
Sloth.
seconds left,
Have a
right?
good night.
I was waiting for it, and I was like, this is a long minute.
It doesn't matter, 'cause I'm going to go to Binks next, and he's going to, like, take 10 seconds, so it's fine. Binks.
Well, Liz.
My clothes, yep.
Well, look, let me take you on a tour of the mausoleum of the canceled of 2021. Dr. Seuss, Mr. Potato Head, Firefly, Big Bang Theory. Right didn't do that. Conservatives didn't do that. Who did it? Who did it? That's right. The left. Thank you.
Amazing.
See, I knew we'd do that.
Absolutely incredible.
I'm
Sure.
confused though,
Why
Hey,
confused?
sorry.
because he used his right arm to point to the right.
No, he's mirrored. It's fine. Chud.
Yeah.
Hello.
That's me.
Yeah, cancel culture. I mean, what is there to say about cancel culture that hasn't already broadly been said? Listen, Mr. Potato Head and Dr. Zeus and whatever fucking dumb fuck shit these write-alls are going to complain about. Who fucking cares? None of these things are cancelled. It's just conservatives whining like little fucking babies over nonsense, okay? The real true problem with cancel culture isn't that it targets sometimes celebrities. You know, celebrities being held to account a bit more is probably a good thing. It's when it targets the little people. It's when it targets the nobodies. Or it's when it targets people who don't really deserve it. That's when cancel culture really becomes an issue. And also, it's quite closely aligned often with workers' rights issues, because people will say things online and people will try and instigate real-world impacts in their jobs outside of the online realm. And it's something broadly that I will disagree with. Further to that, you can move on to talk about big tech and the effect on that. That links quite nicely into the piece about the streamers and Amaranth getting advertising revenue taken away. Anyone that's got an issue with big tech platforms and overreach should have an issue with what happened to Amaranth, because regardless of what your opinion is on hot tub streams, Amaranth was demonetized without notice from Twitch. Completely unacceptable, terrible, the kind of thing that people would complain about if it happened to some rightoid. And in some ways, sometimes I'll have some sympathy for that. So if you feel that way about your favorite rightoid getting demonetized, you should have the same perspective with Amaranth, regardless of your perspective on hot tub streams. And that's it. That's my piece.
Thank you very much, Judd. CTV, where's he gone?
He doesn't have a webcam.
Phil.
Well, thank you, sir. Now, what was a big tragedy for me in all this is my hot tub Twitch was canceled and I was demonetized. Oh, God, like the millions of fans that I had just daily to see this beautiful, beautiful form getting into a hot tub.
Is he dropping?
I know. This is terrible.
What did he just take? Did
Now,
he just
to
take
keep
ecstasy?
in mind something, John Stuart Mills once
Was that a
said, this
Xanny
is
or was
why
that
cancel
an
culture is
E-pill?
so bad, because it's trying to eliminate ideas from even being discussed, from even being talked about. John Stuart Mills once said that if all in society agreed on the truth or beauty
CTV
or
just dropped a
value
pill.
of one proposition or another,
boy.
except one person, it would be more important. It would be
No, I'm not. I'm
extra
smoking
important
a
that
clove.
that one heretic, that one person who thinks differently, be heard. It would be extra important. That person's opinion needs extra protection, because it's always valuable to be able to establish first principles. You know what? Come to think of it, how can I prove the earth is round? Here's somebody who says that it's flat. How can I use first principles and actually establish this? So whenever you do try to silence somebody, you have, and I'll just straight up quote Christopher Hitchens here, when you do try to silence someone else, you have made a rod for your own back. Because whenever you silence someone, you have made yourself a prisoner of your own action, because now you cannot be exposed to a thought or an idea that you may have been able to wrestle around in your own head yourself. And now something else to think about. We've got this we were kind of joking around about Dr. Seuss and some of these other things, and they're silly, but think about this. And how much more time is it going to take before the canceled side of the library is so much more full, so much more beautiful, so much more elegant, so much more full of the stories and the flaws that actually make our lives, rather than the homogenized, sanitized, and pasteurized side of the fit for
everybody.
our normalized consumption side of the library, where it's all now fit for modern consumption. So I think, folks, keep in mind, this is a terribly bad thing. Make the best of the time that you have left. Resist it while you can. If there's an idea that you knew on Monday and you are not allowed to think about it, talk about it, know about it, access it on Tuesday, your freedom has been restricted in a rather significant way, folks. And with that, I yield back to you beautiful people.
Thank you very much, Phil. Josie, please.
Okay. I was actually going to use John Stuart Mill, but I'm going to use it a little bit differently. Yeah, I've actually read that novella and how John Stuart Mill breaks it in the arguments, but I'll get there in a moment. So one thing we have to make sure that this is not a new phenomenon. Throughout history, people have been quote-unquote canceling people because of bad things that they have done. So if you think about society and how free speech works, like, it's okay for people to be like, hey, that's morally impermissible. You should not have a platform. This has happened for a long time. In fact, sometimes They even take people's heads off. If you look at like the Revolutionary War, where they literally canceled the lives of the ruling class that were ruling them. So the fact of the matter is, this is not new. Now, the thing that's annoying to the conservative right on this one, and why cancel culture is so annoying, is because their views on face are pretty reprehensible. So when you're going against like trans children, or you're going against people who are marginalized in communities,
don't worry,
you
watch this.
Don't like bullies. I don't know why people like bullies all of a sudden. Like, it's always been the thing to cancel the bully, right? Because the bully is a bully and we should do things. So now I'm going to get back to John Stuart Mill. John Stuart Mill speaks about liberty and how we use our free speech as a shield against both the bully and the eagle that we put into place. Eagle being the United States government in this case, to ensure that the bullies are being bullied.
You missed
by
a fun
the eagle
conversation about
because the bullies hurt
private
the
security
marginalized
earlier
people.
today.
Now, liberty allows us to use free speech. Now, one thing that John Stuart Mill talks about, and when you were talking about flat Earth, is the fact that we can have the conversation and everybody can say 100 to 1. It's like,
great
the
to see
Earth is
you.
a globe. Stop being ridiculous. And then that person's
Ugly
voice
Pie,
is
I want you to
usually just snuffed
rebrand.
out because of the
Don't be Ugly Pie.
preponderance of evidence of everybody around them.
I want
so
you to be
this is
Sunny
nothing
Pie.
more than free speech being fought
You're not
with free
ugly, you're
speech,
cute.
and there is one side that is losing, and that's why they're using buzzwords like cancel culture to try to say that, oh, this is so unfair, this is a cultural phenomenon. No, it's not. It's been here. It's just got a new
True,
name.
Jessica
Remember
Metal.
the war on Christmas? That was a thing too. Remember when the left was trying to cancel Christmas? Oh yeah. That's what happened before, and it was just, we named it something different. It's not the culture war anymore, it's cancel culture. So this is nothing new. I think these are people just virtue signaling and getting angry.
Aw,
so
fine, Ugly
I'm ready
Pie,
for
but
this debate.
come on.
Thanks.
You deserve better.
Thank you very much, Josie. CTV,
You deserve
you're back
better.
with us.
Yeah, I had to take my blood pressure medicine.
Cool.
Yeah.
You'll need it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, being an old
Absolutely.
guy.
Yeah, you better get that in on the front end of this panel.
Yeah, get it in on the front end because it's going to go
Thank
up.
you,
So,
Spyro Gal. Deeply
cancel
appreciate that.
culture, right? Is this a new phenomenon? No. How far back does it go? Thousands of years. It goes back a long ass time. You know what? As a matter of fact, in the Roman Empire from the year 500 to like 1500, right? They actually used to burn people's Bibles.
I know. Have fun, girl boss. It's going
and
to be
their
funny.
owners. Used to burn.
Yeah, it was a
the
Zanny
Bible
then. If he's calling it
and the
a
owner
heart pressure or a blood
of the
pressure medication, it
Bible.
was a Zanny.
Did you hear me, folks? Burn the Bible and the owner. Now, how does that matter to today in cancel culture, right? Huh? Is it 1 minute?
One more time, I didn't hear it.
Oh. Well, now I got interrupted. Jesus, Binks.
I'll give
Like
you
I
a
had
time.
that fucking
that's awesome,
taco,
Greg,
Binks.
huh?
Now you just got to interrupt me, and then now I just got to fucking deal with this shit, right? Like a minute ago, I had like this whole fucking thing laid out, and now you want to just fucking jump in here, and then now I got to fucking go off on this. Good thing I took my fucking blood pressure medicine, because the shit's done gone up now. So, well, I don't know what the fuck we're doing, but we'll see what we get into in the conversation, because now it's fucked.
This is fun.
Fuck.
This is
Why join in fighting? Okay.
Demon Mama, please.
Yeah, well, God, there was a lot of things said. There was a piece of Maddie's that I think that we've now reiterated that, cancel culture is not some sort of new phenomenon. But the problem that I always have with cancel culture is that people seem to use it as basically a personal term. It seems to mean something different to every single person that uses it. Was it cancel culture when Socrates was forced to drink hemlock? Was it cancel culture when the Nazi youth raided the Institute for Sexual Studies, run by the Jewish doctor Magnus Hirschfeld, destroying 100 years of trans and LGBT science? I don't know. Was it cancel culture when Hasbro moderately changed the branding of their brand of Mr. Potato Head to just Potato Head? Mr. Potato Head is still made. It's just that instead of Mrs. Potato Head being a sub-genre of Mr. Potato Head, they are both subgenres of Potato Head. Was it cancel culture when the Dr. Seuss's family that owns his books decided to stop printing a racist book, but none of those books are banned or prevented from being enjoyed? I have no idea. People don't really seem to know what cancel culture actually means, and they bring up all kinds of unrelated things. So I guess it's going to really depend on what we want to talk about. For me, I tend to focus on more serious issues. Like, for example, right now, the fact that in the United States, multiple states are currently trying to pass laws that will ban any health education about LGBT people. So you will not be able to legally teach LGBT youth how to take care of their bodies in health class or sex ed. I tend to think it's cancel culture, or at least maybe emblematic of the more problematic elements of cancel culture, when states like Tennessee pass a law that says that you have to put a sign on your business if you allow trans people to use the bathroom there. I don't know. What are we going to be talking about? I have no idea. So far, by the topics brought up, it seems like just about everything. It seems like, I don't know, burning of books is the same as Mr. Potato Head. But hopefully we'll be able to find our way through this strange, mystical land and arrive at something. Anyway, that's all I got to say for now.
Thank you, Demon Mama.
You're welcome. You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
Rob of the North.
Okay, so I do agree that there's a lot of things that cancel culture comes to mean, and some are more important than others. Mr. Potato Head and shit like that, I could give two shits less about. I don't care, not because it was just a branding thing. Dr. Seuss is the same thing. It's not just because of the specifics. I just don't care. If a corporation wants to bow to a bunch of people saying, we think that we're going to press you, that's on the corporation. Don't really care. I think it's funny when people want to cancel certain things. Like, for example, the song Baby It's Cold Outside. Can't you see that a lot of the same people that you like, such as Jay-Z or, anyone who's in the rap game, 50 years from now, they're going to be people calling for them to be canceled. So it's just funny. People calling for, I'm offended by some song 50 years ago. Inevitably, what they like will be canceled in the future, which I think is funny. However, I do think it's more important that we see individuals, as Chud Logic kind of spoke to, that are gone after. This is predominantly done on the left. You see them constantly trying to go after tweets that they had in high school, yearbook photos, things like that, and trying to demonize people. I tell young people all the time, if you want to have fun in life and you want to not be held accountable for something you said 30 years ago, you should consider being a conservative or a right-winger, because the left will ruin your life as long as you disagree with them. If you agree with them, you could be Joy Reid, say homophobic stuff, but then it's okay when you lie and say the FBI was investigating because you're hacked, and you'll keep your TV show and get to preach for other people to be canceled as well. There's also the idea of keeping certain things and ideas off of campuses. It's funny, Demon Mama suggested some things in education. We constantly see people that she would probably cheer for rallying and using violence and intimidation to keep conservative speakers off campus. That is a form of cancel culture. We see conservative ideas largely being kept off campus. Josie probably agrees with that because she thinks conservatism is reprehensible. Just goes to show you the fascist authoritarians they are. And lastly, the idea that this isn't something that's new. They're cheering for corporations that control something like 80% of our discourse that happens to be able to selectively punish people based on their ideology. We see how this worked with them canceling people like Facebook, YouTube, other places on COVID, particularly saying that this possibly came from a lab. We now see that it's increasingly likely it did come from a lab. We see them censoring people like Ron DeSantis, who had a panel of health experts on COVID. DeSantis, who's been the best governor on COVID. This was censored off social media. So this is being used, and eventually what's going to happen because of this is these corporations will be kingmakers. Whoever they allow to speak and the ideologies they allow to speak will be the ones that get power. So it's funny watching the left cheer for corporations to be able to pick and choose what political ideology gets to be in power next.
I mean, are we in the open segment now?
Engage.
God,
and remember,
that was
everybody,
The left is going to do whatever they have to do to get total power, Rob.
Wait. Remember, everyone, you've got a steel man chair. If you think someone's arguing in bad faith, hit them with it, and they have to argue in bad faith. Engage.
I don't know. It's really, all right. Okay.
Yeah, so this is where we're going. We're going to
all right.
we're going to go like super fast.
Start like this. Come on, Demon Mama,
right?
please.
For real?
Oh.
Are we getting off to this already? Jesus.
Come on.
Oh.
I don't think a single one of the left-leaning people on this panel brought up anything to do with supporting corporations. Like, I don't know where this comes from. It just sounds to me like most of the right-wingers on this panel have a preconceived notion of who they're arguing against, and it seems to be kind of like uninformed, like Democratic wine moms, which is like, all right, if you want to do that, maybe take it to a different panel. But I'm somebody who has been the victim, according to Rob Knorr's definition, of cancel culture. I did a video debunking the claims of a massive conspiracy theory channel, which was explicitly lying about information on COVID. I did a simple response because, you know, I believe in the arena of ideas very strongly. And my video, which had only at the time 120 views, one of the first videos I ever put up, got taken down, has not been restored, and the video that I was debunking has stayed up. So it's interesting that you should say that, oh, it's the left going after all this, when, as it turns out, it seems like a lot of the people on this panel, and I think actually Chud Logic as well, has been unrightly banned from both Twitch and YouTube at various times. And another interesting thing is, does anybody remember just a year ago when it was discovered that YouTube was suppressing videos that contained the words or topics related to LGBT individuals? We forgot about that one. No, nobody here on this panel is advocating that social media sites should be the kingmakers of anything. In fact, most of us, including myself, talk about it very regularly, that this should not be the case. However, we also are capable of rationally approaching issues like, well, I don't know, when Donald Trump is literally, the president of the United States is vastly violating the TOS of Twitter, in addition to causing active harm to an ongoing election, I think that a lot of us can agree that, hey, you know, maybe it's okay for them to put a warning on there or disable his account for a while, seeing as how he's flagrantly breaking the rules of a site as they currently stand. I don't know. I guess the thing about this topic that always frustrates me is that we can never actually...
I called it to begin with that you were just going to just go on a fucking diatribe, and then like it was...
Is that gish-galloping? Is that gish-galloping that we...
Like, that is like...
Gish-galloping? Hey, on the left, go censor Danabo now, right? Like he did to Dylan. He's allowing gish-galloping, right?
You fucking whiners, you fucking whiny babies. Just fucking interrupt if you got a problem. Stop fucking whining and just interrupt.
Like, come on, bring the point out so that somebody can... You're making me like 6 fucking points.
Okay, what I would have done, if somebody had their hand up, I would have interrupted and said, this person goes next. But nobody was holding their hand up, so we just let Demon Mama go. It was up to you guys to hold your hand up. If you want to go next, hold your hand up. I'll put you down in my little book that I got from Dylan.
I didn't know about the hand rule.
I even drew a little picture of Dylan, look.
Yeah, I know it's hard for some people.
I've
talented artist.
I've got all your names there, right? If you put your hand up, you get to go next. And Phil had his hand up, so go on, Phil.
I mean, was I going to be allowed to finish my sentence, or?
Let's let her finish.
If you had something else to add, Demon, go for it.
I mean, yeah, I generally like to finish my thought. I didn't know that like this would cause like what could only be described.
You're on a panel. This ain't your stream, right?
Nobody finishes their thoughts on
I mean,
Twitch panel.
It's very interesting.
This
is the sort of thing.
Some indica.
Yeah. Seriously, gotta fucking chill that shit out. But I mean, it's interesting. These grown men are so afraid of the words that I say that they literally scream and cry.
Oh, I'm a woman. I'm a victim. Where was that? Where was that in that Discord chat? Right, we were talking about victimhood. Where was that at? Here we. Oh, a powerful woman speaking. Sure, that's what you are.
Rob,
did I say any of that? I mean,
her sentence.
Yeah, you're literally trying to cancel. It's interesting. I mean, thank you. I do appreciate that you see me as a powerful woman. I am, I guess, and I will accept. I will accept. I mean, you just used your own words. I didn't describe myself that way. But I mean, it's fine. I mean. Well, we all know you aren't.
Incoherent rambler.
My thing about
Demon Mama finished the point from about 10 minutes ago.
It's really interesting how it works, right?
The views actually lacking, then just
hey, real quick. Hey, real quick. Phil KOE. Wait a second. Clarification on the rules. Do we get one steel chair total, or do we get one steel chair per person?
One total for the night.
All right, I'm gonna save mine for a little bit later then.
Per person.
Why do I have a feeling I'm gonna get whacked with a steel chair from?
I might start chucking.
I don't have a feeling she's like spray painting KOE right on it. It's gonna be awesome, folks.
Well, I mean, I think we know. I think we've all.
Rob's got his hand up.
All right, I'm gonna give Demon Mama 30 seconds, uninterrupted by anybody. If anybody interrupts, I'm muting them. 30 seconds, Demon Mama, then Phil.
Yeah. I was simply trying to make my point, but I mean, I think that we've established exactly what I'm talking about here. That this is a fundamentally unserious topic, and the people involved are usually more interested in whining about their own personal, grievances than actually tackling the issues at hand. So yeah, with that, I'll cede my time, and we'll let the little fragile people get their turn in. All right.
Phil, please.
Well, you know, that's so strange, Demon, because I haven't insulted any of your ideas, and I would really appreciate if you would extend me the same courtesy, so thank you. But anyway, so that's the thing you need to keep in mind, folks. If your views are actually as sound as you think they are, then you really don't need the cancel culture, because that's just confessing that your arguments are quite lacking, because you're saying my ideas cannot outshine these ideas in the arena of ideas, and so I need to cancel this person so they can't communicate with people, because if your ideas were better, you wouldn't need the cancel culture. If you were able to actually disprove with arguments, you wouldn't need the cancel culture. That's just a confession that your ideas are lacking and you need a referee to come in and make sure that no, they're not allowed to talk, that idea is not allowed to get out. And folks, don't ever take security in the false security of consensus just because you think you're in the safely moral majority now, which, as we have seen, that is a moving target.
By the way, I'm going to be slamming down cigarettes this time.
Now,
fuck me, I guess.
Acceptable today is cancelable tomorrow. So just keep that in mind, folks. You're making a rod for your own back. If you support this shit, it's eventually going to come around to you.
Real quick question. Just a real quick clarifying question. What cancel culture did I advocate for in my statement? Do you have any idea? Because I don't recall advocating in favor of any of the forms of cancel culture I brought up. I simply was wondering what we're actually talking about. And as we have now had proven once again, apparently nobody has any idea. So I'm interested in what you actually think I was advocating for, if you have any idea.
Well, I mean, Rob has.
I was actually responding to something Josie had said earlier about how we need to just get these ideas out. And it's like, well, if your ideas are truly as lacking as you think they are, or if you think your ideas are as good as they are, then you should be able to just defeat these bad or lacking ideas in the arena of ideas. And I believe sunlight is the best disinfectant. If an idea is truly lacking, then that's all you really need, is to just shine the light of truth upon it, and it will go away.
Yeah, I mean, right now, all three of us are, me and Josie and Maddie are all here on a panel.
We all agree. Thank God.
And y'all are doing a perfectly good job dismantling your own ideas.
God damn, it's great. You saw it here, Phil K.
My ideas can't handle sunlight because I'm a vampire.
Can we stop with the posturing a little bit? Because it's, we're not going to get a chance to speak, are we? If you're just posturing all the time, Phil, come on.
Right, I don't want to keep doing the hand.
Impresario of interrupting.
Wait. I'm speaking. I'm only speaking to moderate. I'm not speaking to add to the conversation. I'm only speaking to moderate. Right, I don't want to keep getting this little notepad out. I'd like the conversation to flow. But we have got Rob, then Maddie in the queue. So if Rob and then Maddie. And then please let's try and keep it flowing. If you can't get in, if you can't jump in, put your hand up. I'll put you in.
This is really funny.
And we'll put you.
Wait, I thought we had to do the hand. I thought you said we had to do the hand.
If you can't get in, I want the conversation to go naturally. If you can't get in, then put your hand up.
Has anyone here had a conversation before? Do people know how conversations work?
I don't think
so. What the fuck?
I wish there were rules.
Pretty awesome.
Right, Rob, then Maddie, please, and then let's go back into open.
First off, it's always funny to see someone who feels the need to put their preferred pronouns in their pick talk about other people being fragile. So good point there, Demon Mama. Please, you have to call me the words that I want or else you're fragile. Now she has to interrupt me because she can't handle a strong man.
What does that have to do with anything?
So I can see. Look how fragile she is. Hey, Josie, also can't handle a strong man speaking, huh?
No,
have to interrupt. I see you got quite fragile there with
you're
your pronouns
so fragile
there, so,
that us putting on our pronouns on here.
That's not fragile. I think you can call me whatever you want. I don't feel the need to get personally aggrieved. I don't feel the need to get personally aggrieved. Notice how we had a special little section. Demon Mama needed a special section so people couldn't interrupt her after she went on for 5 minutes. That's how fragile she is. So I'll continue my point. So yes, people that say are so fragile that they need to tell people that you have to call me certain words or pronouns. Yes, that's a level of fragility it's hilarious to hear than other people that are just commenting how inundated we are with your stupidity and your rambling, and we'd like you to wrap it up because you ain't saying shit. So it has nothing to do with fragility. I'm not interested in your question. You had your chance to speak. Second, you say no one's advocating for this sort of stuff. Josie literally said in her speech the conservatives deserve to be censored because their ideology is so reprehensible. It's absolute nonsense. And what happens is we see this narrative from the left constantly. You had no problem when people in the right were being censored by multinational corporations. that largely control our narrative. You didn't have a
Cigarette
problem
number
when
2.
people were being
We're on
kept
to
off
cigarette
college
number
campuses
2.
by people enacting some sort of violence. You didn't care about any of that. As soon as one of your videos gets taken down or something, it's, oh my goodness, my video got taken down. This is horrible. The reality is we could see that the establishment has been using this to go after people that disagree with them for a long time. That was predominantly conservatives. As I predicted, eventually it will come for the left as well. Then predictably, when it comes from the left, they whine and cry and
Legacy
say,
of
why
Boom,
was
I
I
won't be,
removed?
don't
What's
you
going
worry.
on with
We'll
that?
talk about that
You
after.
say that Trump deserved to be taken down. Trump didn't violate TOS any more than the New York Times, the average Democrats, etc., that claimed that the 2016 election was stolen, that spread misinformation about them all the time. Remember, we're talking about legitimate ideologies such as Trump supporters being kicked off en masse for discussing things that we heard Democrats discuss for 4 years, that the election was stolen. We see Democrats, friends of Demon Mama like an Antifa that she defends, repeatedly issue calls for violence and things like that on Twitter,
watch the
which is
lefties
allowed
get so
to stay
giddy
on
at
there,
the
but then
idea
they
of
go
writings
after
getting
selectively.
canceled.
They selectively go after then, oh,
It's
but people
gonna
like
come
Trump
back
need to be
around.
taken
Right,
down.
right,
We can see that this occurs over and over again.
Right, I did my wavy hand thing. When I do that, you've got 30 seconds to finish, right? 30 seconds to finish. When I do,
I don't
wavy
get to
hand
finish
thing.
my thought. Is that it? Demon Mama got to finish her
You
sentence
had
for another
30
20 seconds.
When I wave my hands, you've got 30 seconds to finish what? When I do this,
It's a
when I
metric
do
of
this,
time.
Sure.
you see this?
Sure.
You've got 30 seconds to finish. You got another 30 seconds uninterrupted, and then I think we need to let Demon Mama respond to this, and then Maddie after.
Yeah,
that's
she's very fragile. She'll have to respond. So,
I am
yeah, so you can see that you see all sorts of calls for violence. For example, the Nation of Islam, Farrakhan, his leader, was still on there. You see all these people. So, yeah, it's selectively applied. Now the left is acting like it's not a big deal. They literally kicked Ron DeSantis off. They kicked COVID scientists that were talking about things weren't as it seemed. Those people ended up being right. But the left has no problem with that. They didn't. They thought it was totally cool, and that's what we see with corporations that are controlling our speech and will eventually control our politics, which they're more than happy to have, as long as it's on their side. As soon as it predictably gets against it, they'll cry and say it's not fair.
Thank you, Rob. Demon Mama, I'll give you a brief time to respond to this.
Appreciate that. So, I mean, I think it's very obvious to the audience that Rob Noor has some very, very, really weird fixation on me. But also, I mean, I don't recall us bringing up pronouns at all. But I don't think I mentioned pronouns in the slightest. But I did notice
it's on your.
Oh yes,
there,
I put that on my picture every single time.
Yeah, well, that is relevant to the discussion, right?
Yeah, of course, absolutely. I always.
Oh, you have them too. Great. Fragile.
I mean, is it fragile to offer people an easy way to tell your pronouns? I mean, to me, what it sounds like the definition of fragility would be seeing someone with pronouns that they put on every single panel. I always do. It's just what I believe in. And having, people melt down about it. That to me sounds like fragility. In fact, that to me sounds like some sort of weird convoluted form of cancel culture, oddly enough. I don't know what's going on over there, but are you gonna be okay? Hey,
I'm fine. I'm just mocking you absurd leftists and how you think that you're funny or smart. You guys are so stupid. It's fragile to say, I can't handle if people call me what they want, and so I have to put recommendations. And you would be the first to whine and cry if someone refused to call you those pronouns. Now, I actually respect people that are trans and don't intentionally misgender them, but let's be honest, you're fragile, and that's why you put those pronouns out there. You're the one who started the attack saying other people were fragile, so don't play the victim like you always do. You're going to start talking about electrodes on testicles again like you did last time? Because you can't ever make a point without making yourself the victim? Is that what you're going to do?
Am I allowed to finish? Am I allowed to finish now, Danabo?
What was that? All right, please.
Yeah. Okay. So, first of all, the idea that that me putting my pronouns passively in my little name here is somehow like fragile or something is ridiculous. I will say though, it is interesting to me because on this platform I do receive quite a lot of very explicit transphobia, and I'm glad that you noticed and that you at least said openly that that you do believe that it is respectful and kind and good, therefore, to respect people's pronouns. I respect yours and you're respecting mine. I'm just very nice in that I also allow people to see them very easily. It makes it very easy and not awkward for anyone. It's actually incredibly chill and easy to do. Now, I understand if that gets you very bothered because I don't really know why. I mean, I don't know. You literally just went on a tirade, and everybody.
You went on a tirade calling people fragile because you were going on a 5-minute tirade yourself. And when someone's, that's why you call people fragile. Again, let's not act like in the Discord you weren't calling me names and insulting my appearance, and now you're going to. Oh, it's important to be civil. It's important.
Who cares about the DM?
You just gotta love the
Okay.
Are you
So
going still
once
by the
again,
DMs
I have
and
not
bringing it
finished
up
this.
now?
Yeah, I don't
All
think
right, you
I've.
kids, I'm gonna turn this car right around unless you kids all start getting along, okay?
That's what
No,
I was
Dad.
doing.
I'm
Oh,
just
my
look.
God,
I'm just so
Dad.
look. There's one thing I'm just really confused about. How is it, Demon Mama, that you say I understand like why these people do these things, and then in the very next sentence say I don't understand what they're doing?
I don't know what you're talking about. What does that mean?
I'm fucking asking you. Right? How are you going to say that you understand what's going on here, and then in the next sentence say you don't understand?
What are you referring to? Your sentence is not. Your
What
question
you
is not
just
making sense.
said.
Can you restate that for me?
And the court stenographer, check back first.
Maddie, you had your hand up.
Well,
a
I
long
mean,
time
am I
ago.
ever gonna just real quick, Danabo? I just want to be sure that you're fine with not allowing me to finish that previous argument, seeing as I
thought you
never
were
got to
finished.
finish.
Sorry,
I didn't.
no.
Oh, I never. I haven't
Twitch,
finished a single
nobody gets to
sentence.
finish an argument. Come on.
Oh, I mean, it's fine. I mean, I'm perfectly fine
There's
with.
been so many
like
interruptions.
again.
I'm not sure.
Oh, I
when you
agree with
finished
you.
or not.
I mean, I agree. I haven't finished a single sentence. I mean, I don't even remember what I was talking about. I don't think we're even talking about cancel culture. This seems to be a panel that's mostly obsessed with me, which I mean, I'm flattered, to be completely honest. But yeah,
Accuses other people of being fragile. Whines when
Well,
people
you
say
had your
shit.
turn.
There you go.
said-
Demon
I mean,
Mama in a
case in
nutshell.
point. Am I right?
In a
Am I
nutshell.
right?
You're all fragile.
Case in point.
Wait.
Am I
I'm gonna have to serve a mute, everyone. Come on. Right, let's bring it back to the topic,
Yeah,
please.
you take a
The
drink.
audience hasn't got a clue what the group DMs are. Let's stop discussing group DMs. They have no idea what you're talking about. It's just some random thing in the clouds that they can't see that you're discussing here. There's no point in it. They don't know what the hell you're talking about. Demon Mama, please, and then Maddie.
Sure. I'm trying to recall what we were even talking about. Maddie, you go ahead. I don't even remember what we were talking about.
Damn it.
Hey,
Can I
you're being
finish?
constantly interrupted. It's not cool. Yeah, so, I mean, there's a lot I could respond to right now because in the time before when I raised my hand to this point in the conversation, boy, a lot has happened. But I guess one thing I would like to point out is that, like, if you attribute having preferred pronouns and just, like, having the respect to list them, just like I do my name so people know who they're talking to, if that is somehow indicative of fragility, bless your heart. But something I also want to bring up that I think is important when it comes to cancel culture is I know some people try to equate it with censorship because in a lot of cases it involves potentially deplatforming or whatever. But in other cases, I think it'd be dangerous to attribute like calling out really bad behavior, like someone who maybe has a history of sexual assault or sexual harassment with a lack of good ideas to counter them. Because
Those are just crimes.
by deplatforming them and calling out that behavior, we're holding people accountable for that bad behavior. And that effort isn't due to a lack of ideas. It's basically saying this is someone who is like causing real harm to people in the world. And we want to see accountability and have them held responsible for it. So I get that, like, again, the idea, cancel culture spans a lot of different things. So I want to be clear that when we're talking about it, this is an important component because for many people, they see something like cancel culture as the one avenue they have to hold people, especially people in power, accountable.
Yeah, I mean,
Those
I
are
agree.
crimes.
I mean,
Yeah, but that's
I
going to be
I
a really
agree. I
expensive
agree.
venture for you to get put into place.
Wait,
I
Chud, we
agree.
can't see your hand, so Chud, go ahead.
I agree that, like, you know, when it's aimed at the right people, I agree with Maddie. Like, you know, I think that Jeffrey Epstein or what's the other guy, Harvey Weinstein, you know, it used against them is great. The unfortunate reality, though, is that now we're at a stage where everyone's got access to social media to such a high degree that you get nobodies who are literally nobody.
Oh, you missed a wild ride,
and there's a mob mentality
It's been
that goes
something
with it and
else.
stuff like
I'm
that.
telling
I
you.
think that's the stuff that's wrong, and I think that's the stuff that we can probably all agree that goes too far sometimes. But the problem is, you've got people like Rob who will say it's only the right that does this, when there's a number of cases sorry, it's only the left that does this, when there's a number of cases of right-wingers engaging in this exact very behavior. There's been some very prominent
Chad
examples
had a
of
throat
this.
infection.
Probably one of the most prominent I would point to is when Mike Cernovich, a prominent right-wing activist, brought up old tweets of James Gunn, of him joking about things on Twitter, and managed to get him fired from directing a Disney film because of
Sam
it.
Cedar,
So
too.
This narrative,
That's bad too. It's all bad.
Yep.
Like,
exactly.
but
But
that's what
let's
we're
stop
getting
this
at.
narrative.
Just let people fucking live their lives.
Let's stop this narrative that it's one side or the other and just agree that people engage in this behavior. Further to that, though, in terms of the big tech piece and talking about big tech, the thing I'd ask the writer here is Donald Trump talked a big game about big tech and how much of a problem it was and how much of this corporate censorship is happening. What did he do when he was in office to stop
Nothing.
it? Fuck all. Nothing.
That's right.
Okay? So this is the problem for me. Republicans
Big
talk a big game.
criticisms of his legacy.
Sometimes Republicans say stuff and I agree with, but they're not doing anything about it. They didn't do anything when it was in office, and I don't think the Dems are. So we're kind of fucked, aren't we? Big tech have got the power, okay? There aren't any politicians that are willing to deal with it. We're just crabs in a bucket fighting about it, and everyone's getting fucked. That's my basic take.
Tech Illuminati. Yep.
So you're not wrong. Like, Trump deserves criticism. So do the Republicans. So do the Democrats. The truth is, Trump, incompetent and inept, didn't realize. I think Trump was arrogant. He thought, unless they come after me, I don't give a shit if they go after my supporters. That's terrible. He should have seen the writing on the wall and did something before he was directly targeted. Totally agree. The idea that both sides do it is a cliche that's commonly used by the left to explain a lot of these things. Yes, you're right. Both sides do it. We saw it happening over and over and over and over and over again on the left, while basically most people on the left were silent about it. And then when the right eventually says, okay, we're going to fight back in similar ways, it doesn't mean that the right doing that is in the correct, but it was predictable. When you have the left constantly use this tool and try to silence people, of course the other side's going to play. To answer Maddie's question about pronouns, no, I'm not offended by someone asking for the pronouns. That doesn't make me fragile. The type of person, if we took pronouns out of it, and if you said, you're going to tell people, I can't handle it when people call me certain words, so I have to give a list of words that you have to call me. That's because you're fragile, and because you would be offended and demand people get canceled and not be platformed if they didn't call you those, because you're fragile. And I'm not the one who brought it up initially. It was Demon Mama, because she always says it can't be that someone's just like, okay, you've said enough, we're moving on. It always has to be that she's being personally attacked. That's just who she is. So
I literally didn't know.
Sorry, I just want to quickly respond. Okay?
You took all of that.
So I just want to quickly respond, and I want to ask, when the Dixie Chicks were cancelled in 2003 for criticising George Bush, was that in response? Was this arms race that you're talking about of cancel culture? Was that in response to lefties
The
doing
Dixie
it?
Chicks
No.
were canceled way before that. They just sucked, right? They were canceled way before that.
Yeah,
how were they canceled?
Listen to wide open spaces
The
and
narrative
try
is
not to
nonsense.
sing, okay?
The narrative
Now,
is
I
nonsense.
was about to say,
I don't know
now,
what to tell you.
you know, since we're talking about titles, everything, actually, my buddy's got
Nobody
me this
goes
for
back
Christmas.
and
I am
listens to
actually
Dixie
a
Chicks, right? They go back and
titled-
listen to Randy Travis.
I'm actually a
or,
titled Lord of the Scottish
Dwight
Highlands.
Yoakam.
You actually kind of have to refer to me as Lord Phil.
Is this
I'm
real?
I'm actually
This
a
is like
titled Lord
this is
of
actually
Scotland, so-
horrible.
Sorry, I don't make the rules. So yes,
Chuck,
Lord Phil
let me
of the
ask you-
Scottish Highlands.
Chuck, let me ask you, because I don't know the specifics.
Wait, before
The
this continues,
Dixie Chicks, like,
Rob, before this continues, Demon Mama was referenced directly. I would like Demon Mama to be able to respond, please.
Yeah.
just real quick, when I'm referenced directly by them, do I get the same opportunity to respond?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Tweed.
Okay.
Demon Mama?
Yeah, so, I mean, I've been referenced quite a lot, and I just want to point out that, no, I did not actually bring up pronouns on this. You did. You can watch the VOD. That is just a matter of the record. I think even Danabo can confirm that. But sure.
The almighty Danabo.
Whatever. I mean, the audience.
I didn't say you brought them up. I said that you're the type of person that puts them up on the screen so everyone can see the pronouns that they have to code.
Hey,
That's
Rob.
what you
Hey,
do.
Rob. Real quick question. Is in the corner of your excuse me, in the corner of your video there, what's that say? Can you tell me the words that are said right there?
It says Rob Noor. That's my name.
Yeah, that's your name. Yeah, and your name and your pronouns are both ways of identifying you. So you're really committing the exact same sin you're accusing me and others of
it's
by having
absurd.
your name up
Everyone
there.
has their name listed.
Why
their name.
do you,
Everyone knows.
wait a minute. Excuse me. I was trying to talk.
No, it's not the same.
Excuse me. I was trying to talk.
You can say excuse me.
Is this for real?
Go ahead. Finish. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, because if you really weren't fragile, and this is following your own argumentation, would it not follow that I don't know, you wouldn't care what people call you at all? Why do you need to list your name? Are you so afraid that people are going to call you something incorrect? I don't know. Like, what if they started calling you, I don't know, like gobnor or something like that. Would you be perfectly fine with that? Why do you even bother listing it if you're so fragile?
If I may now. The reason I listed is because it's requested that all of us announce ourselves, and it's convenient for people to see the name of the people going. That's different. I'm not putting that there to say, if you don't call me Rob Nor, I'm going to be personally aggrieved. Could you just be quiet for a second? I'm going to be personally aggrieved. Are you telling me right now that you have she, her listed there, and if people didn't use she, her pronouns right now, you would be perfectly fine with it? Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, it's really interesting. I would just say, I'll use she, her pronouns. And if they refuse, I would treat it like all of the many other times that people have on these panels. It happens to me all the motherfucking time. And it's on video. I record all of it. So, it's interesting. It's really funny that like you're bending over backwards. I don't think anybody in the audience is convinced right now.
I don't give a shit if your audience is convinced.
No, I don't think anyone's audience is.
You came on here and accused people of being fragile, and you're so fragile that you have to put the pronouns that you would like people to call you instead of the pronouns that they would choose.
You're so fragile that
that's how fragile you are.
Oh damn! You had to put the name that people wanted.
It's not that I'm emotional.
I'm not gonna lie.
You should not cast stones about people's fragility when. We could go back to the last debate we had.
Rob, do you think that this does? Wait, I'm sorry. Can I please have a sentence to finish here? This is so stupid. This is really dumb.
I'm talking, nobody else talk. I'm talking, nobody else talk. I think this back and forth between Rob and D-Murmur has gone on far enough. I'd like to hear what other people have got to say. Josie and Binks.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so I this is really interesting because usually I know what to say, right? Usually I already have like an argument after somebody says something profound. Nothing, because nothing has really been said other than like this arguments and things like that. And Rob, I just want to say this, that you're the one.
Josie, I want you to steel man Rob's point right now.
Okay, fine.
Oh, steel chair. Wow.
Wait. Let me clarify. So you're telling me to knock out his argument, right? Is that what you're meaning?
No, we're telling you to steel man it.
You have to steel man his argument. You have to give the best possible interpretation of his argument that he would agree with.
Yep.
Oh,
Or you get
okay.
muted. Yep.
Okay. Let's do this. All right.
And if he doesn't, you're muted for 5 minutes.
If she doesn't, okay. All right. Fair. So, so the point that Rob is making is that he is. Okay, so I'm going to make a Rob argument. Here we go. I don't like the fact that I have to change my language and the way that I perceive the world because it makes me not comfortable when I look and see different people and that I don't understand. So when I get irritated, I know. Hey, you know what? It's a dumb argument. It's impossible to steal, man.
It was a good try.
It wasn't even close. The argument's real simple. The argument is if you're going to call other people fragile for no reason, which Demon Mama did, then you probably shouldn't be the type of person that's saying, these are the pronouns that I request. Quite simple.
Okay.
I wouldn't have brought up the pronouns if she wasn't accusing other people of being fragile with no merit whatsoever.
Can I make a quick clarification to add?
No, you're muted for 5 minutes, I believe.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I know you have a hard time. I know you have a hard time telling women apart, but we're different people, actually. Josie and I are different people. Yeah.
I don't have difficulty telling you two apart.
Okay, interesting.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, it
was...
seems like you do. Now,
sorry, Demon Mama, that was well timed. I'm sorry, that was good timing there.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Now, real quick, to respond to this, just so you know, just so we're clear about what I was calling you fragile over, I was calling you fragile over the fact that I tried to make a statement and you literally were tripping over your own balls, desperately trying to scream over me because you wouldn't even let me finish my argument. In fact,
How do you know he's dragging him on the floor?
I mean, I don't. I just assume, you know. There's just a
you're the one giving him balls that are dragging the floor. There's
a certain slouch, you know. There's a certain slouch that happens with people who have extra low hanging balls. You know, it's just you know, you love to see.
Do what I do and put him in a purse.
Yeah, there you go. Good idea.
Yeah, anyways, the point was, I didn't even interrupt initially. It was you were going on for a long time. CTV, I was going to let you go. CTV was like, okay, are you going to wrap this up? And you accused people of being fragile. And I just pointed out the absurdity of you calling people fragile.
But to be clear, no, we can't, Chud. We can't because they're way too busy melting down over me existing and having pronouns she, her. Hey, Rob, real quick. I'm going to give you an opportunity right now. Wait, listen. I think that I think I've gotten to the bottom of this. Do you want to call me the T-slur? Because you can right now. I won't even be offended. Go for it.
I don't know what the T-slur is.
You don't know what the T-slur is? You sure? You know, it's a slur for trans people.
Transsexual?
Oh no. Yeah, I know. It's right on the tip of your lip there. Do you want to say?
I don't want to call you
not
any.
do that,
Let me
please?
be clear.
Can
Let
we
me
not
be
do that,
clear
please?
here. If I could be clear, I don't have any problem with trans people whatsoever. There are plenty of like I don't care what you
I know
identify
you seem
as.
really,
don't give a
really
shit
mad
at all.
about the fact
When
that I have
it-
she, her in my
alls I am
name.
Alls I am pointing out is when someone, regardless of because they're trans,
The
because
proof is
they're
in the
white,
pudding,
because
Rob.
they're
The
Asian,
proof is
because
in the pudding,
whatever,
my friend.
Whatever, that they feel the need to have specific instructions on the type of words you're allowed to call them. Those people probably shouldn't accuse other people of being fragile.
No,
people
just-
that aren't fragile don't need to tell other people what types of nouns and pronouns they need to be called.
Actually,
only
I mean,
fragile people feel the need
and,
to do that.
And yet here we are. You have your name up on the screen, choosing which nouns people will call you. I'm sure that
It is
I'm
a
sure there's all
label.
kinds of
It is a label. It is a label that is requested by people that are doing the stream, so that people.
Correct.
That's why he asked us to do an introduction as well.
Oh,
so
sorry,
that people
sorry.
can put a name to the face. That's different.
Danabo.
And
Hey,
you know
Danabo.
you're being disingenuous. That it's completely different
question
than
from the
actually
moderator.
asking
Danabo,
aside
yes.
from your name that people call you specific pronouns and nouns.
I'm sorry,
That's completely
Danabo.
different,
I
as
just
you
want to be
understand.
clear. Do you have a rule against? I mean, I do this on every single panel on my whereby I have this exact same name on every single one. This was the first time I've ever been on your show, so it asked me to enter it in, and I typed in what I always type in, which is demonmama.com, she, her. Do you have a problem with that, Danabo? Is that against the rules? Have I done something
Wait,
out of line?
Did you not hear Danabo read the fucking rules to begin with? Why
No,
is it
no, wait,
excuse me, CTV,
I didn't ask you. Does your name Danabo? Is your name Danabo, my friend?
Fucking rules that were in
All right.
Discord to begin with.
Definitely.
This is just a waste of fucking time right now. .com. That's your name now. .com.
Okay, stop. I'll mute everyone. All right. I don't have a problem with putting whatever you want in there. I do have a bit of a problem with Maddie's because that word is banned on the hippy dippy, but this is not the hippy dippy, so I don't know what to
Bad
do on
girl,
that one.
Maddie.
I'll flip a coin. But we've just
They
spent
think suck.
we've spent nearly an hour arguing about demon
Yeah.
pronouns. I think we'd like to move on.
It's a little weird. It's a little weird, yeah.
At this point.
I'd say, I thought the T word was Trotskyite, the worst thing you could ever be called that starts with a T, the most insulting thing possible, because you're just admitting that you've got such a low brain power if you're a Trotskyite. Like, there's really, so that's the worst
wait.
T word
Hold on a second, hold on a second.
possible.
Phil,
No,
Phil,
you could, the door was open, I had to walk through.
Phil, I have a question. Can you tell me what a Trotskyite is?
Someone who basically subscribes the ideals of Lenin and Trotsky.
Okay, but can you tell me what are the ideals of Lenin and Trotsky?
The
That's
same
not what the
horse
fuck you said.
The same horse shit that Marxist has been spewing out
That's
for
what
a
I
long
thought.
time.
You don't even know what a Trotskyist is. You don't even know what a Trotskyite is. This is hilarious.
And
It's
on
the
that
same.
note, on
It's
that
all
note, we're going
different
into closing
flavors of
statements.
different shit. So
Oh,
yeah,
good
sorry.
one. Yes, yes.
We're gonna go
Truly,
into
truly the
closing
sign of an
statements.
intelligent
All right,
man.
right. Stop. Everyone stop. We're going to go
Different
into closing
flavors of
statements.
shit
This has
ice
gone on for
cream
too long.
that killed hundreds of millions.
Bill, stop. Everyone stop. All right, thank you. All right, we're going to go into closing statements. You've got 2 minutes to talk about cancel culture.
That one
not
was for you,
being
Lonnie.
one
I
with
devote that
pronouns,
one to you.
please. Why? All right, and then we're going to go for a break. So we're going to start off. CTV, please bring us back down to earth with a closing statement on cancel culture, please.
Back down to fucking Earth? Jesus.
Please.
Felt like we were out there on some interplanetary orbit there for a while that just had to be centered around someone who has the need to feel like they need to be the center of attention, right? Someone with a guilty conscience? I don't know. Do you?
You talking about Rob?
But that's what it sounded like.
Uninterrupted. Yep.
Yeah, uninterrupted. What are you doing, right? Like the last time I was supposed to have time, I get fucking interrupted, right? What is this? Y'all know
Go
how
on.
specific
You're
frameworks
free- I
of
allow you
time
to
work?
talk.
I'm trying
I
to
allow
bring
you
it
to
back
talk.
down to reality.
You're free to
right?
talk. Go on.
And then there's Chud. Like you can't even see him. Not even a little wrestling guy waving his hands in the air. Nothing. Right? I don't know why the fuck that's a thing. Right? So him not having the little wrestling guy, that needs to be canceled. So whoever put that rule into place needs to get canceled. Right? Because cancel culture, right, is trying to just stop ideas because you don't like them. Right? That's the whole idea of what I said to begin with regard to Bible burnings, right? Like the reality is that words really cannot actually hurt you unless you let them. Right? They just can't. This is why in the federal Constitution it spells out specifically that Congress shall make no law with regard to these things, right? So then that's where you go to your state constitution, and that's where that I bet, like this North Carolina state constitution that I'm most familiar with, it will tell you that people will be held for its abuse. So when you advocate for trying to control the people's language in this way, you have to do it at the state level, right? Because the federal constitution prevents you from doing that. So if you really have such a hard-on for wanting to cancel people's, speech and everything, I suggest you do kind of what Idaho has started doing, which is controlling the networks that come inside their fucking state, and then you can control it there at your state level. Have fucking fun, right? As far as the federal constitution is concerned, it's pretty fucking clear. Right?
I don't know what anybody's talking about.
Instead of trying to keep pushing this to nationalized corporations just making the fucking rules for everybody, start actually thinking about how you can use the governments that you have in place effectively instead of just crying about like, oh, someone said something that hurt my feelings, yada, 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 and a bunch of bullshit. Right? So, here we go.
Thanks, CTV. Chud.
Well, there we have it. Another productive conversation about cancel culture has been achieved. Well done, everyone. Good job. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we didn't really get to the bottom of anything. My position is the same. It's been the same for a while now. Big tech having all this control is bad. We need to somehow find a way to come together to try and deal with that, where we have a position where, we are making sure that there's stuff that is removed from the platform which we think should be, whilst at the same time ensuring that the freest, most widely possible conversation is able to be had. Sad we didn't get into the hot tub streams. Sad we didn't get into any conversation about Amaranth getting advertising removed. But yeah, I think that again, that is just another example of we argue like crabs in a bucket. Before you know it, big tech comes along, makes a decision, and it's out of our hands. So the sooner we can work together to fix some of these problems, the better, and that's it.
Thank you, Chud. Yeah. CTV brought us to the wrong planet, and then Chud brought us to Earth. Thank you. All right, we will go with Phil.
Why, thank you, sir. So, cancel culture, whether we like it or not, it is one of the defining topics of our day, especially if you are anywhere in the West and you have hookup to one of these things. If you're hooked up to the internet, for some reason, it seems to be one of the fucking most important things in your day. But, folks, it's the unfortunate reality. All artists that have done anything even slightly questionable, we even had a few come up earlier, eventually they're going to get canceled. So the choice you're going to have to make, folks, Eminem, Robert Downey Jr., eventually the Church of Woke is going to have to take them out, whether you like it or not. So the choice is yours, folks. Do you want Slim Shady or cancel culture? So that's the choice you're going to have to make, because very soon, sometime very soon, something precious to you is going to be on the cancel chopping block. And this is the time where we can either turn back and just allow the arena of ideas to play out, and sometimes a few ideas we don't like are going to make it out there, or we can make sure that every single idea has to be homogenized, pasteurized, and sanitized for our modern sterilized consumption. So that's really the choice we have to make in this future, folks. Are you going to want to go to the beautiful side of the library with all the stuff that was supposedly canceled, or the dull, dark, gray, paste fucking nonsense that's going to be the fucking allowed side of the library? The choice is yours, folks. We don't have a lot of time yet. Make best of the time you got. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Phil. Josie, please.
Mm-hmm.
Muted.
I think you have her muted, Danabo.
Oh, server muted still. Sorry, I forgot. You got hit with a steel chair so bad that you couldn't speak. All right, Josie, thank you.
Okay. All right, got it. All right. So first, this debate was sad. Because we never defined cancel culture. We just kind of like use this this amorphous term that was created by right wingers. And the reason that these terms are being created is why Potato Head and like Dr. Seuss and all of these things are brought up, because they'd rather talk about that than their shitty rollout of the COVID vaccine when they were trying to get it going. They'd rather talk about that than actually talk about the human rights that are being violated across this country. They'd rather talk about that than the crazy amount of poverty and racism that exists in this country. They'd rather talk about these cancel culture topics than the actual real problems and real governance. Because I can actually say CTV said that we need to use the government instead of crying. Well, considering that cancel culture was created by right-wingers, it's literally what the right wing is doing. They're crying instead of governing. Because never in any debate, in any conversation, have I ever seen a productive policy come out of a cancel culture debate. It's always a distraction from the real topics. As you can see, like Chud Logic said, when we started talking about cancel culture, everybody's heads exploded. It was ridiculous. And not everybody's. I think it was a lot of the fragility that was going on. And that is what actually caused this debate to go completely off the rails. Because when you bring up cancel culture, it's amorphous. It means nothing. It was developed by South Park. One of the first times that South Park ever brought up cancel culture. And then it's like it's something that was just picked up and just used by the right wing to weaponize against the left. And it's just a completely gaslighting technique because the right has been trying to go after the left, censoring us, stopping us from being able to speak in colleges. All of these things have actually been happening to us. So the gaslighting has happened, and I'm ready to move on to the next topic because it just shows how worthless of a talking point or a topic cancel culture is, because it's just a whine fest from people who are upset because they don't know how to govern better.
Left always projects.
Wow, Phil. Thank you, Josie. Binks, baby.
You know what? I'm calling this whole panel hypocrites because I was canceled during this whole conversation. I had a point that was just going to throw all you motherfuckers out the water. I'm not going to say it now. You know what? Fine.
Blow our minds. You had the ultimate truth of life, and you're holding it to yourself now. So sorry.
Thanks. Come on.
The server mute was real, by the way.
What do you mean, no? Come on.
Oh, Binks, don't do that. Come on, Binky, come on.
This is
Binks,
actually,
come
this is getting
on.
boring.
He's not going to do it.
Don't let them cancel you.
Okay.
Let your
Maddie.
voice be heard.
I want
Maddie,
to
please.
hear you.
I'm so sorry, Banks.
Heartbreaking.
I'm going to cancel myself over canceling you. That was not okay. Yeah, you know, it's a shame that this devolved into whatever the fuck that was, because there's actually a lot of really good subject matter that we could have covered. We could have covered the fact that Amaranth, or whatever the name is, I fucking get it wrong every
you're
time.
right.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, I'm the smartest person alive. But yeah, we could talk about the fact that she was demonetized without a notification from Twitch because of her content. Like, I would have loved to have covered those things and sort of like the validity of certain actions from like independent content creators being policed and what that can do, especially when that person relies on the platform as a source of revenue. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I think would have been a really fascinating, fruitful debate. But instead, we had fucking children being upset because
It's
as
not
a
going to be good,
courtesy,
Vermin.
people
I knew this was going to be bad. I
put
know. We'll do
in
good
their
stuff afterwards.
name.
Don't worry. I'll bring you good content
so
afterwards.
there's
This
no
is mostly
question
just
about
laughing
it.
at melting
So
down
that
old men.
rather than having to ask, it's right there.
Simple.
So I just think that's a shame. But in any case, I'm so excited for the rest of the debate, because I think, and I desperately hope, it will generate some quality discourse. Thank you, Danabo.
Thank you, Maddie. Okay. Before we go into the next one, I want to take a minute to promote shellshockcbd.com. Go to shellshockcbd.com and enter code Danabo for 10% off.
I didn't
all
get my
purchases.
closing
If
statement.
you've got an hyperactive dog like this one,
Okay. I just didn't get a closing statement.
like this one, his name's Max. You can buy dog treats that have got CBD and it will stop them from being anxious. They sell gummies that help you sleep and some other stuff. Shellshockcbd.com. Enter code Danabo, 10% off. And I hope you're ready for the next two people that speak. Rob, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say real quick on this. Like, don't accuse people being fragile. If you're going to ask people to call you certain words, it's stupid. We see the fragility from so many people on the left that do this stuff. That's the point. On the actual things, I actually agree with Chud Logic. I mean, that's the overarching point. We have to decide on the left and the right that we're not going to leave corporations cancel. And you're right. Like, we're talking about individuals. We can't accept that. We're like, I don't understand the Dixie Chicks point. I don't have a problem if people decide we're not going to purchase this. I don't have a problem with that. That's completely different than corporations that control so much of the conversation, selectively telling people that they can no longer be part on that platform. Remember, we had Biden ask corporations to spy on Americans so that he could circumvent the Fourth Amendment. That just happened recently. I don't understand at all what Josie was talking about when she said conservatives on campuses are stopping leftists from speaking. It's literally the exact opposite. And the big point that I was trying to make is, in addition to the individuals, like, we literally had the oldest newspaper in this country, the New York Post, be canceled and people be removed for posting a story that they accurately talked about Hunter Biden's laptop. That Rasmussen then polled that 2 out of 3 Democrats said that it would have caused them to hesitate because Joe Biden is probably the big guy that was listed there that's been working in conjunction getting money from China. We had them censor people like Ron DeSantis when he had medical experts talking about how the lockdowns were disastrous from COVID, lockdowns that, by the way, severely affected people's lives. And they said it's because Ron DeSantis in Florida is going to be horrible. We now see that Florida probably did it better than almost any other state in the union, yet we allowed corporations to allow what the science was behind this. And that's the real problem. And the left can't deal with this because right now, as these corporations that are doing the censorship favor their candidates, they think that it's okay for it to happen. But I got news for everyone on the left here. I assume most of you aren't. Joe Biden wasn't your first pick. When eventually someone on the left runs that you really like, they're going to suffer the same stuff. We saw it happen with Jill Stein. We see it happen with Tulsi Gabbard, etc. And so that's why we need to fight against this censorship now. People like Josie saying it's just whining. We should talk about real issues. I wanted to talk about real issues. This wasn't the topic that I picked, but people whined and wanted the topics to be changed. So we could talk about Joe Biden's disastrous 100 first days if you want, but instead, we're talking about cancel culture. It is a real issue, and it was selective. It was gone more after people on the right, and now that it's starting predictably to affect people on the left, all of a sudden the people on the left are like, oh my goodness, yeah, we need to do something about it.
Thank you, Rob. And yeah, I forgot to mention one of the topics was changed. Instead of Russiagate, we're going to be, on the last topic discussion, the Texas abortion bill.
Well, this will be friendly. Yeah, we'll all get along on this one.
We have got a middle topic that hasn't been announced that should be a bit of a palate cleanser, so look forward to that in a moment. And last but not least, Demon Mama, I wanted you to have the final word on this one because you were referenced so much. Please, Demon Mama.
Yeah, we all know what topic number 1 was. It was Demon Mama and whether or not she's trans for using pronouns. I don't know. It was very strange. I mean, this went about as I expected it would go. This is how most conversations on cancel culture go. They don't actually go anywhere. They serve as basically a launching point for empty conspiracy mongering. We heard, I think, let me see, what I remember. We heard Hunter Biden's laptop. We heard something about COVID denialism. We heard about anti-mask thing. I think I heard something about Paul McCartney being a clone in there somewhere, but that's how it usually goes.
George Harrison, sheesh.
Yeah. No, it was Paul. It was Paul. He was there. He thought they thought he was dead. You know, remember Paul is dead. Come on, you got to know your conspiracy theories. Anyway, there's not a whole lot to say about this. I would have really liked talking about some like more solid issues, but let's be real. That's not what the term cancel culture is used for. People don't care about the fact that, like, I don't know, that it was enshrined in law only a couple decades ago that you couldn't make movies or TV shows or books about certain subjects, that like queer romance stories were literally censored and considered degenerate art here in America within a couple of decades ago, that horror art was once considered banned, and that those were pushed by Republicans, by the right wing in America. That, yeah, well, online, I will agree with Chud Logic and say that people are all kinds of things on social media. They whine about all kinds of stuff, get mad at each other, cancel each other over Mr. Potato Head's penis and whatever. But at the end of the day, the stuff that actually matters is what's getting pushed through into law. And that's what I'd like to talk about. But we all know why the right doesn't want to talk about that. And we all know why they instead chose to fixate on my pronouns that I didn't bring up. So I think the VOD will speak for itself. Anyway. I was right.
All the lefties that are dissatisfied with this discussion, you should have just brought up the things you wanted to get brought up. You're
Oh,
here
I mean,
too. You
I
can
did try.
You're not a
Hey,
passive
right,
fucking
right.
you're
That's
victim.
I literally tried.
Right, thank you very much, everyone. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Come back at 37, whatever time zone you're in, 37. 5-minute break. Everybody, go get a drink. Go and refresh yourselves. 5 minutes. We'll be back in 5. Thank you.
All right,
Thanks,
everybody.
I love you, Dad.
Hold on a second. Take a look at this. Want to check out my new earrings?
Out there.
What's this? Look at those new earrings. Look, they're little crow skulls. These are little crow skulls. They're so cute. These are so cute. I love them. I love them. Hold on, I gotta go bring something in. Give me just a second. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna refill my soda. I'll be right back. I'm gonna bring in a treat. Stay around, everybody. Stay around.
Maddie, I gotta ask.
Yes. What is it, CTV?
Did you change your lighting?
I responded to you. So I've just been spending more time outside.
Oh, well,
and then,
I've
so
been
I
doing.
I have a little bit of color.
I've been doing the same thing. I'm doing the
I
same.
know
I've been
you
getting.
said you went to the pool. That sounds
Oh yeah,
wonderful.
yeah. I've been spending a lot of time. As a matter of fact, I'm even thinking now, I'm getting a Speedo.
No. Well, you know what? Then you wouldn't have that. Eliminates some tan lines.
Well, I mean, like what I'm working with right now.
You're gonna
right?
go European. Yeah. Oh, you got like the the board shorts. Oh yeah, and well. Yep. Yep.
So I gotta work. So like it's already up to here right now because when I'm laying down, obviously, I roll the shorts up. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, because you gotta make sure that.
Gotta get
you
it
wanna
up
get
in
some
there.
sun on it. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's why I'm thinking Speedo now. Like, might as well just cut out the whole rolling thing. Just have it go.
I mean, listen, if you are comfortable wearing a because that's I think the biggest thing. Like in Europe, everyone does and no one cares, but like here, it's a little different. If you are comfortable wearing a Speedo, I say fucking go for it. If I see anyone in a Speedo and they're like owning it and are super confident, it's like, that's great. Good for you. You know what? You are going to benefit from having fewer tan lines and your legs are going to be tan like the whole way down. So
I got my monitor. You see that shit?
Yeah.
You see that shit?
Exactly.
Also, yeah. I know. I need to.
It's my big monitor.
yet
It's my
done
big
that.
gaming monitor.
Look, and the one thing too is I tell guys, like, if you're legitimately trying to tan your legs, look, you've got to smooth them out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And
Well,
believe
you gotta use lotion, like
Oh,
not only
yeah.
like lotion
Thank
and
you.
sunscreen, but
Thank
yeah,
you, Ziggy.
you gotta moisturize too. Like that's how you get that even. Oh, there you go. Yep.
Yeah.
Hawaiian Tropic. Also, it helps it. Like I love the Hawaiian Tropic stuff. It helps it smells. I love the smell. I think it smells so good. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, as a matter of fact, when
Yeah.
Wolficorn got home earlier, I walked outside, I had my shirt off and everything. She walks up to me to give me a kiss, and she sniffs, and she goes, why do I smell coconut? Right? She said, you had a bunch of women over here rubbing you down?
Yeah, I don't
I
get
said,
it.
yeah, as a matter of fact, they all tipped me $25 a piece.
Waka waka.
Waka waka.
That's the way.
Oh,
Yes,
I
Dan,
love
there
that.
is.
No,
We're gonna talk about it
so
after.
like my family, if you see like my mom, when I was little, I was like a full shade darker because I was outside all the time. You know, when you're a little kid, like you're playing soccer, you're doing other things. So I was outside all the time, and I had like much darker skin because we're French, but our ancestors are from like the south of France, Mediterranean.
Oh,
so
thanks,
we kind of had that like
Azazel-Bedazzle.
Mediterranean skin a little bit. And it wasn't until college where I went to the East Coast where they actually have winter.
There was a ceasefire, yes.
And I realized that like the shade of makeup foundation
We gotta talk
I had
about it,
been
though,
using
'cause-
was like way too dark because I had just
What?
never
I don't drink
not
soda
been
mixed with
tan.
water. I mean,
So
I have
had to
ice
kind
in
of
my soda. That's it.
relearn, Like what my
It's not
actual
soda. I
skin
mean, it
tone
is water
was.
technically, but what the
So,
fuck are you
yeah,
talking about?
It's been gorgeous weather here in San Francisco. Like today, it was beautiful. Before this panel, my brother drove
I know what
up
I'm
from
doing.
the South Bay.
I know what I'm doing.
And we took Ruby.
I'm good at this shit.
For a walk, and just enjoyed enjoyed getting
You're
some
very
sun.
welcome, Crabe. I love that band too. They
It
were
was
like
nice.
major.
What more could you want? Like a beautiful sunny day out walking the dog. It was wonderful.
Yeah.
I know you get it,
Is
CTV.
everybody back? Hello, everybody.
Almost.
Josie.
I'm gonna grab a beer really quickly. I'll be right back.
I think I'll grab myself a beer.
That's right.
Nice. Actually, this evening, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sipping on some cognac. I figured, what the hell. And, Josie, can you hear us? You're muted right now.
Have I muted Josie again? I haven't.
I think, yep. But, she, like, I just want to say, Josie.
Oh, she muted herself. Okay.
Oh, okay. My daughter's name is Josie, so whenever like whenever there's somebody like ganging up on me, like, you leave her alone. What the like? So yeah, like I'm gonna kind of like I can't help it. That might
Thank you.
accidentally happen.
I'll take it.
So, but yeah,
It's a good
when it started
name.
like.
Thank you, Bizarre
oh,
Blake.
who's-
I really appreciate
what?
that.
No,
Thank you so
no
much.
way, she's already streaming. What the hell? But no, it's like you
Well,
got
now
some
she ca-
you got some
Yeah.
explaining to do, miss. So, oh Lord. Who have you been talking to on Twitch? Who's been filling your head with those evil Marxist ideas?
Good. Are you back?
Actually, we talk politics all the time, and we don't agree on everything, but it's just really fun.
No, Chud.
Yeah.
Chud?
I'm here. Hello.
Okay, perfect. Okay, welcome back, everybody.
All right, are we ready?
We're going to move on to topic 2. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. I
God.
always expect people to disappear during the intermission and never come back, especially after the first
I
topic.
seriously thought about it.
Because, wow. Okay, now, something different on my show is topic 2 is a palate cleanser. It is not a serious political topic. We're going to be doing
Don't worry, the
fun
first one
time
wasn't
bonus
either.
Topic.
The first one wasn't
Topic
either.
2 has not been announced. It's not been revealed. There may be an insider with some secret information. Who knows? All right. So we're going to start with topic 2. It is the best movie of the past decade. I want everyone to go around the panel, and I want everyone to name the best movie of the past decade. Also, feel free to throw in the worst movie of the past decade, and that's the past 10 years. So anything, I'm going to say from 2010 onwards will be fine. And we're going to start with Binks, baby.
Best movie of the past decade? Okay. The best movie of the past decade is the 2016 masterpiece Dirty Grandpa, starring Robert De Niro and Zac Efron. Zac Efron is a well-to-do suburban guy trying to climb up the corporate ladder, and Robert De Niro is his grandpa, and he's having none of it. You know what I mean? So I don't want to spoil it for you guys, but I would take the ride. You know.
All right. Josie.
Brilliant.
Okay.
The meaning of life. Okay.
I have not watched movies in a while, and I can't even think of one. So I'm just gonna go and cheat on the topic and say the best show is Pose, hands down.
All right, I'll allow it. Okay. That's CTV.
Yeah, it's a different category altogether, right? You can't do TV show and movie, right? That's horseshit.
I allowed it. It's
Horseshit.
fine. It's
No,
fine.
I
it's
know
fine.
you said that. I'm still calling it horseshit, right?
Okay.
So, the best movie, period, in the last decade, Lego Batman. Period. I don't give a fuck about anything else that's going on out there in the world, right? Marvel's had some shit come out. It's undeniable, right? Marvel's had some good shit come out. But in reality, when it comes to laying out the Batman character arc for the last fucking 70 years, right? 60, 70 fucking years of Batman. Lego Batman encompasses all the way back to Adam West dancing on a TV show. Need to figure out how to include the shit the right way, right? Adam West and the Batman TV show, all the way up, all the way through all of the other movies, pays homage to every single one of them and illustrates the importance of the relationship between Batman and the Joker, right? And how they really need each other in order to be completed. There's no other movie that's been made in the last decade that even comes close to the type of message that Lego Batman has given to the youth of the world today, right? No other movie even bothers trying to come close because it just can't. The emotional message isn't there, the historical aspect of a character isn't there, and they just don't have the awesome medium, which is Lego. Right? So, I don't see anybody else being able to say anything else within the last decade because, frankly, Hollywood and anybody that's been producing movies has just frankly gotten lazy and they just keep remaking the same shit. Ghostbusters is an example of that, just shit, right? Yeah. So I hope somebody has something maybe worth considering. Otherwise, from the start, Lego Batman's going to take it home.
I was not expecting the callback, but nice. All right.
If you want a movie, I'm gonna say Joker. That was really good, actually.
All right, Josie's switching to Joker. Oh, I don't know if we can allow that. Chud.
Easy.
Easy.
A Medea Family Funeral, 2019. I will not be elaborating further.
Okay.
Impressive.
Okay. Rob.
So I was going to say Joker. I have to be honest, I don't watch a lot of newer movies. I guess I watch more TV shows now than movies, but I really liked the Joker. I thought it was a really good movie. I think Inception was in the past decade. I really liked it. As far as bad movies, I don't know. A lot of movies are bad. Quick point on Chud Logic there saying Medea, though. True story. Like, SNL did this skit. I don't watch a lot of SNL anymore either, but it did this skit where it was Tom Hanks was playing, like, this rural white dude, and he's on, like, Jeopardy with these black people, and they all love Medea, and they're shocked that this, like, rural white guy loves Medea. My dad, who is a white guy,
really old
absolutely, the Medea movies are his favorite movies in the world. I shit you not. He thinks they are gut-wrenching, hysterical. Like he watches old westerns like Bonanza, Clint Eastwood movies, and like the murder porn stuff, ID Discovery, and he watches the Medea movies. So, at least there's one fan out there for real that thinks those movies are awesome. I don't really hate them, to be honest, but I haven't watched many of them. So I'll go with Joker, I guess, is the best I can come up with.
You said a falsehood during what you said, and I think it's my duty, sir, to point it out. Inception was produced and made in 2010. A full 12 years.
Okay.
A full 12
I said 2010
years.
onwards, so that's fine, right? Hey.
No, you said 10 years.
I said 2010 is fine. You're okay with 2010. Demon Mama.
Yeah,
that's all I had, bro.
I don't know. I think it's really hard to say what a best movie is, but I think the movie that has stuck with me the most over the last decade or so was a tragically underrated movie called The Endless. This was actually a Netflix original. It is a very, very strange, how do I put this? Psychological religious horror film that is just phenomenal. It was made by two brothers who play two brothers in the film, and it deals with all kinds of issues. Basically, these two brothers need to they escape a cult when they're young, and they decide to go back to see if it was really as bad as they remember, because they feel like they can't figure everything out, and they've had a really hard life since then. And from there, it delves into a whole bunch of areas, but beautiful, beautiful effects, wonderful acting, incredible premise, very well written, a lot of psychological twists and whatnot that I think was just phenomenal. That movie really stuck with me. So I don't know if it's the best movie ever, but it certainly is an honorable mention for me for the last 10 years. That's The Endless. You can watch it on Netflix. I highly, highly recommend it. It's not too long either. It's a nice, digestible film. Very scary. Very, very inspiring.
What was the prequel's name? That's the second movie in that, correct?
I don't think so.
I think I've seen that.
They did make another they made another movie at one point that was like had some similar themes when they were like before they got some funding. I don't think it was supposed to be in the same universe or anything, but it did have some similar themes. But The Endless is the name of the one that I'm talking about.
We're back.
Well,
whereby kicked everyone. Is everyone okay? All right.
I'm good.
Hello.
Okay. That
put me off. It should be still on Netflix.
Before we continue on the best movie of the decade, I would just like to thank everybody watching.
Oh, it's on Prime now. Prime must have bought it.
I know you're not all in the same place, but we all love having you here. Everybody that hits go live wouldn't be here without the audience.
Great fucking film.
Watching.
Here you go.
And Phil, best movie of the decade.
Okay, I put some thought into this, and there's really three ways you can look at it.
Phil, before the thought, your camera's black for me. Can you refresh whereby?
Oh, I suppose.
I see him.
For me?
Oh, they are in the same universe. I didn't realize that. Netanyahu. You might be right.
Okay,
Oh,
so
there we
can
go.
you beautiful. All right, can y'all see? I don't want to deprive the people of missing even a single pixel of my beautiful face. Can we all see me? All is well in the world? Okay. All right, folks. To me, there was 3 ways to break this down. And
Looks
you
like I
can
got
pick
bought
which
by
way
Amazon.
You find is the most valid. If you're going to break it by the highest grossing movie, you have to go by Avengers Endgame. Just, it made the most money. It had the most interest in people. Like it or not, that kind of stuff really, heroic fiction just appeals to people. It always has, it always will. Not much you can do about that. Now, what the movie that I think had the most long-term cultural impact? Now, maybe it's just because I have had to watch this movie about 6,000 times, but I'm gonna go with Frozen. Yes, Frozen is going to have the longest term cultural impact going forward. The most people that are below the age of 15 have probably seen that one piece of media in common than any other single piece of film. So that's what I would go with that. And yes, I have had, like, I could sing every single, let it go, can't hold it back anymore. Yes, I know every freaking word to that song. I've heard it 6,000 times. Now, my personal favorite movie of the last decade, again, I took my daughter out to see this. We just had a great time. It was the new King Kong versus Godzilla movie. It was absolutely awesome.
It was incredibly fun.
I'm not going to give any spoilers, but definitely go check it out. It's just a great, you get to just enjoy a flick for 2 hours, and it's just, I don't know how else to put it. Just a great kaiju versus kaiju. Bang, bang, bang. You want to see it. And so for me, those are the 3 categories. So most fun I've had, King Kong Godzilla, highest grossing in Avengers Infinity War, and also the highest or the most culturally impacting. You got to give it Frozen. And the worst movie, take your pick, any fucking thing that Disney decided to wipe its ass with on the Star Wars franchise. So that's the worst thing to happen in cinema this decade. I'm sorry. It had to be said. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Phil. Maddie Cakes.
Okay. If we were saying last 15 years, my answer for best movie, like every category, would be Up. Because holy shit, I cried like a fucking baby.
I did too.
In the first 10 minutes of that. It just,
Up is good.
Oh my God, I loved it. I came home and like started crying, telling my dad about like how great
Up
that like
good.
opening sequence was. Like
Up is very good.
It was so good. But since it's not 15 years, yeah, I have a couple just because I love certain movies for different reasons.
I am tired.
So,
this panel was exhausting.
I would say my favorite, I think if I had to like put one
What am
over
I supposed
the
to
others,
look up for? What am I supposed
Mad
to do?
Max Fury Road. I just remember
The shit
seeing
is-
that and like it was visually stunning. All the performances, every performance was fantastic, and their ability to world build and make it compelling when really what you think when you think about it, it's like they were just like they were like
I want to go to
driving.
bed,
They're
Rotund.
driving in a desert back and forth from places,
Oh,
and
I
they
forgot.
made it this like
I forgot Mad
incredible
Max.
thing. So yeah, Mad Max Fury Road.
It's a good one. I
It's
forgot that one.
definitely up there. I think. Oh, so this is a little more for like
was gonna
something
say
that
Jojo
I thought
Rabbit,
was just
but-
cute and lovely and left me
Jojo
just,
Rabbit's
like,
also really
in
good.
such a good mood and happy. Grand Budapest Hotel was just like, I don't know. I found it so heartwarming. The storytelling in it was lovely. And I guess the last one I would list for like, you know, you had one that just kind of blew me away, one that like just put me in a good mood, made me happy. One that I thought was fucking hysterical, that was kind of a little more niche, but I just love how they did it stylistically, was Death of Stalin. If you saw Death of Stalin, it's so fucking funny because everyone playing these characters don't like use Russian accents or whatever. Like Steve Buscemi is in it, Jeffrey
Well, he was
Tambor
good.
is in it.
I've
Like
heard
they're
Death
all
of
these
Stalin
guys
is good.
and they don't like they're talking like New Yorkers and it's so fucking funny, and believe it or not, it's like entirely like very historically accurate. So I really enjoyed that movie for those who've seen it. But again, it's like a little more of a niche. So those would be my answers. But oh, and an honorable mention I would say is Moana, because that
pretty all right.
soundtrack
Yeah, it's good soundtrack. Very good soundtrack.
Also, another movie I've seen about 100 times, just 100 times.
Oh, I should throw out an honorable mention as well, since everybody gave so many answers. Jojo Rabbit is fucking good, and people, I think that movie is severely underrated. Taika Waititi is an incredible director and actor, and Jojo Rabbit's fucking great.
And I'm gonna give an honorable mention to Get Out. Get Out was also great. Mm-hmm.
What's that, Engage? But CTV nailed it with Lego Batman again, so I don't know.
Nope, Maddie nailed it. Maddie actually nailed it. Grand Budapest is a perfect movie. I didn't think of that.
No, it's Lego Batman.
So good.
It's definitely Lego Batman.
Yeah, it's
What?
definitely Lego Batman. But I tell you
Getting
what,
love?
I've got. Look, here's the number 2. Right, this one's underrated. This is underrated. We'll argue
That's
this
in
one, right?
discussion, by the way. Go for it.
Yeah. So the underrated pick, right, is Battleship. Right?
Midsummer
It has
Night's Dream.
everything
Rihanna?
you fucking need. You got
That
the,
movie is
Batman.
made of
That's it.
cheese. Okay,
That-
that movie's
that-
not cheesy. It's made of cheese.
Look,
Okay?
that movie, the entire movie has you on the edge of your seat and has on full display the power and might of the United States Navy, right? Not only the today's sailors with destroyers and frigates, right, and all the capabilities that aircraft carriers have, but also the mighty Mo, right? BB-43, USS Missouri, Iowa-class battleship, 22-inch guns, boom, get them.
You know,
The aliens had literal plot shields. Oh no, we've got this shield that has to stay up until when the shields are down. Now the plot can move forward. The plot shields are down. Attack! Like that movie was made of cheese, dude.
Yeah. And I will say, this is like
Don't get me
maybe
wrong,
an
we
unpopular
watch it all
opinion.
the time here on the farm, but it's just so
I
cheesy.
preferred the Lego movie to Lego Batman. I loved the Lego movie. I was like living my best life in the
thank you.
theater
I'm gonna
when I went to
retweet
see
this
the Lego
afterwards.
movie.
Lodger, that's
And I
fucking
liked
cool
Lego
as shit.
Batman.
I'm gonna check.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
put this
It's
up. I'm gonna
hard
save
to
this after.
surmount, like, it's hard to do better than Lego movie because it was just so fucking good.
Lord Business talking with the special at the end, like that was heartwarming. Like that was like, oh my god, like yeah, my kiddo was the same age as
Good night,
the little
Redo.
kid
I
in
know,
that
I know, I'm
movie.
sorry.
And so I was like, oh no, don't be
yeah.
Lord President Business. That was the
Also,
the great
you guys should know
takeaway.
for espousing this opinion,
Okay.
my chat has now canceled me.
Okay.
So we were just talking about cancel culture.
I gotta take a small.
Wow.
I gotta take a small contention
being
with
silly.
with Phil's assertion that the Star Wars movies were the worst. That is unbelievably silly because
10 years, that's the worst thing
in the
that
last
happened to
no
film or
way,
Vision
not
Oh,
even
wait,
close.
I have
Hold
a
on,
really
wait a
worse
second.
one,
Let me
too.
let me prove you wrong.
Okay, you go
because
first, you go first.
because
Okay.
we all have forgotten that Jack and Jill, the movie, the absolutely atrociously unfunny, painful, lengthy advertisement came out in, 2011, 10 years ago. So we have not outlived the radioactivity of that horrible film. And in addition, Pixels and Ridiculous 6, which are also just insultingly stupid movies, both came out. So I as much as I was not a huge fan of the Star Wars movies, I did like the second one a little bit. I thought Luke was really cool in that one. But as much as people can hate on those, I'm sorry, but you can't overlook those just ass tier fucking Adam Sandler films. Those are just
We
so
will
bad.
let the audience
Bring up,
Boy, that's
if I
how
could.
far down the Star Wars movies are. It's like, well, there's maybe an Adam Sandler movie that was a little worse, maybe.
Oh no! I mean, come on though. Like, look, there was a lot of stuff to complain about the Star Wars movies, but the acting was on point, the set work was on point, the special effects were on point. You know, the story wasn't great. It was definitely
Special effects fest. That was all it
well,
was.
yeah, but I mean, wasn't that? That's kind of what the original
strength was
Star Wars
never
was like. Yeah,
its
Star
legs.
Wars was
Star Wars
It's
as a
flair.
whole saga.
That is the most. No, Star Wars is actually this retelling of the story of the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's one of the oldest stories.
No, what?
And we
No, it
keep
is not.
telling
No,
it again
no,
and
no, no, no,
again
no, no,
and
no,
again
no,
and
no.
again.
And
An
tropes.
old
Like, it
man
draws from
comes
a lot of
along with
those.
a martial tradition that's gonna.
No, that's not the Epic of Gilgamesh. You're thinking of the legend.
I would like to point out that in the last 10 years,
No.
in the last 10 years, a movie entitled Movie 42 came out,
Bad.
and that is legit the only movie where I went to see it in a theater because my friend were like, oh, let's just go watch a movie. And I sat there and the only laughs that happened, so it was supposed to be a comedy, were people being like, should we go? Should we leave? It was fucking horrible.
Yeah, that movie was bad. Yep.
The thing about Star Wars, I think objectively, Star Wars, any of them weren't worse. But the problem is, it's the expectations, right? And I think that's why if you set yourself with like, and look, there's part of like, I'm fascinated by Star Wars because I look back, I remember seeing the first Star Wars movie and then the prequel, the trilogy came out. And I was old enough to where I was like, oh, this sucks compared to the first one. But I had like younger brothers that loved Jar Jar Binks. And I looked at it like, this character's so shitty, so cheesy. Then you go back to the originals and watch C-3PO and you're like, oh shit, like this character sucks so much. Like, so it's all about nostalgia. You think that trilogy was created for you and they bungled it so bad, which it was bungled, don't get me wrong. But, that's what makes it, I think so many people have such a disdain for the Star Wars movie. It's not that it was like the cinematography was the worst, the story was the worst. It could all be bad, but it was the expectations for people were so high, and what they got, it was like, I think you can see that with other movies. Like people say Suicide Squad was the worst movie. Well, it sucked, but it was because people's expectations were high because they loved those characters, and then when it fell short. By the way, I want to mention John Wick. That's probably my favorite movie. That's what I should have said.
That was a good one. Now, I'd like to add an addendum just real quick. Just what you were saying on the... Yeah, John Wick was fucking badass too. But an addendum to what you're saying on the Star Wars thing. My buddy...
I love C-3PO.
My occasional co-star
C-3PO is a
on
camp icon.
Wrestling podcast. He's got his own theory about this. He thinks that really, unless they had come out with some sort of Skyrim-esque fully interactive where you get to make your own chosen one to defeat the Dark Lord in the way that you want to defeat them as you want to defeat them, people were going to shit on it because they've been imagining for the last 30 years what these next movies are going to look like. So unless they basically come out with Skyrim Wars and you just sit in the theater and put on the helmet
Tesseract,
and you
it's
defeat
wild.
the Dark Lord in the way that you want to do it, people were going to shit on it. So basically,
I don't think anyone actually likes Star Wars. I think everyone's just been brainwashed by their dad because whenever people are excited by Star Wars, they're just angry. They want to be angry about it. They don't actually
bullshit.
I just love, when I showed Harrison Ford be a badass and hot. So
well, no, what I'm saying is when I showed my little one The Empire Strikes Back, and there's that scene of, did Obi-Wan tell you what happened to your father? He told me enough. He told me you killed him. Hang on.
You're literally a dad. You're making my theory correct.
I am your father. My little one goes, oh my God, like, yes, I'm like, yes, I am the best fucking father. I made your childhood magical. Look at that shit. So, yes, that was...
Yeah, I do, Castrix. It was bad.
Like, so yes, kids can get into Star Wars. It's not just their dads liking it. It's just if they are allowed to immerse themselves in the story properly. And I think that's why a lot of people don't like the new ones is because, well, it's Disney. We all knew they were going to fucking Disney all over this thing.
Well, there's another problem, though, too.
It started out strong, and then the third one, it was just like, what? I liked it in the second. They kind of inferred, like, hey, this isn't something that's just like there are kids all over the galaxy. There are people everywhere that can use the Force. Like that was the whole point with that last scene, and the fact that Rey, it originally was kind of again inferred that she wasn't like from a special family, and then they decided to just like throw that out the window and be like, actually, funny story, and it's like that's a bummer. Like, what a fucking bummer.
Also, I don't think we can claim that Star Wars holds the greatest disappointment of the decade either, because the Hobbit movies exist, and people have been hyping up a Hobbit movie by Peter Jackson, who made the incredible Lord of the Rings series, and those movies were really bad. They were way worse. They were way worse than the expectations of Star Wars. Like, I don't know. Star Wars movies were at least entertaining. I wanted to fucking leave during those Hobbit movies. That was just so bad.
Enjoyed Lord of the Rings. Those were so.
Oh, Lord of the Rings were great. Yeah, masterworks.
I'll be honest, like I remember no culture from the past. All I remember is Game of Thrones. Like people like being really into Game of Thrones for the first half, and then people were hating Game of Thrones for the second half. That's all like the 2010s was.
TV shows. Yeah.
I think and The Hobbit's fucking awesome, just so you know.
Chud, I think the best scene.
Wait.
The best.
Chud hasn't been able to put his hand up. Chud, did you want to add to anything?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm glad that everyone's so accepting of my love of Tyler Perry movies. I think he's an auteur, a genius, misunderstood by everyone, especially critics. But the people love him, so maybe one day, I think history will be kind to Tyler Perry.
It will.
Well,
It really will.
Kind of Tyler Perry. He's like a billionaire now, so he's doing all right.
And there's something. Look, that's why John Wick, I think, is a movie that got so much attention. There is something, as we see the politicization of everything. People are thirsty for shit that they don't have to think about. Like, you go watch a Tyler Perry movie, it's just slapstick, like, and it's not the worst shit that's done. Like, you could go watch and enjoy it and laugh, and you don't have to think about deep meanings behind stuff. John Wick, it was kind of the same thing. Like, spoiler alert for those that haven't seen John Wick, in the first 10 minutes of the movie, man used to be hitman, gets wife, stops being hitman, she dies, leaves him dog, they kill dog, he kills everyone. The end. That's the movie, right? And like, it's something refreshing about, I can sit down, especially in the world now where there's so many TV shows, that there's so much going on. Like, great TV shows. I love a lot of these like TV shows, but if you watch something like one of these long-lasting shows, there's so much you have to think about and all this character stuff. Like Tyler Perry, John Wick, that stuff, it's like, you don't really have to think. You could probably leave the room for 10 minutes, come back, and you're like, yeah, I feel like I know what's going on. I don't feel like, I'm struggling here. So that, I think history will say, it was nice that in a time where art seemed to be going in more, regardless if you like it or not, seemed to be going in more of having a message. There were some people that were like, no, we're just going to make it fun and entertaining.
I will say with John Wick, a buddy of mine is asking, so Phil, how's the movie? He's like, all right, man, I don't want to ruin it for you, but John Wick does kill a whole bunch of people. Oh man!
Another movie that's worth noting. Another movie that's worth noting that I fucking loved, especially because like it's just mindless. It's like it's a mindless action movie. If you saw in 2012 Dredd, which is like the kind of remake whatever on Judge Dredd.
Yes, that's great.
That is a fucking great movie. I really enjoyed that. I've also been someone where like I've had friends where we like are just doing a movie night and I ask like, oh, have you seen this movie? And they hadn't heard of it. And I'm like, oh, I get to be the one to show you this movie you didn't know existed. And what a treat.
I mean,
So,
I would not say it's
another really good
completely mindless. I did love Dredd, though. That was a fucking great movie. Plus, I mean, a villain after my own heart, mama. But I will say, there is one question that none of us have answered here, which is what is going to be this decade's pirates? Because we don't have that yet. We don't know. What is it going to be? Who's poised to make the next pirates?
What do you mean by that?
Like Pirates of the Caribbean?
No. What? Fuck the Pirates of the Caribbean. That movie sucks. I'm talking about the highest budget porno that's ever been shot. Pirates. It was the first $1 million budget porno that was ever shot. It was shot in the last decade before this one. But what's this one?
How much drugs were done to convince the guy who banked that? All right, we're going to do a high budget porn. It's going to be pirates. We just need $1 million.
They made so much money. Wait, Pirates is like legendary. You know, they made like all their money back and more. Like those people are loaded now.
I'm finding out about it right now.
Yeah, so you missed out on a literally historically budgeted porn film that was, had realistic set pieces and everything. I mean,
how will I go on?
Yeah. Listen, have you not ever wished to have a close encounter with a strong man with a hook for a hand? Come on.
Yes, and on that note,
I'll be honest, no.
We're going to do closing statements on the bonus topic. Who wants to do a closing statement on the bonus topic? Do you want to do it? Nobody.
No, I don't think we need to, do we?
Oh, well, if you're... Yes, movies, they're going to get a
money
whole
shot,
lot
more like grape shot.
Any better, folks. There's classics from yesteryear. There's great comedies from yesteryear. There's great, amazing movies that even go far back, like Singing in the Rain. Such amazing, beautiful movies from the past. But the future, it's only going to get worse. So really what you need to do is just stick to the Danabo chat right here, right on TikTok, or not TikTok, Twitch right here.
Shit.
You need to subscribe to Danabo right here on Twitch, because this is where it's really at. While you're at it, head on over to KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch to Follow all your KOE content, and also all these beautiful people on this panel, like CTV, Rob Noir, Demon Mama, Maddie Cakes, all of you. Like, I don't know if Bink has somewhere, and Josie, I don't know. Give yourself shout outs, but all of you beautiful people, this is where you need to be. Is these kinds of discussions. This is where the real content's gonna be in the future. You can leave Hollywood behind. You don't need Hollywood. You got the KOE Nation. And with that, I yield.
This is what my dog did during this discussion. It's eating everything in the house. It's eating it now.
Oh, puppy life, Danabo.
It's a pupper.
Everything in the house, he's just consuming, and I can't.
It's obvious to me then that your dog wants me to give my closing statement and make sure that we bedrock the fact that Lego Batman movie is in fact the best movie. We already know this, right?
I mean,
so that's got to be what it is.
Nobody disputed it, so.
Yeah. So I got to bedrock it, right?
That's
Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead, Rob.
No, I was just gonna say if someone wants to, I think the best acted scene of the past decade is the scene at the end of The Joker where he sits down with Robert De Niro's character. If you can find it on YouTube. It's 5 minutes. It's Joaquin Phoenix's range of emotions is absolutely phenomenal. Like, it is one of the best scenes. Some of the movie lags, but that scene gives me goosebumps every time. And if you you could also find a video of Quentin Tarantino talking about that scene, and it's vulgar, but the way he talks about that scene, it just gives me goosebumps of how impressively acted, directed, and shot that scene was. It's just takes you through an entire, literally the whole movie is built up for a scene where they make you cheer for an insane killer. And you're like, yeah, I kind of see where he's coming. And for a director to be able to do that, it's really an impressive feat, I thought.
Right, I guess we're doing closing statements then. Josie.
I think that this was an interesting conversation. Thank you for the levity. I will divert to everybody's knowledge on movies here. I will say this, though. You did bring up memories of when I used to work for a Blockbuster in high school, really dating myself here. But I was like, I remember how wonderful it was during that period of time where my job was literally to talk to people about movies. So like the movies between 2002 and 2004, I know a lot about, but then I just got busy and just stopped watching movies. And then I got poor and stopped going to the movie theaters. But now movie theaters are closed. So I'm kind of screwed in a lot of ways. So yeah, fun topic. Let's get back to politics because I'm a super nerd. Let's do it.
Good.
Hey, what? Sorry?
You want to give a closing statement on this, or do you pass it on?
Well, I mean, I've talked a lot about my love for Tyler Perry movies. I think it's a shame we didn't go for the last 20 years, because then I could have shared my love for Freddy Got Fingered. Maybe next time.
Oh.
I'm back. I've returned.
I agree with Chud. Freddy Got Fingered is
Yo, Azazel Bedazzle with the gifted 25 subs. Holy shit! Azazel Bedazzle, thank you so much. Also, there was one I missed earlier that I need to take a look at.
So we can make the sausages.
Thank you.
That's what happened when Tom
so
Green
very
gets too
much,
much
Azazel Bedazzle, for your incredible generosity.
CTV,
really means the world to me.
Right,
thank you so much.
We already know Lego Batman movie is the best movie of the last decade.
Holy
right?
shit!
No
thank you so
doubt.
much. 25
I've heard
subs.
a lot of arguments, and frankly,
on Twitch.
Some horrible ass
Thank you
opinions
so much.
when it comes to movies, right? Just horrible, right?
Holy
like, if you
shit!
think
Thank
the
you.
Hobbit is bad, then you just are not in keeping with Lord of the Rings lore and understand how those movies play right into each other. It's like how do you can't even call yourself a fan if you just can't appreciate the dwarves, right? It's just appalling to me, frankly. But Rob, you talk about range of emotion, right? I think Joaquin Phoenix is definitely a very talented actor, but I would have to say that as far as range of emotion is concerned, Django Unchained and Leonardo DiCaprio comes to mind. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Good one. Yeah.
So
great.
Yeah, because I like that scene that you're specifically talking about. That scene, whew, right? That's a head ringer, right?
Thank you, Azazel Bedazzle.
But then there's
Seriously,
also
thank you.
Understanding. One, you have actors from today playing characters from the past, and then there's obviously trying to portray that, and then the levels of the range of emotion that people have to go through to be able to do that. I think it's just amazing when you get a community of people that can actually do that, and then just works. And people set their egos aside because they're like, hey, we're here for work. We know what it was like back then. We actually don't give a shit, right? We're just here to make the movie. So, yeah.
Leah! Holy shit, Leah!
I like that scene, though.
With the 25 further gifted subs. Jesus Christ.
Brilliant.
My apologies. I'm sorry about that. Sorry, we're doing final statements on the films, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just take this time to shout out other fucking awesome movies that are really good. Midsommar is a incredibly unsettling movie that came out relatively recently. Very psychedelic, very terrifying. When I first saw it, I actually didn't like it all that much. And then I thought about it a whole bunch. And then I was like, actually, I really like this film. That's a really good one. And yeah, that's probably the only other thing I want to say in here. But I will say that I agree with CTV on one thing, which is the dwarves were the best part. Unfortunately, the dwarves got sidelined for a bunch of other pointless bullshit as the series went on. And from the moment that Misty Mountains was sung, everything went downhill from there. And that's very unfortunate. But yeah, that's all I have to say on this topic.
Thank you.
Yo, Leah, thank you so very, very much. Thank you so much.
I like most of the movies that we described here.
Holy shit, Leah.
And I still, and look, I know I've been canceled for it. I liked the Lego movie better than Lego Batman, but I also really liked Lego Batman. So between a rock and a hard place, I guess.
Seriously.
They're all great.
There's another one I got to look up real quick here.
Again, we had extended it to 15 years. Up would be like the winner hands down for everything. And the only one I forgot to mention that I enjoy, because I normally get annoyed with rom-coms, but Crazy Stupid Love was genuinely enjoyable and funny, and I did not expect it to be. So that's all I have to say. Danabo, watching you grapple with your puppy is just making...
I missed some
it's warming my
notification.
Heart. It's so lovely.
It's adorbs.
To all those that canceled Maddie, you're more than welcome to come to me. It's fine. We won't even bring her up. We
won't talk about her.
We won't talk about her.
I haven't seen Climax. No.
But Brando.
Wait, no, don't interrupt.
Jar Jar
What are you
Binks.
doing, CTV? You know the
Brando.
rules.
I don't want your
Brando has-
idiocracy reference, CTV. Get that out of here.
No.
Brando has what plants
You
need.
lost, all right. Lego Batman is no longer the best.
Called it.
So Frozen's the winner.
Thanks.
All right, I'm gonna throw out some honorable mentions too. Can't talk about best movies without talking about foreign movies. Parasite was dope. We Are the Best was dope. Holy Motors was
Arrival
dope.
was good. Yep.
On the mainland, Joaquin Phoenix had one of the best movies. It wasn't The Joker. It was The Master. Dope ass movie.
Also so good.
Les Miserables was a good movie. I know people didn't like it. I like Les Miserables.
Say it one more time.
Bleh.
Yeah.
My grandpa actually saw that play perform live at a bombed out church when he was serving in World War II. So that's whenever people bring that up, that's yeah, that was neat. So he made me
I
watch
really
it.
like Parasite. I thought Parasite was god tier.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. That was the bonus fun time question.
Jesus.
I'd like to include that as a palate cleanser and just to show that there can actually be decent discussion between lefties and righties, even if it's just about movies. Now, we're about to show that there can't be decent discussion between lefties and righties, because we're about to move on to the Texas abortion bill.
Into the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah. I would let's start with Maddie, please. The Texas abortion bill. If you want to give a brief explanation of it as well, I'll give you a bit of extra time, Maddie.
Sure. So recently, like this week, Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed into law one of the nation's strictest abortion measures, which bans the procedure of having an abortion as early as 6 weeks into a pregnancy. So obviously this is a very contentious subject. It is particularly emotional for me.
Hot chip.
Because I have had an abortion. I had an abortion at 8 weeks. So if I lived in Texas, that would now pretty much be illegal. So
Would be, yes.
I think what we have to think about when we limit women's access to abortion is thinking about what the goal is. if we want to preserve life or want women to have fewer abortions, the best way to do that is comprehensive sex education, is access to birth control, and is not limiting options for women, but instead taking preventative measures and educating people so that there are fewer unwanted pregnancies. What this does, when we ban abortion, that does not stop abortions from happening. That does not stop people from getting abortions. That stops people from getting abortions safely. Abortions will still happen.
Yep.
Wealthy women will be able to fly wherever they need to go to get their abortion taken care of. And women who can't afford to do that, I'm sorry, I say women, I mean people. People who can can't afford to do that will seek unsafe methods to have an abortion. So what this law is doing is putting people's lives in danger. And last thing before I let everyone else give their opening statements.
Okay, thanks, Ziggy. I fixed
The
it.
fact that this bill it's being known as a heartbeat bill. And it's funny because the reality is that at 6 weeks, at 8 weeks, there isn't a heartbeat. And what you hear that you say, oh, but like it shows up as a heartbeat. No, what that is a group of cardiac cells that will eventually turn into a heart. What you're hearing that sounds like a heartbeat is just those cells starting to contract in the way they will be when they eventually become the heart organ. So it just
Leah, thank you so much for your support. It means the world to me. I'm serious. You helped make this channel possible. So thank you, Leah. Truly thank you.
And I'm horrified and will do everything I can as an activist to fight against this law so that women in Texas can have access to necessary medical care without fear of being imprisoned or without having to seek it through unsafe back alley methods that cost
They will,
people
Marinara.
their
Be
lives.
ready.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie, and thank you for explaining it for me. CTV, please.
Brilliant. It's the meaning of life he just dropped, but we didn't know because he was muted. Oh,
How bad is it, Bieber?
Right?
Don't be afraid to take some screenshots if you want
They
to.
signed a bill into law that bans abortion at the moment a fetal heartbeat has been detected, a move that Texas, the largest state in the nation, to outlaw abortion so early in a pregnancy. Now,
They're not the largest. Sorry.
Why is it that I can't speak without being interrupted tonight? We have people complaining about this very thing.
Doing it on purpose.
Oh, they are doing it on purpose, Danabo.
Get fragile. Don't get triggered.
I'm so. Look, I come in here.
Conservative.
On my sleeve, right? And then they just keep going. Like, I don't understand. Like, why? Anyway, look. The reality of this situation is what level of government would you want this decision to be made at? Obviously, the state level, right? Why? Why? Because 10th Amendment, right? So, Texas obviously passed something that they feel like they want to have in place. Texas can make this decision for itself, which is made up of the constituents of Texas, right? If another state wants to do something else, which we've already been having done in other states, they have a different stance when it comes to this same particular issue. If you don't like Texas's stance, don't move to fucking Texas. I don't know what to tell you, right? It's just literally that simple. Or get involved in the Texas legislature, right, and start trying to get some change done in Texas. Otherwise, keep your ass in whatever fucking state that you're in, right, and stay there and advocate for the change that you want there, but don't go to fucking Texas and try to tell them that they're fucked up and we're going to bypass this system and use the federal government and blah. No, fuck you, state level, right? That's where we're at.
Very sorry to hear that, Leah. I'm really sorry to hear that.
CTV. Chud, logic, please.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I completely agree with everything that Maddie said, and I just want to reiterate that you do not ban abortions, you ban safe abortions, okay? Yep. That's how it works, simple as that. And I know conservatives know that concept because when we talk about guns, you make those arguments. So surprised sometimes right-wingers can't make that leap to talk about abortion in the same way. But nonetheless, I see we're doing the states' rights argument, an argument which justified legal slavery many years ago. So I'm not sure if that's got much leg to stand on. And also, looking at it from a constitutional perspective, doesn't deal with the human reality of the fact that this will lead to more women dying. If you support these kind of abortions bills, you are supporting more women dying, and you are stripping bodily autonomy away from them, which I think is a very important factor in all of this as well. The final point I make on it is if you actually look at the nuts and bolts of the bill, it's ridiculous. Basically, they've passed the responsibility of this onto citizens, so they've made it so that citizens can just sue abortion clinics now. So what you're going to have is a bunch of anti-abortion Karens, filing lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit against all of these medical practitioners, flooding the fucking court system. It's going to be a complete civil nightmare. I think all things considered, even putting aside the philosophical or ethical ramifications of this, from a purely legal civil perspective, it's a totally ridiculous bill that's going to cause more problems than it even tries to solve. And that's it.
Thank you, Judd. Mr. Noor?
Yeah, so there's a lot to say about this specific bill. I just want to say this real quick. I do have questions about the way it allows civilians to sue instead of the state to be sued by an abortion provider. So maybe that's something we'll get into. But that's the only thing that's different about this topic than previously. We've seen these abortion bills before.
Here in Washington, Leah, you can. In Washington, we have a right to mutual conflict.
Roe v. Wade's an abomination. There's
mutual combat,
the Bill of Rights or the Constitution that remotely says that a right to privacy means that you're entitled to an abortion. Therefore, it's not in the Constitution. Therefore, it should be up to the states. If you want a constitutional right to abortion, we have a process, pass an amendment. So this bastardized the court. It was also bastardized in the 92 Casey decision, which basically did not take up the new evidence that we have on fetal viability and things like that. So the point is this, we could grandstand all we want. Just answer Chud Logic's point there at the end. Absolutely absurd, this argument that, well, people will go out and murder babies if we say that it's illegal to murder babies. They'll find unsafe ways to murder babies. Cool. That's not how we do laws. We don't say that, we have to allow the murder of babies because we're afraid if we don't, then people will find other way to murder them. What is a murder of a baby? That's the key here. We have to determine when it is a life. That's the argument. I'm not someone that argues for life begins at conception. I don't see it that way. I think that there has to be some metric, whether it be brain activity, heart activity, etc., that we come to an agreement that says once that sort of thing happens, then we say this is a life. It is inhumane and horrific to terminate that life unless there's very specific set of circumstances that mean that we need to terminate that life to save a different life. Other than that, it would be inhumane and horrific. And the idea, right, that so that's what the debate's going to be. I'll be interested to see where the rest of the panelists think when that life begins, if it's going to be something like the New York law that allows third trimester abortions, or if they want something more in the middle, like maybe only first trimester abortions, etc. That's where the meat of the argument is.
Thank you, Rob. And Demon Mama, please.
Yeah. There's a lot wrong with this bill. While it is possible for all kinds of things to be passed by the state law, that doesn't mean that it's right. Just because, and I don't think anybody here has advocated for necessarily federal intervention here, but we are advocating against the bill. At least I am. This bill not only does it put quite ridiculous standards on what is even allowed, it functionally bans all abortions because of encouraging people to sue. And what this will do is this means that doctors will not take the risk of doing it at all. They will not be able to handle the burden of potentially frivolous lawsuits, over 1 week difference versus 2 week difference versus whatever week level you want to put. There's going to be all kinds of lawsuits. And how are you going to even prove that? What this will functionally do is explode the costs of judicial fees, or what's actually going to happen, it will make all abortions illegal, essentially, functionally. It's a very wily little law there. And another interesting thing is that this particular law does not provide exceptions for rape and incest. Very concerning that we have a governor who is essentially backing a law that forces his own religious beliefs on others. Whether you think that life begins at conception or not, I think that we can understand why somebody would not want to carry to term a baby that is the product of rape and or incest. But this law does not provide for that at all. Likewise, we have seen in other countries that have adopted very, very aggressive abortion bans that indeed both Maddie and Chud Logic are correct in saying that it does not lower abortions, it just gets rid of safe abortions. The rate of botched abortions in Hungary and Poland, for example, both countries which have moved to ban abortion, have gone through the roof. And this is a humanitarian crisis, in my opinion.
Well, thank you, Dylan. Binks, baby.
Okay. Yeah, it's Texas really is like the most American state. You can like put a gun on your hip like wherever you go, and you can just fucking sue anybody you want for absolutely fucking anything. I'm not I don't want a pro sue state. Where I mean, I think it's just a weird caveat that I don't really like. I mean, I would like to see Danabo for putting me on this stream, but other than that, I don't want to put the amount of lawsuits that's going to go into this is just going to be fucking insane. I don't think it's the right way to do it. And yeah, I mean, I think this is a serious topic. I don't know, like, if we can really get into the intricacies of this, like on a panel. But yeah, that's just like my thoughts.
Binks. Well, Josie, please.
Okay, first I want to thank Maddie for that vulnerable story. You're awesome, girl. Freaking inspiration, hero. Thank you. You're awesome. So I want to get into a few of the things here. So 88% of women actually get abortions around the 8-week mark of abortions. And Maddie actually gave an example of that, which was kind of crazy. I was literally looking up the stats, and I see 88%, and Maddie literally said 8 weeks, which is very interesting. So, but there's something that's even more sinister here as well. And the fact is, the 6 weeks is ridiculous, and the lawsuits are ridiculous. But the thing is, like, it's going to create bottlenecks. So, like, when's the last time you scheduled an appointment with a doctor and gotten seen in a couple hours? Because that's essentially what they're hoping people do. It's not going to happen. You get delayed, or maybe the doctor gets sick one day, and now you're past the 6 week mark. You're screwed. Right? And the idea that you can move is absurd, because what if you're a 16-year-old person? What if you're below young age and you don't have the poverty to be able to move in a really quick way? Again, allowing only wealthy people to continue to have access to abortions because they can literally leave and go across state lines. That is a huge, huge problem. And the fact that you say, oh, why don't you get involved with your state legislature? You're talking about women who are trying to, like, manage their lives, and you're like, oh, well, why you're pregnant at 7 weeks? Well, why don't you just get into the legislature and change the law before 9 months so you don't have the child? Right? Like, that's insane to think in that way. So the fact of the matter is, this is a de facto ban. And this is just another step in a long list of terrible things that Texas has done. I'm from Texas, and I know right now that Texas are proposing a bill to actually make transitional care for people 18 and below a form of child abuse. So not only are we saying it's illegal, it's a form of child abuse. Texas wants to take trans kids away from their parents and raise them with the state themselves. That's literally what they want, and they want to imprison doctors for administering child abuse, okay? So this is the problem with Texas as a whole here. But the fact of the matter is, they are legislatively de facto banning abortion so they can have the simple excuse that they're going to be able to say, oh, look, we still allow it for this slim margin of time. That's not enough. That is a de facto ban, and it needs to be sued and sent to the Supreme Court because they are violating Roe v. Wade.
Yep.
Thank you, Josie. And Phil, King of the Extreme.
Thank you, sir. Now, folks, if there was ever any issue such as this for you to realize that you do need to get out and vote every election, here is a prime example. Get out and vote. If you do not like the kind of results you're getting, if you don't vote, you're not going to get the eventual outcome. Now, there's going to be a couple things. I'm going to be a little all over the place here, but I want you to keep this in mind. Now, to me, I've always kept the position that Even your most ardent, far-right, pro-life person would probably...
Texas is
and I've
gerrymandered to
asked
hell.
them, they won't actually go to the point of charging a woman with murder for taking a morning after pill. And also, on the other end of the spectrum, even your most ardent antinatalist is going to get a little queasy at the idea of aborting a baby the day before the baby is due. So somewhere in the middle there lies the actual truth. And so that's where, unfortunately, a lot of this debate comes down, is where is that truth? Now, one thing that we need to keep in mind here is, and you're going to get some impositions of this kind where one side or the other is going to pretend like they have some sort of monopoly of care. That's not the case. That's not the case at all. Both sides have very sincere convictions, and they're trying to protect what they find is the most dear possible. So if we could have a little empathy towards each other, that would probably help move this along quite a bit. Now, there's one thing I wanted to say that Matty Cakes talked about, how it's not a heart. That's not a heart. It's a bunch of cells that seem like a heart. And this is really the core of the problem here. It's not really possible to redefine the problem away when so many don't accept that framing. There are so many people that simply do, no, that is a baby, that is a heart, and they are not accepting that framing, and they are not going to move at all. So this is the battle that we are at. These are the lines that are drawn. And also, one other thing I will say, I do agree with another thing that Maddie said, though. Education absolutely is the key. It is essential that in education, every child eventually gets to learn about biology, physiology, and the functions of their own body. That is absolutely essential. And so I have no problem with greater education of any kind of kids learning about their own bodies. That's what your biology class is for. And really, the last thing I'm going to say on this is this law was designed to do something. This law it has much farther reaching implications than just this. Just like that old 1950s musical, We're Rhode Island Bound. This one is, We're Supreme Court Bound. Yes, this one is riding all the way to the Supreme Court. It's going to get struck down at least a couple times along the way.
No, I've smoked for a while.
And then eventually...
Never mind, it's a long story.
9 robed judges in D.C. are going to decide this one. And honestly, I think it's going to be a lot closer than anybody wants to think.
We know
You already
it
know
is.
Roberts
We
is
know
going
it
with the
is.
side of the liberal justices. Kavanaugh could swing either way. So that's the very interesting position that we find ourselves in, folks. So now, this is a very contentious issue. There's going to be a lot of anger strewn about, but folks, keep in mind that each of us, each and every one of us, is overflowing with empathy with people that we believe are the most vulnerable amongst us. So if we can keep that in mind, we might actually get somewhere on this debate. And folks, these lips of mine, they can speak no evil. And with that, I yield back to you beautiful people.
Thank God.
Thank you, Phil. Engage.
Okay,
Yeah.
for those that are against the bill, for those that are against the bill, like just to get a ground working of where we're at here, do you think that there should be a law that says after this point there shouldn't be an abortion? I mean, each of you. That seems to be the meat of this.
Sure, but perhaps. But I think the thing that kind of ignores is that the vast majority of abortions, elective abortions that is, happen in the first trimester. Anything past that tends to be due to necessary medical reasons, and it's like the risk of the life, the risk of life for the mother.
Almost exclusively.
That is objectively
that is
true.
fact.
No,
Yeah,
like
that is a
that's
fact.
something that's backed up with data. They have this. The only people, and this is largely true. Like, and I say this again as someone who has had a goddamn abortion, so like, I have some strong feelings about this. The only people that seek third trimester abortions are people where the fetus is non-viable for some reason.
The National
or
Review.
At some point during the pregnancy, they had some sort of developmental issue where either the baby would be stillborn or the child would be born into pain and their survival rate is like next to nothing and it would be pain, and that would also then endanger the life of the mother. And there's only, I think, in the United States right now, there are only 2 clinics that will perform a third trimester abortion. And the only ones they perform are when it's medically necessary.
I just got
to save
shouted out by
another's
Bo
life,
of the fifth column.
or when it's no longer
5 alarms.
a
I just
viable
got shouted out by Bo of the fifth
It's
column.
not true. So I linked something from National Review that links to the Guttmacher Institute, which is a pro-abortion institution. It says, and I'm quoting, the Guttmacher Institute has looked into the reasons for late-term abortion, and the reasons are chilling. First, the top-line finding is clear. Quote, data suggests the most women seeking later-term abortions are not doing so for reasons of fetal anomaly or fetal endangerment. Instead, they were 5 general profiles of women who sought later abortions, describing 80% of the sample. These women were, quote, raising children alone, were depressed or using illicit substances, were in conflict with a male partner.
Listen, cut your shit, okay? You don't have to fucking gish gallop me.
Let him finish.
Fuck you, I'm reading the source. That's not gish galloping.
I'm not gonna let you finish.
Twitter. It was on Twitter.
That was the problem last debate.
Phil, shut the fuck up, okay? This has nothing to do with it. Stop your fucking posturing, Phil. This has nothing to do with you, okay? Listen up, okay?
No, I'm on the panel, so I'm making it my business. Sorry, man.
Okay.
You're not the fucking moderator. Shut the fuck up, okay? Listen.
Hey, you shut the fuck up, Chud. Right? You just interrupted Rob. We just sit here and listen respectfully to Maddie, and you want to jump in and start interrupting somebody. That's the fucking problem right now. Chud, so sit the fuck down.
You're not the fucking moderator, right?
You can shut the fuck down. You're glad you're right now, boy.
Shut the fuck up too.
I'll shut the fuck up.
Now listen. Here's the situation. This doesn't disprove what we're saying. What we're saying is that the majority of elective abortions happen in the first trimester. This study doesn't disprove that point. So you're wasting your time saying all these words. That's all
not.
I
I want to go back and listen to what Rob real quick. Right. So now, if you would have listened to actually what the other people were saying, you heard them just say, actually, women that are getting these late abortions are doing so for fetal health. That's the reason they're doing it. That is directly what Maddie said, which is directly contradicted by people that have researched it. Secondly, we could get into the exact numbers of how many people this are. It's not gish galloping to read the damn study that's giving the actual data. So, for example,
That's
the
not a
CDC
study.
says
That's
there's
an
about
article.
638,000 and some odd abortions a year, according to the CDC. And 1.3% of those are late-term abortions. That's roughly 8,000 late-term abortions a year. So the pro-abortion Guttmacher Institute
a single study.
Again, I'm citing the CDC. Do you have a better study that gives the amount of abortions? So let's just take that 8,000 number. If 80% of that 8,000, so what you're talking, I'm not good at math, what 60,000, something like, or 6,000, something like that? 6,000 something abortion a year in late term because people are just like, I just didn't feel like having this kid because I'm poor or because of other reasons. That's directly contradicting. Yes, that might not be the majority of abortions, but that's absolutely tragic. So I'm just pointing out that what Maddie said was untrue according to data from the CDC and pro-abortion advocacy groups.
Okay,
that's what I was doing.
And can I get it now?
That was cited in a single article.
Can I have?
Yeah, but it's done by the government, right? Like the literal center of disease control.
Wait,
right?
is the government a reputable
Right?
source now, or are they?
That would be the source that y'all would always be pointing to, right?
I'm not interrupting to debate. There's too many people talking. Nobody can hear anything. Nobody in the audience is enjoying this. Too many people are talking. Demon Mama, then Phil, please.
Okay, so Rob's point is neither here nor there. No one was talking about that. We were talking about the fact that this bill, the bill that we're actually talking about, the subject we're talking about, the subject that we're here to talk about, this bill is designed almost with laser targeting to make it impossible for the vast majority of people, 88% I believe was the number. It may be 80. I'm off by perhaps a couple percent, but nonetheless, the vast majority happen within that 8-week cutoff. And now this is a ban that starts at 6 weeks. I don't know if you know this, but most people don't know that they're pregnant until between 6 and 8 weeks. It's very easy to not know that. So there's a couple of issues here. One, if we want to talk about the issues of late-term abortions, that's a completely different issue that has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about here. And I don't really care to talk about that today because that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about the bill.
Just real quick, I asked a simple question.
Also,
Can we just give a baseline? Just a baseline so we can have the debate. Is everyone willing to say that at some point they would say abortions after this point, it should be against the law? That's all I said. And then I responded to, so I'm just asking the people on the left so we could have this discussion. Because the meat of this conversation is, don't we all agree that killing a baby is bad? Now we're just saying, where do we define when a baby begins? That's it. So I'm just trying to get a baseline. Is there a point where you would say, yeah, at a certain point we should make these abortions legal? That's all I ask.
Demon Mama, can I take this real quick?
Go for it, sure.
Okay, all right. So
I'd like afterwards, though.
Yes, absolutely. If your value is to make sure that abortions happen sooner, then you would be so actively against this bill, it would make our heads spin.
Correct.
Because at the reality of what this bill creates is a bottleneck that forces young women to wait even longer to get those abortions, to actually create the problem that you're talking about right now.
Can you answer
So
the question? That's
so the
like,
question,
we can have this discussion. That's
Shut
fine.
the
Just
fuck
answer the
up and
question.
let her fucking finish.
I am talking about the value of late-term abortions. That's what I'm talking about, because you're creating a value judgment that late-term abortions are bad. So therefore, any bill that stops early-term abortions would inherently be bad. That's all I'm saying, Rob. Would you not agree with that point?
Before we could get into the debate, I want to know that I'm talking with people that are reasonable and say, yes, there is a certain point where it's a life and that it would be unreasonable to terminate. No one has answered that.
Personally, me, it's viability. So
Okay,
if
great.
a child can live outside of the body without the mother's assistance, sure, have a pregnancy,
That's great.
have a birth, because that's
Yeah, the rest of the people. That's
technically
great.
a
That's
birth.
and it's important to set this baseline to have the conversation.
Before we continue,
I am talking about the value. I'm talking about the value of trying to prevent late-term abortions. So these laws are created to stop early-term abortions, which create the problem that you're trying to talk is a problem. Because right now, only 2% at the highest, I linked the study as well, that says that late abortions, 2% of all abortions happen after 21 weeks, okay? The rest of all the other abortions happen much before that. In fact, 88% of them happen before 8 weeks, okay? So the fact of the matter is, you're talking about a problem that doesn't already exist. We're trying to make sure that the system that exists is safe access to abortions, so women don't just do them or being held back by a government to make them leave a state, so then they have to go through the state systems, which take longer to see doctors when you're out of state.
And so,
that's what I'm talking about.
before anyone continues, I'd like to remind you all that there are still 7 steel man chairs left in the game. If you think someone is arguing in bad faith, hit them with it and make them argue in good faith. Phil has been waiting for a long time to get in on this. He's had his hand up. He's been waving at me. Phil, would you like to read off your list of points? Go.
Just a couple. I know. Like, I am also the prince of patience. Let's be frank. Like, my kingdom expands. But what we're starting to descend into is one of the least valuable debates that can really be had. And what it is, well, my study says this. Well, no, my study says that. Well, my study, and you can point to exactly 0 fucking people in all human history that have ever been persuaded with a fucking study versus study debate. It just doesn't fucking happen. What you're doing is preaching to each other's choirs. That's all that's going to go on. So
I appreciate what you're saying.
What are what are the lines here? And I think that is actually a very valuable discussion if we can actually figure out what are our terms, what are our boundaries, what are our lines, but just going, well, my study from this place says that I'm right. Well, fuck you. When I go to www.imright.com, it says, what do you know? I'm right. Fucking A, right. So I've never really seen a lot of progress on those.
I wish
nobody gets persuaded.
I wish that you were correct about that. However, there's a couple of things I wanted to say in my statement that I didn't. I said that I would wait until after Josie because Josie wanted to get something in. So I'm going to say a couple of things right now. First off, the study that was cited by Rob, which is, if I'm not mistaken, this study is by the Guttmacher Institute. This was a study originally published on the 4th of November. This study has a clarification which was not included in the article that Rob presented, and this says, the original statement, which was used in the article that Rob presented, is that data suggests that most women seeking later-term abortions are not doing so for reasons of fetal anomaly or life endangerment. This sentence is about abortions performed from 20 weeks to the end of the 2nd trimester. It does not handle abortions in the 3rd trimester. Only about 1% of all abortions occur in the 2nd half of pregnancy at all, and the vast majority of these occur close to 20 weeks. Afterwards, and you can read this yourself, I have the citation right here, the actual research, not the article that is adding their own thoughts to it. They go on to clarify here that 3rd trimester abortions are almost always because of an issue of health. So you are not correct about that. And the study that you cited, this exact study, has an addendum after that article was published to make it clear that no, that it was not being cited correctly. And if you don't believe me, I can provide the link right here. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to continue with the other points I wanted to make.
Yeah, I'd like to respond, if I may. That's even worse for your side.
It's getting
So if we
spicy.
can see that in second trimester abortions, 80% of those are actually not for reasons of health or something like that. That's even worse, because that's more abortions that are occurring that are just elective, that aren't for the reasons of health for the baby or for the person. Far more second trimester abortions happen than third trimester abortions, so that's even worse. So we're talking about more babies that are being killed.
You have now pivoted to a completely irrelevant point.
No,
so
I'm
going
right
to
about,
continue.
Right
I'm going to continue with what I was going to say. Okay.
I'm willing to accept the evidence if you're right about the clarification. The clarification makes the point even worse for your side.
No, it does not. No, it does
yes,
not.
Sure.
No, it does not.
Anyway.
It absolutely does
about
not.
This bill,
okay.
which is a heartbeat bill, which targets abortions, which are in the first trimester.
Hey, Rob,
so what any of the,
Thank you.
Rob, what you've done is pivoted to some totally irrelevant nonsense point, which has nothing to do with the point at hand.
You go ahead. You go ahead. I'm not kidding. It does have to do with the point, and here's why. Because in order to have I actually respect Josie said viability, because the point is this: in order to have this debate,
Rob,
you need people
I'm using
to
the
agree
steel
on
chair.
Certain things.
I'm using the steel chair. Steel man my argument for me.
Your argument is that we shouldn't focus on late-term abortions. Instead, we should focus on this bill uniquely because it bans abortions before 6 weeks. So talking about later-term abortions is irrelevant.
Wrong. Muted.
Wrong. Says who? You?
Rob,
yes. I am the one who gets to determine it.
Rob, you were getting muted if you dropped the most beautiful Socratic fucking rhetoric in all human history.
Yeah,
if that fell out of your mouth, you were still
that's
getting
the
muted.
bullshit. I felt like that Rob did a good job on that.
Well, guess
At least
what?
that
It's
was
not
my
your decision, is
understanding
it?
of what's being said.
Damn, sucks for you.
All right. No, that's my understanding too. So you know what? Fuck it. I'm banned I'm fucking muted for the next 5 minutes too. I don't give a fuck. Happy
Yes,
Circle
please.
Jerk. How's that?
All right.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Hell
well, actually,
yeah.
since
All
we're
right.
throwing around chairs, Demon Mama, you need to steel man the pro-life position. Go.
Wrong. I need to steel man. Excuse me. I need to steel man your position. Is that correct?
The pro-life position. Whacking you with
Danabo.
And that's my chair. I spray painted
Also,
my
excuse me.
letters.
Hold on a second.
You
Quick.
are whacked. You got to steel
Clarification.
man the pro-life position right here, right now, folks. You're gonna see something you never thought you would see. Something so amazing. Demon Mama, steel man, and pro-life. Go.
Okay. First of all, clarification.
Yeah.
So,
If
clarification.
he has
One,
made a
are you
pro-life
allowed to have
argument-
two? Are you allowed to have two steel chairs at the same time? Because this feels like what's happening is that Rob got muted because he couldn't actually listen to my position, and now I'm getting what's the word? Filibustered. I'm getting filibustered. So now I will gladly. Excuse me.
The rules are that the steelman has to be for someone, the panelist argument, not just an argument of your choosing.
Okay, then assume
And I would like to request. Excuse me. Excuse me. I would like to request a extension of Rob's mute time in accordance with the rules. I think it would be just for me to have the silence that I've requested. And if you would like me to steelman your position, Phil, that would be very, very easy. But I will do it after Rob's 5 minutes are up because I have earned. Excuse me.
Excuse
me. Still getting filibustered. I'm demanding it.
Wait. Everyone stop talking. Moderator's making a rule. Now, this steel man chair is a new addition, which hasn't been tested before. So we're doing this live. Right. Rob is muted for another 3 minutes. So
excellent.
You've got 3 minutes to steelman Phil's position on pro-life.
Wait. Oh, okay. So I will steelman it after those 3 minutes, correct?
No, you've got 3 minutes now. It's
okay.
immediately when he hits you with the chair. If you want to throw all your chairs at the same time, you can do that. But then
Phil's position was very clearly stated that he believes that there are empathetic. Excuse me. No, Danabo. I was just listening to the mod.
I'm the one who threw this chair, man.
It's got to be.
Madam, that is the one who threw the chair.
Okay, Danabo, I need to know. This is like actually intolerable. Like I'm actually unable to talk. It's really not fun.
Pro-life argument, you've got to steelman it.
Okay, but
version of his argument.
Okay, the best version of his argument. His argument was that that we should have empathy on all sides. That there are people who care. That no one has a monopoly on empathy. That all sides are made of decent people, and we should be careful in this argument. Now, that was the position that Phil made. If you would like me to steelman also, I will, out of good nature, I will also steelman a pro-life position, okay? The pro-life position is that a child is unborn or not, still a human life. Depending on where you draw that line, but many people will go from conception, but others will not. And because of that, we should not effectively make it legal to murder a human life. That is the pro-life position by and large. I believe that I have done a perfectly salient job.
Why do they think that?
What's that?
Why do they think that?
Well, I mean, there's many reasons.
Why do they think that?
Excuse me. Some people have that.
That's what I'm asking.
I steelmanned your position. This is not like what am I supposed to do? Just tell you why every single religion in the religion.
Why do people think differently from you? That's what I'm trying to get you to like. Can you actually
not defending a dissertation?
Because people come to different conclusions about things.
So you have no imagination to understand the.
No, wait. I completely understand it. I used to be.
All right. It was a valiant effort.
What the hell?
I'm gonna let the room decide.
This is actually fucking stupid.
I'm gonna let democracy decide.
Danabo, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Like, wait, hold on a second. Danabo, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. This is hands down the worst and most boring panel that I've ever been on in my entire life. Like, no questions asked.
My tears.
Yeah, no offense to you personally, but I've literally been trying
to get you to steal man a position that's not your own, and you're just
unironically,
She did, and you were just harassing her as she was doing it.
Yeah,
right. That's not
this is
fair
like
to her.
actually fucking stupid. So, yeah, I can tell that like literally there is such a level of demon mama derangement on this panel. I've literally been unable to say a single sentence for this entire thing, and it's actually
quit crying about it.
It's actually shameful. So
I agree with Demon Mama.
Yeah, it's like I thought that like I mean I knew that I was dealing with some like fucking toddler level people here, but like what I've seen today is actually one of the most you're doing it again right now as we speak.
If you had better ideas, you wouldn't need the
hijacking the
I can't even get through a fucking intro without getting interrupted. You're sitting down here actually fucking crying.
I'm calling you Steelman. Demon Mama, Steelman my position. Go ahead.
All right.
Wait. Can you do two steel chair or three steel chairs in a row? No, I refuse. Go ahead.
No, you have to go immediately. Go.
Nope.
No,
I refuse. Fuck you.
No.
Fuck you. Absolutely not.
Nope.
No, absolutely. I don't think that I've been even given. I haven't even been given a most basic level of respect to be able to finish a sentence. You're doing it again.
Right, Danabo? Go ahead.
You're doing that again right now.
Everybody start. I'm not accepting any more steelmans at this moment. You're all just being. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing right now.
We'll see you guys later then. If you're gonna change the rules, in the middle of the
please, Rob, please.
I'm gonna throw it to people that haven't talked.
Like me? You mean like me, Danabo? Like I've literally been trying to have a sentence here for the last fucking 10 minutes. I literally got. This is so stupid.
I had to be quiet for 5 minutes. I'm asking her to steel man my position.
This is something else. I'd like to hear from Maddie, and then we'll go.
I'm gonna leave if we're gonna change the rules. I'm gonna leave.
No, I'm not leaving. I will not leave.
I articulated her position accurately. She said no, you didn't. So I was silent for 5 minutes. So I'm asking her to steel man my position.
We've just had like 3 in a row. I'd like to give it 5 minutes to calm it down.
I would like her to steel man my position, which I asked first before Phil.
Hey, Danabo. Danabo, do you want me?
I would like her to steel man the position.
Danabo, do you want me to? I'll do it. But here's the deal. Here's the deal. I will take the steel man chair, but I want you, Danabo, and every single else to be muted after that. I want you to mute yourself and let me actually have a fucking turn to talk. Because this entire fucking panel, I've sat here smoking cigarette after cigarette. Every time I open my mouth, these fucking clowns over here try to freak out, and they act like they're funny, but they're literally just screaming. It's childish shit. This is like useless.
You go.
Fantastic. All right. So first, I'm going to steel man Rob's position. Rob's position is that we need to agree upon a basic rule of decency as to whether we believe that babies should be killed out at the day before they're born or not, and that is the position that Rob has been arguing for here. I would have loved to address that, even though I think there are issues with turning the conversation to that question. That I believe is a perfectly steelman version. Rob walked into here and said we need to be able to agree that somewhere along the line we have to agree there's a line at where that begins, and we obviously can't. Nobody here believes that children should be killed outside of the womb. Is that not accurate?
Right, if I muted Rob, I'm not sure if he was actually listening there. I don't know.
Yeah, I heard her. That is not accurate. So mute her.
Can you explain how it's different, please? Please.
I asked you to
You
explain
didn't
how
have to
my
fucking
point was different.
explain.
You were unwilling.
That's
So no, I
right.
won't explain.
I did.
You're wrong. So she's
No,
muted for 5 minutes. That's the rule.
Right, this feels incredibly bad faith, Rob.
Could I steal
Yeah,
that?
doesn't
Yeah,
this-
you didn't
doesn't
think it was
this?
bad faith when she did that? You didn't think it was
You
bad
didn't
faith when she
accurately
refused to
represent
say
my
how I
position.
articulated her argument, which I directly, specifically
The meal was
articulated.
up to subjective opinion.
That's right. That was the rule. I was
Right,
silenced without giving an explanation. 5 minutes for.
Lefties hate it when right-wingers follow the
I'm
rules.
trying to
better
talk
than
here.
right.
I'm trying to moderate, right? If I'm
Perpetual
talking, I'm not trying to add to the conversation. I'm trying to moderate. I would like Rob to just explain to me why it wasn't a good representation.
Like, I will
If
do
you
so
would,
when
just humor me, please, Rob.
Sure, I will do so, and then she will immediately argue why she didn't represent why I didn't represent her position.
Well, I'm listening
Fair,
to you
I'll
in
do
good
it.
faith. So if you,
Oh.
if
But
I
did you
disagree-
listen? Did you ask her? I directly articulated her position, and I was told
Oh,
I'd
this
be
is the
muted.
stupidest
because she
panel I've
said
ever been
it
on.
wasn't
I'm
the
asking
case.
you. I'm
She didn't
asking
have
you,
to
Rob.
explain. Okay, I will say it
Just
had
humor
nothing
me.
to do with.
subjective
I never
opinion.
once in anywhere in my position did I say anything about that. My point is that the day before a baby is born, we shouldn't allow an abortion. I never said anything close to that.
I didn't
I
argue.
challenge
I didn't
anyone to go back
argue
in the pod
that.
and say
You're
that I did.
literally not. I literally
Roll the
said I
tape.
never argued that.
Well,
What are
that
you
wasn't
talking
the
about?
argument,
Yes, you did.
but-
Yes, thank you, Danabo. I literally said that your argument.
That was her argument. She literally said that.
No, I
Rob's
didn't.
arguing that we have to have a
Let
baseline.
Demon
that we
Mama
should-
restate.
We
Let
can
Demon
look
Mama
at
restate.
video.
Oh,
We can look at like video.
Sure, go ahead.
We can
Sure,
like
go
look
ahead.
at
I'm honestly
That's
like,
all.
this is
Go
another
ahead.
level. This is like another
Right.
level.
I'm about
Demon
to
Mama restate.
deafen.
Demon Mama restate.
Okay, it was super straightforward. I said that Rob's argument, which I believe this is objectively true and we can verify, but Rob came in and said that we should all be able to agree that somewhere there is a line, and he asked us where that line was. Now, nobody actually got to answer that question because it got filibustered almost immediately. And the reason why I threw this steel chair was because I genuinely believed that Rob was not addressing my point. And he
That's
proved
inaccurate.
that he wasn't.
She's inaccurate.
Now, did I not
inaccurate.
just accurately state almost word for word what Rob's question was going into this? You cannot tell me that's
Not
the
even
case.
close.
Okay.
Not even close. In fact,
Danabo,
the reason that I was talking
okay,
about
fine.
third trimester
I'll
abortion,
accept
which
my
you-
mute then if that's the case. But I think everyone in the audience knows I
You can mute
restated
it.
it perfectly. Please mute me.
Right, just like I restated your position perfectly. What the people were challenging me on was the fact that I cited evidence that talked about later term abortions because that was in direct response to Maddie saying people that get these later term abortions actually don't do them for elective reasons. It's always for reasons for the baby's health. We talked about that specifically because in order to be able to have a discussion on this, we need to agree, everyone needs to agree that there's some sort of point that we have where we say after this abortion shouldn't be allowed. The reason that I'm arguing against you, which you were unable to cover in your Steelman, is the argument, but most abortions occur earlier doesn't apply because in order to have that conversation, we need to have a prima facie conversation about when we think that it would be acceptable to have abortions or not. So no, you failed to cover my position adequately, and
We're here
therefore
to
you
talk
should be
about
censored
abortion.
for 5 minutes.
We're here to talk about the bill. We're here to talk about the bill, right?
2021. This is awesome.
Yeah, listen, like we're here to talk about the bill, which has nothing to do with late-term abortions. Okay, this is specifically targeting abortions that can be as little as 6 weeks. So I don't know what, I appreciate your point, Rob, I do. And I agree that, yeah, listen, if the baby is like a few days away, I don't think the mother should be able to have an elective abortion and be like, actually, do you know what? I'm about to have the baby, but I've changed your mind. Can I have abortion? Obviously, yeah, have the baby. And then you can, do you know what I mean?
Do you think
yeah,
I
there's a
looked
point.
bad
I don't know when
here?
it is.
I don't think
we
I
can
did.
discuss that on another panel. Sure, why not? But we're not here to discuss that.
Okay, the reason that you started with the baseline and then we could go on is because the reason that some people say that the heartbeat is the point where we should say this is now a life, right? And so the arguments that people were making of like, well, that's not the case, or well, that's immoral because X, Y, and Z. It's not immoral if people that are making that are arguing this is the point of life, right? So that's where the debate happens.
Yeah, I still never got my
So
turn.
all the people saying, well, your policy would cause more abortions or this, that's not the point. We should not legalize allowing the killing of a baby. And if the definition of when that baby is born is it's 6 weeks or when we first see a heartbeat, then yes, all abortions after that should be illegal. So then we could have a conversation on the science. That's why it's important to have this conversation.
So what you're saying is I accurately steelmanned your position.
Sweet God. Okay.
By the way, is she muted? Demon Mama's
No,
muted.
by
for
the
4
way,
minutes?
your turn is fucking done. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not impressed.
I'm fucking
I'm not
done.
impressed
This
by
whole
you.
thing has been white male rage White male rage.
Oh, there's the
White
victims
male
again.
rage.
White male.
Right,
I
right,
hate pronouns.
right, white male rage.
White males.
Okay. So anyway, as I was saying, Robin. Jesus Christ. So
misgendering now? Cool.
Robin
Misgendering?
is a gender-neutral name. Are you kidding? Is your name
Oh,
not Robin?
why'd you choose to call me that name then? Just curious.
Is your name not Robin?
Oh, you didn't know.
Probably
No, my name's
Robert.
Rob, as it's written.
Probably Robert.
Is it Robert?
Yeah, isn't that wow? What? Yeah, wow. Isn't that? And of course,
Anyways.
more pronoun people intentionally
So,
misgendering
listen.
people. Sexist that
Anyways,
you all are.
sorry.
Wait, you don't have your pronouns up, so we don't know what pronoun you
Maybe I
use.
should contact Twitch TOS, right? Oh.
You don't have your pronouns up. How are we supposed to know?
Disaster.
All right. Anyways, in reference to the study provided by Rob, there are some interesting methodology questions that I would have on it, which is why when we brought up and we say, oh, you're citing one study, that's interesting because there are a lot of issues that can come up from just a single study, especially when there are issues with the methodology. So one thing I want to bring up is that study only has a sample size of 272 women. 272 women over the course of 2 years.
Provide a different study.
The interviews that happened 1 week after they had the procedure. So you might think, oh, but that might be hard to find these people. But that is as a teeny tiny, as someone who works in fucking honest to God marketing, conducts market research constantly, is well aware.
Please unmute Ziggy. Somebody unmute Ziggy.
Statistics work in the real world, especially when you're looking at peer-reviewed studies, is that is a fucking teeny tiny goddamn sample size to be drawing some grandiose fucking conclusions from. And
okay, provide a
that addendum, there's a reason the addendum was added that basically said that the conclusion that article drew from that research was inaccurate. So let's talk about what constitutes killing a baby and a heartbeat, because I brought this up in my opening statement. So when we talk about a heartbeat, I'd like to know, what are we defining that as? Because it turns out what you hear from any sort of sonogram or anything else in the first trimester is not a fucking heartbeat, because the fetus does not, in fact, have a heart yet. So
what about people who don't accept that frame?
What you're hearing,
there's a lot of people, tens of millions, that don't accept that frame at all.
What you're hearing,
you're just ignoring them.
Cardiac cells that are starting to contract and start to mimic what will eventually become a heartbeat, but that in itself is not. So if we want to get caught up on definitions, if we want to get caught up on legal definitions in the law, I would say starting with what the fuck constitutes a heartbeat and what is required, especially given the fact that they are allowing citizens to sue for people who seek abortions, I would think we could fucking start there, don't you think?
Cool. So your definition, you could easily say the same thing about any part of a baby. You could say, well, it's actually pre-baby, so terminating it's okay. We see from sources all through.
That is what I said. You're right. Fuck.
Right. So again, now we see that you're giving the excuse to terminate a baby at any point because you define. You define
pre-baby.
Right.
Come on, Maddie.
So an 8-month-old, real quick, Maddie. So an 8-month-old baby is a pre-baby. It's not an 8-month-old baby in the womb is a pre-baby and not a baby, correct?
That's that shit, Demon Mom.
No, not at all.
I'm sorry.
What's
not a
has
baby?
a heartbeat and everything? No, it's a baby because it has its
okay,
ability to live outside the womb.
So then when do you think a heartbeat comes? Only when the heart's fully developed? That's your argument?
Do you think just like cardiac cells fucking pulsing constitutes a heartbeat?
Yes, I do.
So that means
that's exactly what it. Cardiac cells
excuse me.
pumping blood is it's acting as a heart.
By
that is
The
a
fact
heart.
that I had an abortion.
Okay,
would you
can I pop in
baby
here?
Murderer?
When did you have the abortion? What trimester?
I had it at 8 weeks.
I don't know. I don't
My
know.
baby murderer?
Know exactly when we
That
would
would
say
be after the
we should determine whether or not it's a life.
Is that a
But
yes
we
or
should
no?
determine whether or not we should determine what our stance is on when we say that it is a life in the womb.
You spineless coward. You're so spineless. She just told you that she had it at 8 weeks. This is before the heartbeat ban goes. But listen, we all know that none of this is.
Can you be muted, fuckhead?
Excuse me, dude. Are you all right?
Idiot.
I've been quiet for way more than 5 minutes.
Steel man chair. Shouldn't she have been muted?
I was already muted. I muted myself. Wait, excuse me. Excuse me.
Muting yourself's not the same. You
My
and
God.
She should be muted. Let's
Is this real? Is this real life right now?
My steel chair.
Let's mute her for 5
I'm
minutes.
gonna use my steel chair. Rob, can you please argue Maddie's position for her, please?
Yes, I could argue Maddie's position. She'll just say that the answer is not acceptable, like when I correctly articulated Demon Mama's position, and she did the
Tell
same.
me more things I'm gonna do.
Sure, I will. You're gonna right. Yeah, you're going to intentionally misgender people and play nonsense because it's okay for leftists to
You don't believe in pronouns.
They want to misgender people, but okay, but yeah, sure. I'll steel man your position. Your position is that the majority that you think with the heart cells, because the heart's not fully formed. When people say they hear a heartbeat, it's not actually a heartbeat. It's just cardiac cells that are pulsating.
Oh, we're just doing like a small portion. We're not doing my like.
You want me to do the whole
on
position?
bill?
So you want me to spend the next 10 minutes re-articulating?
Isn't that what we're fucking talking about? I'm sorry, did I black out?
Sure, I could spend more time talking. So your position is that you yourself is a tragic victim that's had an abortion, and you're desperately trying to not seem like a bad person, and you had to announce how you're a victim and how you've gone through this process, and now you desperately need to not be able to be seen as a monster if it turns out that you killed a baby. So then you constantly went on with this, and then so you're trying to make the argument that you think what's that?
This is immediately bad faith. Come on. You're better than this.
Yeah, you just called her a victim.
Right.
I didn't call myself
That's
a victim.
right. That's what I
don't
did.
see myself as a
She wants me to
victim.
go through the whole process. She asked me to talk about everything
made
that
that
she's talked
decision.
about. She started off
The
talking
best version of her
about. She
argument,
gave
bro.
us a story about how she had an abortion. So
I know
I'm
you're capable
articulating
of
her position as I see it. She had this abortion, and she can't think that that would be a bad thing, and so she's justifying it by saying, "Look, this heartbeat isn't really a heartbeat, but we need to provide safe access to abortions for people. A bill like this would mean people would get abortions elsewhere, and it would be bad." That's what she's articulating.
Oh, Danabo, I mean, you know.
I know.
You know the answer.
I know the answer.
You guys have fun on your little panel here with the rule shifting all. You guys,
Who's crying victim now, Rob?
Fair and
square, Rob.
Go ahead and mute me. Go ahead, I don't mind. You didn't do it for Demon Mama when she didn't articulate my position. But go ahead and mute me.
I did 3 steel chairs in a row and still did it.
I got muted.
This is
Demon
so.
Mama's been muted.
No, she wasn't muted.
Would you like
Yeah,
to
she was.
She was muted.
5 minutes. She was muted the whole time.
Right.
I was just talking.
Right.
Sorry, I know maybe you don't always pay attention when women talk, but I was talking, and that's when she wasn't talking because she was muted. So just to clear that up, I know. Simple mistake.
So to counter that, just because someone else, i.e. a man in this case, starts talking, you decide that you don't hear them either, Maddie? I've been watching a lot of what
this is so bad.
disgusting
This
behavior.
sucks.
Right? Frankly, this whole fucking panel has just... Honestly, I'm fucking, like, disgusted with everyone's fucking behavior here tonight. Frankly, right? So with that being said, No, shut the fuck... Everybody else shut the fuck up right now, because I'm making my exit, right? I've had enough of all this dumb shit that y'all are doing tonight, right? The behavior here has been absolutely abhorrent, right?
What did I do wrong?
Frankly, I don't think that anybody here wants to have a good faith discussion. And since you don't want to have a good faith discussion, right? The only way for me to eliminate the toxicity from this is to simply not be a part of it, right? So y'all have a good night. CTV's out.
Okay.
CTV, love you.
Can I?
Well, there goes one. All right.
May I have?
That was interesting.
May I have?
On that note, we're going to go into closing statements because I think we need to stick a fork in this one and we're done. Rob, you're unmuted for closing statements. All right. So next time, reduce the number of steel chairs is what I'm getting. Maybe 2 per side because you overuse these things this time.
Probably make you the final judges to the mute. That would probably be the best thing.
I'm gonna have to be the arbiter. I thought you could. I thought you
think
could
it was
honestly
fair. I
have
think
good
I was fair.
conversations with yourself, but you didn't.
I was gonna leave it up to democracy. I was gonna let the room panel vote. Like, so what do you think? Did Demon Mama do it? Come on, give me some. Bring democracy into it.
Because actually, when Rob started and he got my position on like the first thing, I'm like, yeah, that's my position on that. But we were asking more about my larger one, and then he went on that fucking like deranged diatribe, and I'm like, well, you lost me. You had me. I was gonna like say, you know what, that was what I was saying, But,
but you didn't. But
then
right,
you
got it.
just, like,
No,
went
just
on
because
and
you went
on
off the
and
rails.
You gotta
Dude,
keep
you
going.
went off the rails.
No, I said, but I'm talking. I'm
Get a little bit.
Stop talking. I'm not talking for no reason. I'm talking to moderate. We're gonna end this. We're gonna stick a fork in it. We're done. We're gonna go into closing statements. I am gonna start. Well, I started with CTV. He's already gone. So CTV, and then Chud. I'll let you go next, so you can dip out. If you want to give your closing statement and an outro at the same time, go ahead and do so, Chud.
Yeah, sure, no worries. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we ended up talking about third trimester abortions for some reason, even though this bill has nothing to do with that. I mean, it's funny because, yeah, of course, like, there comes a stage where you shouldn't have an abortion if the baby is imminent or, there's some, I don't know what the line is, but... Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, I was speaking to my chat.
Oh, sorry. No worries. Don't worry. It happens. So yeah. In any case, I mean, the bill. Even if you are someone who is, the only people this is going to benefit is weird, pro-life Karens who are going to, inundate medical professionals with endless court cases about abortion. It's totally ridiculous. Not even fit for purpose. I can't believe that anyone with a sane head on their shoulders would be supportive of this, even if they were pro-life. So it's not even fit for purpose in its stated goal. Other than that, it strikes away bodily autonomy for women, which is extremely egregious, very bad. I don't agree with it. I don't like it. It sucks. And that's all I've got to say on it. I'm Chud Logic. You can find me by searching Chud Logic on all good social media platforms. And follow my producer at Irrational Chad on Twitter for some memes. And that's it.
Thank you, Chud. All right. Binks.
What?
Closing statement and outro, Binks. Are you still in shock?
Oh. But I'll be honest, I'm really drunk. I'm too drunk for this fucking conversation. I don't know when a fucking baby comes. Like when a baby's a baby. What the fuck? I'm just a dude on fucking Twitch. Why are you asking me that question? I don't fucking know. Like Jesus Christ.
Honest guy on the panel.
No, Binks is drunk out of his mind.
The law. I don't know. I don't like fucking snitches. So that was like kind of my vibe against it. But other than that, I don't know. I'm Binks. Whatever. Don't follow me. Just I don't know. I want to leave.
True. Yeah. True.
Don't follow me.
Thanks, Binks. Josie.
Steer clear.
Okay. Binks, thanks for that. So I've already stated a lot of my arguments and positions. Unfortunately, this panel never got to the point where we actually got in depth in any arguments whatsoever. I'm very disappointed in that because I think that we had a huge opportunity to actually talk, especially with Maddie's intro, which was so contextual to the actual fact. And we didn't have an opportunity to have this conversation. And I hope that when we do these panels again, that we kind of tone down the loud mics and just yelling into them. It was a little much. It was a little much. But anyways, abortion ban in Texas, awful.
Not
Texas
really a buzz.
Is doing a lot more awful things. There's 28
They just
states
feel
right
nice
now
and taste
currently
nice.
that are putting
Keeps me
trans
entertained on this
bans
boring
the
ass
books right
shit.
now of different things from healthcare, sports, and even child abuse. So this is a huge issue that states are doing, and they're doing this without actual science and medicine involved. This is how clear it is. But anyways, I'm Josie Rose Caballero. You can follow me on Twitch at twitch.tv/Josie Rose, the letter C. And that's where you can find me. You can also find me on all my social media with that same tag. And yeah, we just started streaming about 3 months ago, and things are going great. So join the Love Nest, be a part of the community. We're super cozy here, always trying to do panels and have great conversations about politics and reacting on different issues, especially around trans rights. So thank you so much for having me on the panel today.
Thank you, Josie. Rob, please.
Yeah, so the reason we are talking about third trimester abortion so much is because the left, as usual, can't answer a simple question. Do you think that there's a point where you think that it would be wrong to have an abortion? All four could have said yes. That's how the conversation would have went. We would have said, okay, great. Given that, now the discussion becomes, is 5 weeks too early? Is 6 weeks too early? That's what the discussion would be. Instead of grandstanding on, oh no, this is a horrible thing or this is a terrible thing. The discussion would literally be the science of when should we say, should it be viability at 24 weeks? Should Should it be, a brain activity? Should it be heart activity? That's where the discussion is. And I would cede to medical experts when they think that baby, we consider it a life. That's what I thought the debate would be, but the left couldn't articulate a position. They couldn't defend anything. Instead, immediately we saw Maddie go off. We saw Josie go off on all of these tangents about, and Josie eventually said viability, which was fair. But how hard would it have been to say that immediately? If the question would have been asked to me, I would have said yes. End of story.
We
Could have moved on
desperately
with the
tried.
conversation.
We desperately tried.
Unfortunately, we could see the bad faith from, I like Danabo a lot. The moderation was lacking, to say the least. We could see that I correctly articulated Demon Mama's position. She just said no. That was acceptable. She didn't have to describe that wasn't the case. Then she wasn't muted afterwards. This is the bullshit that you constantly see. It started pre-show where the leftists had to whine that they didn't like the topic so we could talk about new stuff. That really went well, right? We hashed out some new topics that haven't really been covered. Went pretty well, right? And so this is constantly what you see from the left. Perpetual victimhood, complaining about white men, doing the very things that they claim to despise, potentially misgendering people and shit like that. I don't mind, though. Don't worry. I ain't going to cry about it. I'm not a fragile person like you guys. Are you interrupting me again? Of course, the rules don't apply to the leftists on the panels, right? So we could always see that. Demon Mama, who filibusters for 20, 30 minutes and then says, I didn't get to finish a point, who then immediately interrupts anyone that talks. Like, just constant fragility and nonsense from these people. I will not be returning to this panel, unfortunately, though I still like Danabo and would work with him in the future. But unfortunately, the leftists that can't even answer some questions and have to talk about, all sorts of other, you're fragile when you don't let me ramble on for 8 minutes. It's just absolutely horseshit. Like, that's what's going on. And shame on you, Danabo, for this instance of changing the rules halfway through, because you realize the Steelman thing's a bad idea, and you realize Demon Mama was operating in bad faith when she said I didn't correctly articulate her position. She can't even articulate her own position because she just, filibusters on and on about being a potential victim. It's nice that we got through a speech, though, without her talking about electrodes on testicles, though, for once, and screaming about how she's a perpetual victim. So it's good to see that. But it's always great to see the disingenuous people that seek to cancel anyone or say that you have to call them certain words or something like this, and claim that the rule.
Closing, bro. Come on.
Oh, I thought you were going to give me the 30-second hand wave when it happens. You're not being fragile, are you? Trying to cut me off while I'm still having a point. I would think that would be you being fragile, right? That's how this works. You could just talk as long as you want, and then when someone tries to stop you, you call them fragile, right? That's how it goes, Demon Mama. So you can continue to see her perpetual victimhood at how she does things. She never has any sort of argument whatsoever. Oh, why don't you say the T word? Because she was going to run and try to get me banned because it's someone who's claiming she's not for censorship. Have you seen anyone on the left actually speak up against the people that have been censored for misgendering people and shit like that? No, because they're all for it, because they're a bunch of hypocrites that never hold themselves to the same standards that they seek to hold other people for. So it's great to see a panel full of people that want the moderation and the topics to be totally what they want to talk about, and to have that moderation change in the middle of it to make sure that they could get away with the bullshit that they feel like talking about, because they're incapable of standing on the merits of their arguments alone. They can't answer simple questions. They go off on diatribes that have nothing to do with the questions that have been asked of them. They can't in good faith argue anything that they were asked of, such as when someone steelmans their argument correctly, they can't admit it. Okay, I'll leave you go. I guess I'll leave it go, though. I think you're being quite fragile, Danabo. Lastly, I'll say that the reason this started off in bad faith wasn't just because the discord happened before this, but because we could see that Demon Mama immediately started calling people names. And then when people responded to her name calling being fragile, pointing out that she, as we could all see, is the actual person that's fragile, she then once more played the victim. We saw intentional misgendering. We saw claims of can't handle women, white men, blah, blah, blah. It's just all horseshit victimization. I'm loving it. I had a great time on the panel because it's so great to be able to watch you people violate all the supposed moral standards that you claim to have. You're just a bunch of worthless people that can't articulate an argument to save your lives. So you come together in this little bubble thinking that because you stay together in this bubble, it somehow makes you effective speakers. But the rest of the world can see you for the sexist shit that you truly are. So you all have a good night. Thanks so much for having me on your panel, Danabo. I look forward to working with you again. People on the left can kiss my ass, right?
Tempered tantrum, fucking
Rob,
infant.
Look upset. I'm having a great time.
Your voice was cracking there, buddy. Your voice was cracking a bit there. Your voice was cracking a bit. Sounded like you were going to cry, buddy.
Is that what it looks like?
Wait.
I think I'm having a great time.
Right. Closing statements. Right. I just... Sometimes I get in a trance when Rob talks like that. He can go for about 30 minutes without even taking a breath, and I'm sorry, I'm just hypnotized by him. I think the Steelman chair is a great idea. I think it does need tweaking. I think I'm going to have to be the judge of whether it was used in fairness or not. Because people, grown adults, can't act in good faith. I can't believe it. Grown adults cannot act in good faith. Who would have guessed it?
Muted myself.
Demon Mama, please.
Peace out, everyone.
Yeah. Damn. How do we even start with this? Okay, so yeah, let me just sum up the topic that we were talking about. The issue doesn't really have to do with the timing in the big picture. What we're talking about here is that if we want to make things safe as possible, regardless of where you fall philosophically, and if we'd actually been able to talk about this, we would have been able to get to this. Regardless of where you fall philosophically, it's very simple to point out that this type of law is bad for everyone. It doesn't save children. Even if you believe that children are at conception, it doesn't do it. It doesn't succeed. This bill is very bad in numerous ways. Not only does it force people into later trimester emergency abortions in other states, but it functionally criminalizes abortion as a whole. Now, if you really wanted to save lives, you would offer alternatives to abortion, whether it's social services that would allow people to keep their children and take good care of them, whether it was robust adoption. There's a million other options. We never got there. So, we never really talked about it, and I think we all know, I don't need to rehash what happened on this panel, but if you want to understand what it is that makes grown men literally turn into whining children, you should come by demonmama.com and you can find out exactly why so many of these absolute motherfucking children have demon mama derangement syndrome. And I think you know what you saw. I think you saw this. We all know that I couldn't get a word in edgewise without these motherfuckers jumping all over me for having pronouns. You know, the reason why I asked Rob if he wanted to say that the T-slur to me was because it really feels like that's what he's really mad about. He's mad that he can't just come on this panel and say whatever the fuck he wants about me. But I gave him the opportunity and he didn't take it. Why? Because he's a spineless coward. Just like he wouldn't say to Maddie's face that he thinks that she's a child killer, just like he won't say to my face that he thinks that I'm a T-slur, or maybe an F-slur. Rob has no spine. Rob has no purpose on these panels but to scream and ruin everyone's time, and we all know that everyone had a worse time because of Rob's presence. And guess what? I was perfectly fine to have a conversation here. I love getting spicy. I love going back and forth, but that was fucking stupid, and we all know it. But anyway, come on by. You can come and talk to me about it. We always do Q&A afterwards. Love to have you come by the channel, demonmama.com/live.
Thank you, Demon Mama. And yeah, after that group DM, it was never going to be good, was it? Who have we got left? Phil.
Well, folks, this discussion was certainly a box of fluffy dubs, wasn't it? I mean, it was just like it's never gone smoother. Like this, basically just a BBC debate on like botany. This just was so smooth. But folks, every last person on this
Rob
panel,
did rage quit, yes.
Follow every last one of them. Josie Rose C on Twitch, demonmama.com, Binker. Definitely Maddie Cakes, also Danabo on Twitch, so you can get more content because more is coming down the pipe. He's gonna tweak it. He's gonna make it. He will build it stronger, better, faster, like the $6 million man.
Yes, it's Josie Rose C.
For those who do not
Josie
know,
Rose C.
I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil KOE. You can find me at KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch. Also, be sure to check me out at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast
Lodger,
on YouTube
it was bad.
and Spotify.
It was bad.
And Big Fucking Empire for all of your news, updates, pop culture, and what's going on in this
Rob
world.
is like a 20-viewer,
Folks,
Andy.
as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. Thank you for giving us your evening and lending us your ear so we could exchange ideas. And it was a rough road. It was rough going, but we got there together and we did it here on Danabo's channel. Be sure to follow this man. There's more coming down the pike. As I said, I am Phil KOE of KOE Nation, the Lord of the Scottish Highlands, the conqueror of the ethereal, the prince and potentate of the political parlance. And all you beautiful people, raise a glass to yourselves. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. God bless every last one of you, and I hope to see you back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. Danabo, good sir, take it away.
Thank you very much, Phil, but there's one person left. Maddie, please.
Sorry, anytime Phil does an intro or an outro, I get so hyped. So, like, Phil, you are made to like be a carnival announcer or like a magician on like a grand stage. Like you just have that showmanship. So it's hard for me to not get so amped after that outro. Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer. Like, I think there's so much substance to discuss with the Texas abortion law, just like I thought there's so much substance to discuss about cancel culture, especially with the demonetization of hot tub streamers. And it's a real shame that Rob Noor felt that his ad hom bullshit took precedence. I mean, it's a really big fucking shame.
Who cares?
And look, I'm used to discussing these issues with people who I disagree with. I'm used to that. But I do that with people who come in good faith and come to have an exchange of ideas and to make points that are grounded in reality.
Phil
And instead,
has
what
bad
we
opinions,
got
but he's a fine
was
guy.
someone name-calling, talking over women. Notice, by the way, when Rob Noor talks over someone, it is more often than not a woman. And there's a reason for it. And like David
Rob
Mama
shit his
pointed out,
pants so bad.
he's
You're
spineless.
gonna have to see this.
He likes to pretend that he's this big, strong man who has these deeply held issues, but then everything
We're gonna have
that
a
comes
nice
out of
long
his
talk
mouth is
after
a
this. I've got
projection.
some stuff to talk about.
Everything that comes out of his mouth
Yeah,
and
Phil's
that what
fine.
he
He's a
accuses
fine
other
guy.
people of being is a projection, which is why something as small as a pronoun can set him off. Because somehow that threatens his sense of masculinity. You know, I wish yesterday, interestingly enough, I did a whole segment on toxic masculinity,
Maybe.
identifying
Lady
it,
Kogana.
why it's harmful, and what we can do to stop
Thanks,
it.
Lodger. Appreciate the dono. Seriously.
I'd tell Rob to go watch it, but I'd hate to set him off and make him angry because I don't know that his blood pressure can take it. So, Rob Noor, you're not missed. Fare fucking well. And next time, call me a baby killer to my face. Call Demon Mama all the slurs you wish you could call it to her face. You fucking scared child.
Well then.
Well, tell us how you really feel. I think you're holding back there a little bit.
That was a happy note to
Sorry,
end on.
Phil. I know we should have ended with Phil because he like gets you so like positive and like hyped up, and then I just ended with that. I'm so, but Phil.
Maddie,
Thank you,
yes,
Blood
queen.
Tinge.
Yes,
Thank you,
queen.
Blood Tinge.
Yes, queen. Drop that mic. You deserve that. No, do it.
Be sure to follow Maddie Cakes, all these beautiful people on this beautiful platform. Come on, folks. You know it's the right thing to do.
I would
Every
like to
minute you
remind
don't
you-
subscribe to any of us.
The first rule for until further notice, the very first rule is please keep it civil at all times. Right, that's the very first rule of this, right?
Boy, that's
very first rule is please keep it civil at all times.
Yeah, we did
and
not
what
stick
happened
to
tonight?
that,
You
did we?
did not keep
That's
it
like
civil.
saying weed's illegal. It might be technical, but it ain't working out. Like,
Phil, if I ever someday have like a show in Vegas, I need you to be like my announcer because like there's no one better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna
awesome.
lie. I Phil, no offense. I find some of your filibustering obnoxious and too far into the kayfabe, but I appreciate your energy, and I think that you're a generally respectful and good person. I do not feel that way about. Yeah. I mean, what's that? Listen, I'm a big wrestling fan. You should know that. If you talk to Dylan Burns, I love my fucking wrestling. Listen, I sent Dylan Burns a nice little wrestling trinket. He'll be getting it in a couple days here. So.
Nice.
Yeah. So, but you know, for all our differences, respect to you, Phil. You're definitely 100 times above your peers on the right.
Yeah, Phil, and I want to add to you, Phil, as well, that there we go. There's Maddie, queen, right there. But anyways, Phil. That's Dan. That's supposed to be Dylan, isn't it?
He's angry at this
Oh,
panel.
he's
He's
angry.
angry.
Okay.
He's very angry.
Yeah.
I
but he
wish
didn't
I
know
had
what
that
he
kind
did.
of hair.
I just want to say this to Phil. Phil, I think I like your energy as well. You are very loud and you take a lot of space. So just be careful that you run over people, and you may not know that you're doing it, but you do. So just keep an eye out for it. But I do like you here. I think that you have the respect. It's just make sure you let other people have space. That's all.
Is this the appreciate
Yeah.
Phil ending? What?
It is what it is.
Well, I mean,
Binks
he
wants
put
to
on a
go.
really nice
Binks-
thing, so yeah.
Vince
feels
is like,
trapped.
can I go continue drinking, please?
Binks, you can leave. You can leave.
Yeah.
Later, Maddie.
We'll see.
Hey, Chud, if you want to swing by after, feel free.
Good talking to you.
Bye, everybody.
Oh, crap. Thanks
Catch you
everyone for
later.
coming
Bye,
on.
Rob.
Until further notice, we'll probably never be back after that. I don't know what the fuck.
Oh
that
Lord,
was.
that was.
No,
that
we're gonna make it work. We're gonna
No,
make it work.
I'll speak.
Yeah, so that was something. That was something. No, Binkerton is not Chud Logic. You know, it's funny. So let's take a second and get a breather, yeah? Yeah, I should take another. Should I have another smoke? That'll be like my 5th one. Fuck this panel. I mean, it was a 4-hour panel. It was like over 4 hours. Or no, it was approximately 4 hours. No, Binkerton passed on his closing statement. I don't really want to give takes on anybody's fucking tweets, okay? Listen, we're going to have a talk, all right? We're going to have a talk. Give me a minute to collect my thoughts, okay? Well, my water situation's doing fine. I've had plenty. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Real quick, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then none of you are going to leave. In fact, you're all going to go like my stream on YouTube and subscribe to me. And when I come back, if there's questions, we'll deal with questions. I'll play the bathroom song. Yeah, I'll play the bathroom song. Yeah, we'll play the bathroom song. Fuck yeah. We'll do the bathroom song. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to have a big talk because I've been, yeah, I know. That was fucking great, Pan Nest Main. Don't worry. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a nice big talk because I've been having some thoughts and I got some ideas, and I think you guys are going to be into this, okay? Is he crying? I didn't misgender him, ever. I didn't. Maddie Cakes called him Rob N. Rob Nor. Rob N. He's being a fucking idiot. She proved that he's completely triggered. We'll talk about this. Let me go to the bathroom. Let me grab this water, and then I'll be back. No, she called him Rob N as in Rob Nor. Are you fucking kidding me? Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. It's been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out. Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break.
All right, I'm wrapping it up. Fuck it. I didn't scream into a pillow. Are you fucking kidding me? I did tell my housemates here that that was some serious bullshit. I didn't have a poop. I had a pee. I did a pee and I grabbed some pizza. Okay? So, I'm going to take a few bites of this fucking pizza. Look, I got a... Ready? Listen, everybody. Here we go. This one goes out to Silent and Ellison. Ooh. Delicious. And this is some delicious motherfucking stuffed crust pepperoni pizza. How? No, that's a Mountain Dew Rise. It's like an energy drink or something. That was without a doubt the worst panel I've ever done. Now, let me tell you, let me just explain to you, okay? Many of you are new to my channel, okay? Many of you are very new to my channel. But I have been doing the panel scene since the very beginning. Since the very beginning of my career streaming. I was on the second episode of the Hippy Dippy. I was on one of the earliest episodes of Prime Kai's panel. I was on early episodes of Chud Night. Oh, thank you very much, Danabo. Thank you very much for the raid. Happy to have you all come get comfortable. We're about to talk about some stuff. Jason Sanderson, thank you so much. It is not Monopoly money to me. It means the world. Okay? We're going to talk about this, okay? We're going to talk about this. Seriously. Of course he is, Laura. He's a coward. He's a spineless coward. You know, so let's talk about a couple things, okay? In my year and a half of streaming, I have been on some pretty rough panels, okay? I've been on spicy panels. I've been on panels that started an hour late, okay? I have been on, thank you for the 300 bits, Celesta. Appreciate that. I've been on panels where I have been misgendered to my face. I have been called slurs to my face on panels. I've been on a panel where people ignore me, talk over me, waste my time. But never before have I been on a panel that was that much of a waste of time for me. So not only was I unable to finish a single motherfucking sentence that entire time, but also I took 3 steel chairs and I succeeded at all 3 of them because I actually listen. Okay? Of all of the people in this entire motherfucking, no, I did not mention the IMPS code. Of all of the people in this entire motherfucking industry, on this entire fucking website, of all of Twitch, I have been the most regular, the most honorable, the best faith, and, let's be real, the most entertaining panel guest that has ever walked on Twitch. Let's be completely honest here. I go on more panels than anybody else. I show up on time. I never cancel. I always follow the rules. I go into these shows aiming to educate and entertain. I go in knowing that the hosts are hoping to have a good show, you know? I know. I respect my opponents when I can, to the best of my ability. There are a few times where I haven't been able to, like when people said slurs. That's a little hard to overlook. And I respect the hosts. But today was something totally unbelievable. Okay? Absolutely unbelievable. I was not able to talk at all. I was targeted by every single person. All they did was talk about me the entire panel, and I barely said anything. I couldn't get a fucking word in edgewise. We didn't talk about any of the topics with the exception of the movie topic. Thank you very much, Jason Ashby. Really appreciate that. It was, for me, the least fun I've ever had on a panel. I have never had less fun on a panel. That was incredibly, incredibly boring. No. I'm sure it was fine for all of you, and that makes me happy. But let's talk about something else, okay? Let's talk about something else. Because, you know what we should talk about? Let's talk about respect, okay? For this entire panel, I had approximately 500 viewers. For the entire panel. Not one other person even breached, I don't even think a single other person breached 100. Okay? So let's talk about respect. In this website, I have been grinding my ass off. I have been making money as talent, functionally for free, for damn near everyone on this fucking website. And this panel was about me. Let's make no mistakes. This panel was about me. Okay? On this panel, I was the big name. I brought 500 viewers to this motherfucking panel. I brought my arguments that actually make sense. I brought research, thought, brain power to this panel. And with no respect to my fellows, I appreciate Chud Logic. I appreciate all of them. This panel became about me, and I didn't even want it to. I also self-muted for 5 minutes, even though I did accurately represent Rob's position, and everybody knows it. But this problem goes beyond just this show, okay? It extends to the entire panel scene, okay? Which is that the panel scene has become fundamentally unserious. And I don't mean in a political manner. I don't mean that like they don't talk about serious political issues, although that is true. I mean, Russiagate was originally one of the topics, which is the stupidest thing I can possibly imagine. No offense, sorry, but Russiagate is literally the most boring topic anybody could ever talk about. No one cares except for Rob Knorr. What a fucking stupid topic. And I, in the chat, said, guys, can we please not do Russiagate? It will bore the audience. It will bore the attendees. It will bore everyone. Okay? And so, thankfully, Danabo said, yeah, it's true. Yeah, we should switch it. Now, Rob was triggered over that. Real triggered about it, okay? But let's be real. I was looking out for the show because I know that Russiagate is boring as fuck, and that drives viewers away. But as it stands, I kept my 500 fucking viewers with their eyes on that shit fit of a panel, on that garbage ass fucking bonfire of a panel. I kept 500 fucking eyes on it, even though I barely said shit. Just with my fucking presence, okay? And I'm tired, okay? Because every single time I show up to one of these fucking panels, and I always show up when people invite me, unless I literally can't make it, I show up. If I say I'm gonna show up, I show up. Even when I'm tired, I do my research, even when I'm tired. And I show up, and I bring a good show every time. And I bring, not only do I do good politics every single time, I also bring a good show because I'm informed, I'm capable of talking, I know when to use spice and when not to use spice. Yes, thank you. I noticed the leg jitter. Okay? And I'm going to be completely honest. There is no motherfucking respect in this goddamn website. Because all of those motherfuckers, including the host, no offense, were just platformed by me. And nobody acts like that. Not at all. Not even the slightest notice of it. I bring people to these panels. I make these panels fun. Every time. I'm a go-to. I've got my inbox full of invites all the time. And I can't even get basic respect. I don't even get the basic respect of people saying, actually, you know what? It's really fucking stupid to watch a panel where Rob fucking Noor and CTV, these guys don't even show up sober. These fucking clowns don't even show up sober to the show that we're putting together. They're drunk. They're high. They're fucking blitzed off their ass, drooling, and totally incapable of even keeping track of the topics. CTV falls asleep during shows. This fucking idiot blitz moron, whatever his fucking name was, drunk off his ass. Rob sits there and rap gods for the entire time. And I get it. It's not about talking too much. It's the fact that Rob literally just and no respect whatsoever. Interrupts, does fucking nonsense. And then, and let's be real, okay? Let's be completely real. Peter Chance, it's been going for 6 hours. That panel was made about my intrinsic, about who I am. Rob started at the very beginning by targeting the fact that I'm trans. And everybody knows it. And everybody saw it. And this is what I get. I show up, I make a show, I make money for all of these stupid motherfuckers in this goddamn industry. In this fucking website. I make money for you, you fucking assholes. I see my face plastered all over your videos doing your debate reviews, you fucking crows. You fucking birds of carrion. Fuck right off. And I get nothing for it. Everybody says, oh, at best I get, oh, I used to think you were a fucking psychopath. And here I am paying your fucking rent. Because I got a spine. Because I got balls. Because I'm funny. Because I write jokes. Because I think. Because I'm not a lazy fucking piece of shit. And you know what else I do? I take your fucking transphobia on the chin. I take the countless times that I've been harassed after a panel and during a panel on the chin. Every time. And you know what? You know what else I take? I take being put on as the token transsexual. For whenever somebody wants to debate a trans topic, whenever they want to debate whether my people, and yes, I am going to be referring to trans people as my people from here on out. Whenever they want somebody to come on and take it on the chin for my people, their basic humanity, I stand up and I take it and I win. Okay? And I get shit for it. I get jack fucking shit for it. Thank you, Gromit is a Prince. I get motherfucking shit for it. Because you know what happens? These fucking panels, they don't get anybody bigger than me. I don't get fucking platformed. Unless Vosh shows up or Destiny shows up to scream in my face. And he does. And I take it. And I have taken it. And I don't get fucking money from that. I don't even get growth from these. You know, these panels don't help me grow anymore. Aren't you bragging when I say I was the biggest tonight? I'm the biggest most of the time on these panels. The last fucking 3 panels I've been on, I've been the biggest. And like I said, if Vosh shows up, or if Destiny shows up, then I'll get knocked out. But let's be real. Nope, Dylan debates don't help me grow. You want to know why Dylan debates don't help me grow anymore? And by the way, I love Dylan. I fucking love Dylan, okay? But we all know, don't you all remember that Dylan said that the reason why he doesn't want to do panels anymore is because he fucking hates the people involved? The gears are starting to turn, aren't they? And with all due respect to Dylan, I fucking love that kid. I mean, not even a kid. I love that man. Dylan, I shouldn't have said kid. He's so much younger than me. It's wrong for me to say that. I love that man. I mean that. He's my friend. And I would fucking do almost anything for that guy. Okay? But I don't even grow from Dylan's channel anymore. And do you want to know why? It's because Dylan has a lot of overlap with DGG. And they don't like me. So every time I go on there, sure, I'm getting platformed by DGG, and none of them will follow, and none of them will sub, and none of them will do jack shit. I won't grow. Instead, I'm basically growing the space. I'm growing this space. I've been taking my time and showing up on these panels to give small streamers a chance. To give them a shot at having fun, to getting their name out there. I fucking promote the shit out of smaller streamers. And do you know what I get for it? Nothing. Jack motherfucking shit. I get disrespect. I get chosen as the token transsexual to take it on the chin for entertainment. So they can laugh while I defend the basic rights of my people. I take it on the chin because I don't want to look optically bad. Even though they still tell me I'm a horrible person every time. Every single time I post one of these fucking things, 1 million people flood into the comments to tell me how horrible I am, how much of a screeching banshee, how, oh, if you could just be quieter, we would stop killing the people that you care about. I'm done with it. I'm fucking done with it. I'm fucking done with it. I don't have leverage. You want to know why I don't have leverage? Do you want to know why I don't have leverage? Because people don't respect me. People treat me simultaneously as a big figure they want on their panel, and then the moment I'm on there, because they know I'm not a fucking bitch and I don't fucking hold grudges, they let people just dig into me. And it happens, and it happens, and it happens. And I know it. I'm strong. I'm good at this fucking shit. I know it. But there's no fucking respect. People treat me like I'm some fucking up-and-coming streamer. The moment they seal me in, the moment they get me in, and this does not apply to everyone. I really have a lot of respect for Dylan. But I'm talking about the other talent there. Do I have detox days? There's no time for detox days. I do my best. True, Silent. The one I was just on, Peter Chance. The one I was literally just on. But I'm genuinely just tired of it. And you know, my mods can tell you, sound off mods, if you've seen me in mod chat talking about how I don't think I want to do the panel scene anymore. And it's not because I don't like panels. It's because, yeah, look, there you go. There goes all the mods. I've been talking about this privately, how I don't want to do the panel scene anymore. Nah, it's not giving up. Are you fucking kidding me? It's not giving up. I own this space. What are you fucking talking about? This space is me. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm the only fucking talent that shows up to these fucking shows. I take this shit on the chin. And why? Why should I keep showing up to shows where there's fucking 10, 30 viewer Andys, all of whom are just gonna sit there and make fucking jokes about me being trans and then trying to play it off like if I get mad, I'm the bad person. When they're like, why do you have she, her in your name? Why do you have she, her in your name? Why do you have she, her in your name? Pepe, 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 Pepe. Come on. This is fucking stupid. You want to know? Here's something. Here you go. Ready? Are you fucking ready? You want to know one of the most fun I've ever had? Going up against Destiny. Going 1v1 versus Destiny was fun as fuck. And you want to know why it was fun as fuck? Because Destiny is funny. Because Destiny can banter. These slack-jawed fucking water-brained idiots. They can't do shit. By the way, Gorbash, thank you very, very much for the incredibly, incredibly generous $50. And thank you very much, Morg Porg, for the $5. And Decoy for the tier 1 sub. Thank you. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this being the thing. I'm tired of being carted out like some fucking second horse for whenever there's a trans debate and they want to have some transphobe dig into somebody and knowing that they can fucking take it. Knowing that I can take it. Knowing that I will tank right through it. Yeah, he's funny as fuck. Of course. And as much of the problem, as much as I have a problem with people like with Destiny, and I do, I respect that Destiny has talent. These motherfuckers don't have talent. Not even do they not, it's not even about talent. It's about commitment and seriousness. And that's why I say the panel space is a fundamentally unserious space on Twitch. Yeah, they constantly see me as an up-and-comer. I pull 500 average streams. Nobody even notices, except for when they want to denounce me. Oh, then they notice. Then they fucking notice. Oh, when it comes time for the fucking vultures to circle. When they want to cancel me. When they want to say I need to do this with my platform and do that with my platform. Oh, they come out. All of the vultures circle around and want to take their fucking peck. And they get it. And they get whatever they fucking want because I'm looking at the space. Because I'm looking at growing this fucking dreadful space. This fucking asinine, idiot, talentless space full of hacks and losers and crabs in a bucket. Dumb fucks. And I've done it with a smile. Oh, I've done it with a smile. I've made shows for a fucking year and a half. For nothing. I wasn't getting paid for most of the time. I've only now just started making money. But why the fuck should I show up to a motherfucking panel that I will get nothing from and I won't even get basic respect? You know what? I'm willing to do cool things for the space. I am. I really am. I'm super willing to show up, and I've had really good times at times. I really have. But when shit like this happens, And the number of times I've shown up on a panel to have fucking Rob Noor or CTV or fucking Redneck representing the right. What the fuck? These guys don't even, these are like 10 viewer Andys. Like, these people are fucking irrelevant. They're not even, and they're not just, it's not just that they're small. It's not about the size of their channel so much. It's that their brains are fucking small. They can't even communicate like humans. They don't even know how to be funny on a panel. And I keep showing up. Why? I don't know. What a waste of my fucking time. Today was a waste of my fucking time. The only people who made it worthwhile was you. You imps. It was you who made it worth it. It was Leah who gifted subs. It was Azazel Bedazzle who gifted subs. It was Crabe who gifted subs. You guys made it worth it. But I sat there fucking bored out of my goddamn skull having 3 dudes scream at me about how bad I am because I use she, her pronouns. That's not fun. It's never been fun. That's never been interesting. Okay? It's never been fucking interesting. I've dealt with it because that's what you have to deal with to even have a shred of fucking chance at success in this goddamn industry. You fucking walk in, you get punched in the face, and a bunch of fucking fragile babies get fucking conservative affirmative action onto every single panel that you work your fucking life for. You have the most like important, you know Rob kept making that joke about the testicles thing? Rob doesn't fucking bother me. What bothers me is not having fun on a panel. Thank you, Azazel Bedazzle. Seriously, really appreciate that. His fucking shit doesn't hurt my feelings. I don't fucking give a shit about this fucking loser. Leah, oh my God, Leah. Leah, my God. Thank you. As always, I promise you I will put that to good use. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Leah, thank you so much. I'm serious. You are, and I say this again and again, but this is a thank you not just from me, but from the other fucking ungrateful motherfuckers who don't appreciate the fact that Leah actually, did you know this? I know a lot of people don't know this. Fucking Leah is a patron of this fucking space. And thank you, Azazel. Thank you very much, Azazel, as well. Leah is Pog. And I appreciate Leah a lot. Not just for me, but for all the other fucking motherfuckers in this space. And again, no hate to Prime or Dylan. I fucking love Dylan. But this panel shit, it's not Dylan. It's not Prime. It's not fucking Danabo. It's the space. It's the space full of fundamentally unserious, unprofessional people who don't give a fucking shit about streaming. They don't give a shit about the art of streaming. They don't give a shit about politics. They're just a bunch of fucking stupid, triggered, mediocre white babies. And they're not funny. They're not fun. They're not interesting. They're not educational. They're not anything. They're just dudes who show up and get fucking mad. Yeah, I mean, this is why Dylan stopped the hippy dippy. Well, unfortunately, people don't show up for the fucking non-debate panels as much. But that's fine. I don't fucking care anymore. Thank you very much, Ugly Pie. Appreciate that a lot. Socialist versus SOCDEM panels? Maybe. I'm sure we'd have more interesting topics. But I'm just about done of giving charity to all these fucking unprofessional ass motherfuckers. I'm done. I'm fucking done with it. I'm done. Fucking, why don't you lure me in? Why don't you give me some fucking treats? It's your turn to fucking come to me. Just be very selective? I am very selective. Actually, I'm not. That's not true. And also there's another consideration, which is at this point, I am every single day, every single time I go on one of these motherfucking panels, I platform a bunch of fucking morons. A bunch of fucking right-wing morons. With 10 viewers. Who just show up to every panel because all of their associates got banned for saying the N-word multiple times. Do I think panels will remain a viable way for new streamers to grow? Maybe. We'll see. Not if it's like this. Not if it's like this. The fucking panel people need to put in some extra work finding other people. They need to find other talent. They need to take time building out topics that are interesting. Because people are losing interest. People are losing interest in this shit. Nobody wants to hear the 40th panel. Nobody wants to hear the 40th panel on fucking cancel culture and Russiagate. That's boring as fuck. There are a million news issues that are actually important that could generate good conversation. But you can't have that when you have people like fucking Rob Noor. And Rob Noor, I said this to Dylan to his face. You all remember when Dylan came onto my show. Thank you very much, Spyro Gal. Deeply appreciate it. When I talked to Dylan about what my problem was with the panel, with the championship, it was that Rob Noor is irresponsible. Rob Noor just gish gallops. He's boring. People get bored. And he takes over every panel and he wastes everyone's time because he's a child. He is a literal man-child. He cannot have a serious conversation. Redneck was the same way. Thank you, Silvco Lapras. Appreciate that. I didn't even bring up fucking pronouns. The dude fucking jumped on me about pronouns. By the way, just so you all know, remember how he kept bringing up, do you all remember how he kept bringing up the group chat? He was like, oh, the group chat. Do you know what he did in the group chat? Me and a couple of the people were bantering back and forth, and then he went after my pronouns. In the group chat. And then I roasted the fuck out of him. And he kept going after my pronouns, after my pronouns, after my pronouns. That's what the group chat was. And he got mad because I called him Tomato Boy. Because he looks like a motherfucking tomato. That motherfucker looks like a fucking tomato. A rotten ass tomato. And by the way, yes, we were just bantering, you know? Banter, you know? Look, I bantered with Phil KOE. I've bantered with all kinds of people who hate my guts. But you know what Rob does? Rob just immediately goes after whatever intrinsic trait that's there. And for me, that's being trans. That's what he goes for. He can't come up with any other jokes. He just says, oh, you're just a screeching, triggered trans person with your trans ideology whining about it. It's like, I don't even ever fucking talk about this shit. Holy shit. So stupid. That panel was 99% Rob talking about me. Fucking insane shit. Insane bullshit. No, Rain, you're way out of the loop. Watch the VOD. Yep, I know, Vor buddy. Yeah, oh, I know he's a fuckhead. Dude, listen, I promise you, I fucking vow to you. Listen, I vow to you, Rob Noor cannot bother me. I told you, right on my shelf here is the darkest transphobic artifact you could possibly imagine. A letter in which my stepdad literally threatens to kill me for being trans. I'm not kidding you. That letter that I'm pointing at right now is a cursed artifact. Okay? Nobody's transphobia can get to me. But you know what does get to me? Wasting my motherfucking time. Taking advantage of my professionality to fucking prop up a bunch of stupid fucking morons who don't do anything, who don't add anything to the space. That's what gets to me. That's what gets under my skin. And CTV, look, thank you, Lodger. Appreciate it. Seriously, I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, I would love a meme, of course. Hey, thank you, Greed. Really appreciate that. All right, let me take a look at this meme. Fucking stream for fucking 6 hours for this shit. True! I gave it to them, and they couldn't fucking handle it. True! The space deserves a better class of panelists, and I'm gonna give it to them. And I did. I gave it to them, and they failed. They failed to impress. Just failed to impress. I did see Bose. Shout out. Let's take a look. I saw that it happened, but I didn't actually see what it was. Let's take a look. What did Bose shout me out on? Topic suggestions. How to evaluate nonprofits aid organizations. For example, in recent days, many people have expressed interest into donating to humanitarian causes in Palestine, but are uncertain how to verify that the money would actually make it to those who need it. Demon Mama Real just talked about this a couple days ago and did a really good job. Yo. I've been watching streamers off and on trying to understand the ecosystem. I love that she always steelmans somebody's position. It's rare. For my viewers, that's not true, but let's say that it is. Yo. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is like unbelievably flattering. I need to screenshot this and save this. This is like, holy fuck. You know, Bo the Fifth Column is like, I don't talk about who I love to watch all the time, but you know, I used to watch like literally every single Bo video. Violate, thank you so much. Yo, that is like, whew. Yeah, and also big shout outs to Merrick and Lonnie. Damn. True good faith actor. Well, I'm full now. I ate my pizza so slow that it filled me up. Which is probably better for me in the long run. I'll finish this pizza. I'll eat the rest of the pizza later. Yeah, I want to have that charity up. I mean, I want to have that segment up. I'm not muted. I'm not muted. I'm right here. I'm not muted. What are you fucking... I'm not muted, am I? I am not muted. Not even close. I think you muted. You know, I don't know. Wait a minute. We're at 600 viewers. Oh, I'm sorry. I underestimated. I underestimated. I've been pulling 600 viewers. Bin Kicker, thank you so much. That's a clove, yep. The imps are on the rise. But you know what else is on the rise? The quality of the show. I have been steadily increasing the quality of my segments. I've been making you all laugh more. I've been working my fucking ass off. Oh, I've been working my fucking ass off for this. Like so hard you can't even know. You don't even know. You guys don't even see most of it. True, Silent. Well, I need to update how many photos I have available of me. Yeah, tomorrow, remember, tomorrow we're going to be doing a special computer building and Magic the Gathering pack opening stream. When I get a piano, yes, I will play piano. Listen, I can actually play piano. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. A little treat for all the wonderful viewers who are here. One minute. Messed it up. I'm out of practice because I don't have my piano. This is not my piano. My piano got mixed up. My actual piano, which I used to practice on and be very good at, I don't practice almost ever. And the reason for that is that this is a kid's training piano. My real piano got left behind when I moved. Oh, hold on a second. Unfortunately. Sucks. But I'll get another one another day. Someday I'll get one. Again. Thank you, Mother Meerset. Let's keep playing, huh? See you, Vermin. Thanks for coming by today. Wait, sorry. Yeah, I could do some Kingdom Hearts songs. It's been a long time. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me see if I can figure it out. Give me a minute. Here we go. Sorry. I'm out of practice. I haven't practiced any of these songs. I'm just doing this from memory, just so you know. I don't know Guts' theme. I don't. Oh, hold on. I can do this one. Hold on. Okay. I'm out of practice on that one. Here we go. I got this one. Ready? Here we go. Here we go. Can I read music or do I learn by ear? I can't read music. Hold on, I could probably do that if I practiced a little more. Give me a few minutes. I'm doing all this from memory, by the way. Aw, fuck you, K-Prime. Fuck off. I can't read. It's not my fault. I just suck at it. Huh. I gotta practice that one a little more. Hold on, maybe I can do something cool. Hold on. Wanna see something funny? Watch this. I can do something real cool. Watch this. Hold on, watch this. Alright, ready? I'm gonna style on you. Watch this. Have a good night, Voidstorm. Give me a second, I'm gonna style on y'all. Watch this. This is some goofy shit. Ready? One moment. Let's do the trio. Give me a minute, everybody. Just be patient. Be patient. Ah, okay, 25. All right, here we go. Wait a second. This one. Let's do a different one. Let's do a different one. I want something quicker. Let's do something upbeat. Upbeat! Ooh, we got some disco in here. Let's do some disco. Here we go. Watch this. There you are. There's some goofing around. Okay? Leah! Holy shit, with the gifted 32 tier 1 subs. Holy shit, Leah. Oh my god. Oh my motherfucking god. Thank you so very much. Seriously. Oh, I dropped ash on myself because I'm being careless. Let's see if I can do one more thing. Hold on. I can do one more cool one, okay? Here, we're going to reset the piano, and I'm going to play something real cool for you, okay? Ready? Wait, sorry. All right, I'm gonna do one treat for you, okay? I'm gonna do a special treat for you all, but you have to let me finish this cigarette first, and then that'll be the last song of the night, and we'll do some other fucking random shit, okay? Give me a minute to finish this cigarette, and then we'll continue, okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. I'm almost ready. And then I'll play you something I wrote, okay? And warning, I haven't played this song that I wrote in a long time. But I wrote this song a long time ago, and I'll play it for you once I'm done with this, okay? This song is a song that was called The Blue Years, okay? And I called it The Blue Years because when I was younger, when I tried to think about what the future would look like, in my mind, I saw the future cast in a blue light. And that sounds very silly, but to me, for some reason, every time I tried to picture the future, this was when I was in like high school or so, I kept, every time I tried to imagine something in the future, all of the images in my mind were cast in this like somber blue light, like as if time had forgotten or something. And it's very hard to imagine, but I wrote a song about it, and I'll play it for you in just a minute. Hey, thank you, Maddie Cakes. Deeply appreciate it. You came in during a special time. I rarely ever play music on stream, but I figure it would be great. Happy to have you, Maddie. No. I think the future is warmed by hellfire now, okay? Let me see if I can remember this song. Now, I might mess up a little bit, so forgive me, because I haven't practiced in forever. So forgive me if I fuck it up a little bit, but I need to get back to the piano. Okay, this is a different piano, so I have to play it a little differently. This isn't a full size, so here we go. Let's see. Oops. Now there used to be lyrics to this song, and it went something along the lines of this. Hold on, let's see. Hold on. Where are we now? We're here just sitting in the blue years. And then it went, where are you now? All the years keep being by and by. Where are we now? Oops. Where are we now? Are we really lost in the blue years? Where are we now? Are we really lost in the blue years? Here we are now. Beams of light are warming us, warming us now. But where are all the friends and places gone? All the ones before. Where are we? Have we lost our way among the stars? Well, I wait for you. And then it would go on, and there were other lyrics and whatnot, but that was the gist of the song. And I love this part. was a song I wrote once. Yeah. All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. Now I'm starting to get a little bit self-conscious because it's been so long since I played. Let's move the piano back, shall we? Where are we? Is this really where we're supposed to be? Tell it to me true. Yeah, maybe I'll rewrite it. Oh, of course. I mean, at this time I was very much, very influenced by Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, that'd be cool as hell. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't remember all the lyrics. I only remember a few, so I was kind of improvising to the best of my ability. There were a couple other songs I wrote. Yeah, it's not perfect. It would sound better if I was on my full piano. The future, I don't know. Here's the thing, 85D2D Derek. I've always had a very strange relationship to time. Keep in mind, I grew up. Oh shit. I've made an ass of myself. Fuck. I spilled some of my ashes and now I've made an ass of myself. So when I was younger, I thought about eternity a lot. And it's very hard to imagine eternity. And when I said the blue years, it was sad. But it wasn't always like crying sad. It was more like I was trying as a younger person to desperately, I don't know, I was trying to grasp the idea of the passage of time. And there's this image that was always in my mind of like returning to a place that I had left long ago. Has anyone here ever has anyone here ever returned to like a hometown? Like, have you ever gone back to a place that you used to know perfectly? And when you go back, you see the things that you remember, that you recognize, but the people may have changed. The new people may have moved in, new businesses or all kinds, but the buildings and the shape of the place is still the same. And the Blue Years was very much a song like that for me. It was this idea that inevitably these places that I know are going to continue, but everything in them is going to shift. And if I ever return to them, and I'm sure I will, and I have, there's this strange feeling you get because your memories still exist, right? Like the memories of that place. And in fact, I had an experience like this. Once I went back to a home that I spent like a good chunk of my childhood in, and there were totally new people living there. Yeah. And they'd changed it and they dressed it up, but it was still the house I grew up in. The house where all of those memories were that I can remember, that coexist with the house that currently exists in front of my eyes. And that was that was sort of the emotional, I don't know, that was a piece of the emotional thrust of the song. And yeah, it's difficult. It is a very bittersweet topic because on one hand, it's wonderful that the things that you know still exist. Yeah. Anyway, I think I'd like to rewrite the Blue Years someday with proper lyrics that aren't as childish and I don't even remember them. I think the original lyrics are long gone now. I don't even think I have the original copy of the lyrics. I wrote it in a notebook once. I have such a strange relationship with time due to PTSD, and I feel that every day based on how the wind feels outside. I call it something from before, and I can travel in time back to different points in my life and remember the weather and feelings I had and everything. Now that I moved, March felt a lot like October in Florida, but also like August at night on the beach in 2008. Yeah, I think that's something that happens to all of us. Oh, Daughtry's September is one of those songs. Maybe, I don't know. These are usually special, you know? Like these moments, and we've lost a lot of viewers here. Well, not a lot. We lost about 125 viewers, which is fine. How long ago did I write that song? Damn, probably close to 15 years. I was probably around 15 or 16 when I wrote that song. Oof. Oh, that's so hard, Trans Girl Lily. Don't overdo it. Don't hurt yourself. Remember, you have to up your salt intake if you're on Spyro, Trans Girl Lily. You need to eat pickles or something. Demon Mama, more like demon poop. Nice one. Yeah. Yes. Yes. 85D2D Derek, you got it. It's not blues in the sense of I got the blues. It's blue in the sense of the dim blue light of distant stars. Now, the original lyrics, I don't remember them all, but the original lyrics talked about an angel, and it was a cry out to God. It was a prayer. The original song was a prayer, but I don't remember all the lyrics. And I'm not religious anymore. But it was. And there was I had a whole thing. Anyway. There you go. Now you get to see, now you all get to feast your eyes on, yes, indeed, Posadas John. Trust me, I know. Oh, thank you. I'm trying to get better. I've been practicing my singing voice, but I don't know. I have a weird relationship to my voice, you know? Yeah. Yes. You're getting it there. Really sorry about that, Leah. Well, I'll try to discourage anything that I see like that, okay? I appreciate your support, and I trust that you're being responsible and everything, and I appreciate it more than you know. You help make this show possible. Yeah, I mean, I want to practice and get better at it. The thing is that something that I've come to realize over the last, decade of my life is that it is possible to be a Renaissance human, a Renaissance person. You can actually master many things in your life. You can master many different things. So I believe that someday I will be able to master music again. Even though I'm also doing streaming. Oh, thank you very much. Someday I'll learn the guitar too. Weren't I an author? Well, I will never stop being an author. I published a book, yes, and I used to write professionally. Do I stream full-time or do I have a day job? I stream full-time. This is my job. I put everything into this. Every single day, I work on this. Well, I think I'm probably going to have to buy a new one, Jessica Metal. I'm not telling you what book I publish. You might find it someday. I'm not going to dox myself for my shitty book, okay? Listen, I thought it was a good story, okay? I think I'm still proud of that story. I'm a writer too? Well, writer was what I did before this. I worked full-time as a writer before I did this. True, Silent. Thank you. It's not under a pen name. No, it's published under my name. But you'll find it someday, maybe. Somebody will find it someday. If you find it, please don't tell anyone. I do have stuff written under a pen name, but most of you... Shh. We won't talk about that stuff. The stuff I have published under a pen name. Oh, it's very naughty. It's very naughty. Oh my god, Bo the Fifth Column just followed me. Oh shit! I just got the follow from Bo. Whew. I can't see you, but, you know, I usually look at the camera to indicate seriousness. Damn. What a fucking... Listen. And this is why I say, you all make the panels worth it. You all make the panels worth it. Well, Jessica Metal, you are a part of this community, so thank you. I write a lot of short fiction and nonfiction. How do you keep the momentum going in long form? Oh, don't ask me about that, Lady Kelgon. I'm so bad at it. Oh, I'm so fucking bad at it. I'm so bad at long form stuff. I mean, I've written long form stuff, but I'm so fucking bad at it. I have ADHD. I struggle with it. I used to beat myself to write. It was horrible. It was absolutely atrocious. Holy shit, it was bad. Yep, that was rough. Yeah. Oh, do you want to know how Stephen King does it? Stephen King does it with a fuckload of drugs, okay? Yeah. Stephen King fucking was... Dude, Stephen King nearly killed himself with cocaine like 10 years after he became a writer. Pure, like, dude was a heavy cocaine user. That's how he wrote so many books. Yeah, he has no nose. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Was writing a good career? No, it was garbage. I'm sorry. Do any of your written works feature images in the bottom right-hand margins featuring teenagers transforming into animals? No, but one of my most inspired writers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but he's got a lot of help these days. Martian Girl. He's got a lot of help. Yeah. Fun fact. Never mind. I don't want to share that fun fact. Never mind. No fun fact. That would probably dox me. No. Let's just say I have a lot of connections to Stephen King, okay? Actually, I can say one fun fact, okay? Stephen King, are you familiar did you know that Stephen King's wife, Tabitha King, is also an accomplished writer and an activist? And Stephen King's wife helped pay for my college because she liked my essay so much? I'm not kidding you. I'm dead serious. I'm not kidding you. That actually happened. Yep. Unfortunately, I never was able to finish because my school was so expensive that even the small... even the small scholarship I got wasn't enough. But that's legit. That actually happened. Yeah, Tabitha's pretty based. Tabitha King's pretty fucking based. Thanks, Tabitha. Ever thought of going back to writing? No. Well, yes. I mean, okay. Yes, well, no. Well, yes, well, but no. No, I wouldn't go back to writing professionally. However, I would someday... I will be doing more writing. Yeah. Yeah, I would never go back to doing it. I was majoring in film, believe it or not. Film writing, specifically. Film writing and directing. Would you go back to school and finish it if you could afford to do so? No, I don't think so, unfortunately. I learned what I needed to learn from school, but going back is very difficult. And it is basically impossible. I don't know. Maybe if I got like a full scholarship, I would, but meh. Oh, I'll absolutely be writing more erotica in the future. Just not right now. Do you ever feel overwhelmed by the amount of things you could apply your talent to? Yes, especially because you don't get paid for basically any of it. Oh, thank you so much, 420 Francisco. Happy to have you. No, you can't know my pen name. Joyce's, you'll find it. You just have to be smart. Good night, Greed. Thanks for coming by. Oh, me too. That's how I would do it. Lady Calgana, maybe you could try something like this. Try writing at like 2 a.m. in the dark. That's what I would do. I would turn off all the lights, wait for everyone to go to bed, and then I would write at 2 a.m. in the dark, and I would manage to get out a couple pages. Would I ever consider posting my student films online? No, they were trash. I don't think so, Silent. I don't think I can do it tonight. Maybe we'll talk about it on Monday. Sorry. I don't want your work to go to waste, but I don't know. Nah. I do miss writing my erotica sometimes. Would you accept a request to work on film currently if you were given an opportunity? Fuck yeah. As long as I could fit into my schedule, I absolutely would. Of course I would. I fucking loved working on movies. Yo, working on movies was like incredible. I loved being on set. I was on set whenever I could, constantly. In college, I worked a job, full-time in film school, and I was on every single set. I have my name is on multiple student project titles. I'm on IMDb. My dead name is on IMDb. I'm not kidding you. My dead name is on IMDb. Listen, I've done fucking everything. I'm telling you. Want to voice act in your video game? Sure. If I can fit it in, yeah, I'll do my best. I'm very busy, but I'll do my best. I did not, well, I'm not telling you anymore. Joyce's, maybe you can find out in the future. DM me. I don't want to talk about it like this, okay? You're not going to find it. You won't find it, Kieran. It's impossible. Good luck. You can DM me. I don't want to talk about it publicly anymore. You're completely welcome to, Greycraft, of course. I would be honored. As a composer for hire, what did you look for in film scores? I scored for a trailer, but I don't think the director liked it. You got to sit down and talk with the director. Like, you got to get an idea for their vision, and if they can't translate a vision to you, it's going to be really hard. My student film got fucked because my teacher basically was like, no, you can't do that. You're never going to be able to make this happen. And I said, okay. And so I took her advice, and she told me to rewrite it in the modern day, and the movie sucked. I just wasn't feeling it. I couldn't feel it. The film that I wrote was a film that took place in like alternate history Mesopotamia. And there was like it was wild. It was a story basically about a woman who kills her brother in order to take the throne, because her brother is a horrible person, and her dad is dead set on giving the throne to her brother. Oh, hi. Can I get a lighter? Oh yeah, absolutely. Wait. They're both. There's other ones in my purse. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna probably smoke another one. So, Jesus Christ, I've literally smoked like half a pack today. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. So my story, the film that I wrote originally, was about basically this woman, she fucking murders her brother and steals her dad's ashes, and then she offers her dad as a sacrifice to basically save her people. Yeah, it's fucking wild. She killed him underneath like the statue of an ancient god. It was fucking cool. Do I make your own clove smokes? I am now. These are the last of my Jarum Blacks. These are the last of my Jarum Blacks, and then from now on, I'm going to be making my own clove smokes. Yep, from here on out. But it wasn't actually Weeberry, but I'm sure that dripped in. This isn't a joint. This is just a clove. Interestingly, though, okay, actually, I'll tell you. So, the film that I wrote was an adaptation of a short story I wrote. This short story actually got published on an online horror journal, which was cool. I got paid for that. That was fucking cool. If you make me a custom Zippo, I will not only will I accept it, I would pay you for it. Holy fuck. What is smoking cloves like? No, they taste amazing. They're very sweet, and they're very crackly, and they have a nice thick smoke. So I wrote a short story, okay? And that was a gender exploration. I wrote this short story when I first came out, and I wanted to write a story about a mother. So I did. And this story was a mother retelling the sacrifices that she made to basically save her country. And then I adapted that short story into I adopted that short story into a film, which was a little bit different. The story was slightly different, but it was nonetheless an adaptation of the story. So while there was certainly gendery stuff in it, that wasn't the original intention. Yeah. That's fine, Leah. I mean, I like cloves. I can't wait to roll my own because they won't have any tobacco. I don't want any tobacco in there. Fuck tobacco. Well, that's why. Well, look, I can't say anything. Damn. Oh, cloves and weed can be perfectly mixed. You can mix your own. Yeah, cloves and weed are perfectly fine. I don't smoke weed. I don't smoke weed on stream at all. Because it just makes me feel nervous. I feel very self-conscious. Laura, you can't worry about being cringe. To live is to cringe. You must simply write, and you will get better with each thing that you write. I promise you, you will actually get better. I know that people just say it, but as long as you're actually learning and you're actually being genuinely self-analytical, you will get better. You can't worry about cringe. I wrote so much cringe garbage. I have a whole folder of my old writing that makes me cringe, but you do get better. It happens. You just have to actually be honest with yourself. And when I say honest, by the way, when I say you have to be honest, that means you can't be too hard or too light on yourself. You have to be just right enough. You have to be fair with yourself, and then you will get better. There you go. Do you have any tips for someone looking to better self-analyze their works? I feel like I really lack the ability to do so. Okay, here's some advice, okay? If you're reading something of yours and you feel like it's missing something, like it's not hitting that spot, try to identify what it is that you're missing. And sometimes what can help is comparing it. And I mean, not like, oh, Lord of the Rings, but you can think about certain specific aspects about a book that you like. Like, say you like Lord of the Rings, and you're like, how do I capture the epic feel? And then you think about Lord of the Rings, and then you think about your piece, and you figure out what you need to do to capture that sort of epicness in your own piece and in your own way. And then you experiment with it. That's how you get better. You have to think about, it's an art. It's like you have to analyze it deeply and think about those things that you want and how to get there. And if you break it down like that, it becomes a lot easier. The thing that a lot of people do is they go, I will never write a story as good as Game of Thrones. And then they just don't. Instead of identifying what it was that they personally loved about Game of Thrones and what they think could work well with their piece, and then incorporating those and remixing them and making them your own, that's much better. Hi, Diggy Tyga. You probably are. Do you want to hear the best advice I've ever got for writing? Here. All right, ready? I'm going to read you a quote. This one is what helped me get better at writing. And I am a good writer, by the way. I am very confident in my writing ability. I would say that if I could write, if it wasn't for my fucking busted ass brain, if I could write more frequently, I think I could be a world-class writer. I mean that. So listen to this, okay? This is a quote from Ira Glass, okay? Oops. Okay, ready? Nobody tells this to people who are beginners. I wish someone told me. All of us who do creative work, we get into it because we have good taste. But there's this gap. For the first couple of years that you make stuff, it's just not that good. It's trying to be good. It has potential, but it's not. But your taste, the thing that got you into the game in the first place, is still killer. And your taste is why your work disappoints you. A lot of people never get past this phase. They give up or they quit. Most people I know who do interesting creative work went through years of this. We know our work doesn't have this special thing that we want it to have. We all go through this. And if you're just starting out or if you're still in this phase, you got to know it's normal. And the most important thing that you can do is a lot of work. Put yourself on a deadline so that every week you'll finish one story. It's only by going through a volume of work that you will close that gap, and your work will be as good as your ambitions. And I took longer to figure out how to do this than anyone I've ever met. And it's going to take a while. It's normal to take a while. You've just got to fight your way through. Now, this one part right here, put yourself on a deadline so every week you will finish one story, that isn't necessarily going to work for everyone. But the whole quote is absolutely true. Everyone has their own schedule, and what works for Ira Glass might not work for you. However, the core principle is indeed the same. You have to get your craft, your skill, your practice up to the level of your taste. And that is true, because everyone knows what they like in a movie, right? But not everyone knows why they like it or how to recreate that or how to remix it, which is even more important. You know, if you go back and look at my old streams, I've gotten so much better as a streamer. And when I first started, I was still pretty good. I was still pretty funny. You know, I still did a good thing. Obviously, people liked me and watched me. but it took a long time for me to pick out what it is that makes a good stream. And I haven't even figured it all out yet. I'm only just beginning. And when I see a fucking god tier stream and I'm sitting there going, how the fuck is this stream so goddamn good? That's when I know. Just got to keep pushing. I do have a P.O. box. If you want my P.O. box, please DM me. I don't have it posted publicly because you know why. As an OG fan, I like your old raw energy, good times. True! Listen, I've been a little subdued lately, but that's because I think I'm fucking tiring of the panel scene. I think I want to do more original content, but yep. I mean, I've been doing to be fair, most of my stuff is original content these days, but I don't want to make my own panel scene. Fuck that shit. Why would I want to spend my time? You should share it on the server, Rusty Rustert. Share it on the Discord server. We have channels specifically for that, and people do check it out. Share it on the server. The Discord server, we have creative channels specifically for all this. You can talk about it. You can workshop stuff. Seriously. I want to listen to music while we chat. I just feel like, are we okay with having just like a chill stream? Are we cool with just chilling for a while? Are we cool with just chilling for a while? I don't really want to do anything wild. I just want to keep chilling for a little bit more. I want to listen to something. What's a good song? What's a good video game song? Let me think. I'm thinking. Don't recommend me anything. Don't recommend me anything. I'm not taking any recommendations. I'm listening to what I want to listen to with you all. I got to think about what's a good song, though. Let's look at my music list. You know. Oh, I would love to play some non-video game music, but, you know, video game music is the only thing. No, don't ban recommenders. I'm just not taking any of them. Anime music's good, but it's all fucking copyrighted. Oh, I do like Celeste. Celeste has really, really good music in it. Celeste has really good music. Let me think. Here, we can listen to this one. We'll talk about that next stream, Lady Calgana. This is from Pathologic 2. Oh, I think Tool is good. Good night, Violante. Thanks for your generosity today. Thank you. Truly. Oh, I like Alice in Chains too. 'Cause I'm poison. Wait, that's the other one. Somebody should be able to help you. Somebody should be able to help you. A mod, if a mod could help Rusty, just DM a mod. They should be able to help you. Ooh, Alice Cooper. That's what I was thinking of. Alice Cooper. Rusty Shackelford. Right here. Rusty Rustert. Best concert I ever saw? Ben Folds. I saw Ben Folds live twice. It was fucking great. Ben Folds is an amazing showman. Yeah, Ben Folds is amazing. Will I still be on in 2 hours? Nah, unfortunately. You made me an additional meme? I have an additional meme? I am tired of Twitch. These panelists. I am tired of being caught in the tangle of their lies. True! Oh my God, true! True, Silent. Who the fuck is Steve Jobs? Ligma balls. True. That's Blue Andy. Yeah, true. Blue Andy. My favorite. Blue fucking Andy. What a good dude. What a dude. What a fucking dude. There was another thing. What was it? Oh yeah, there was a piece of art I wanted to look at and retweet. Somebody sent me fan art. Look at that. Oh, this is so cool. I gotta save this. Look at that. That's so fucking cool. True, I am a demon. Oh, so cool. Saved. Saved and credited. I need to make a giant album online of all my fan art. So fucking good. So fucking good. Whoa, really? Wait, somebody did more? Let's see. Is this gonna be a joke? Uh-oh. Is this a joke? Hold on, let's see. Oh my God! This is so cute! I'm not this cute. I am not that cute. Oh my God! Agnos Dosart. A ghost does art. A ghost! It's so cute. I have not beaten Village. I'm gonna play it on stream. Gonna play it on stream. Oh, thank you, Trans Girl Lily. Leah, thank you so very much. Seriously, thank you so much. Dr. Mama Hatton, true! Alright, listen. Despite that... Oh my God, that's so awesome, Ziggy. Oh, that's so cool. I can't wait to see the ending. I'll get there eventually. I haven't been able to play any games lately. I'm serious. I haven't been able to play any games lately. So I'm looking forward to that in the future. Playing some fucking video games. Playing some motherfucking video games. I think Chud went to bed. Oh, Chud wanted to come on. Oh, shit. I missed Chud. Oh, well. I think he went to bed. Oh, you want to see something cool, everybody? Want to see something cool? Have you ever seen this? Look, speaking of Resident Evil, look at this. This is the model that they based Lady Dimmy off of. This is the model they based Lady Dimitrescu off of. Look. 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 She's real. She's real. She's fucking real. Her name is Helena Mankowska. I love her. I love her. Goals. Goals, you hear me? Goals. Oh, I'm sure she is. Goals. How tall is she? Don't know. Probably pretty tall. I'm sure we could find out. Not interested in finding out for sure, though. Mother Meerset. Tell you what. If you ruin the canvas, I'll buy you a new one, okay? But I don't think you will. Mother Meerset, if you do that art and you mess it up, I'll buy you a new canvas, okay? And if not, well, then it's accomplished. You know, I've been watching my partner play a lot of Binding of Isaac, and I gotta say, the new Binding of Isaac Anti-Birth DLC is fucking god tier. Oh, well, I was gonna say, well, we could talk, I suppose. Don't usually do that, but I'd consider it, perhaps. Yes, I did see that one. Yes, this was the reference. This was the original reference. It's fucking amazing. So good. It's not Repentance. Oh yeah, that's right. Repentance, not Anti-Birth. Anti-Birth was what it was based off of. Bonk, 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 bonk. True! True, Leah. Thank you very much, by the way. Very kind of you. Everybody's been very kind tonight. You know, I really do appreciate your, the kindness that you all pour out. Well, everyone, I'm going to be completely honest. My energy is rather flagged. That panel and the piano and everything has taken it out of me. So I think I'm going to wrap up and go go eat and spend some time with my beloved friends and partners. And then I will be streaming again tomorrow. Remember, wait a minute. Remember, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will have a table in here. The camera will be in a different position, and you'll be able to see me put the computer together. No village tomorrow. I will be opening card packs, and I will be building the computer. So it'll be a bit of a weird tomorrow stream, okay? I don't have any fat joints, but I do probably have some weed for the bong, okay? And yeah, it'll be great as fuck, okay? It'll be super, super cool. And then after that, from then on out, fucking pog-ass computer setup, okay? I think I've chain smoked enough for today, okay, everybody? All right, everybody? So, let's raid out. We're going to raid out to somebody. Let's go raid out to somebody who's on right now. I'll send you all to somebody who will keep you entertained, okay? Let's figure out who that is. Oh, we've never raided Stardust. I've heard Stardust is good. Ooh, Riverboat Jack is on, though. Oh, so is Sansol. You know what? Let's raid Sansol. Let's raid Sansol. We haven't raided Sansol. I don't think we've ever raided Sansol. Let's raid Sansol, okay? We haven't raided Sansol. We've raided Riverboat Jack twice. Let's raid Sansol, okay? We're raiding Sansol, okay? Sansol recently blew the fuck out of Rob himself and apparently was debating Rob tonight. So why don't you all hop on over, say hello to Sansol. Through the Twitch chat is the easiest way, but I will also post it here. If you appear, make sure you let him know that the imps send their regards, and so does Demon Mama, okay? If you have not subbed to my YouTube channel, ring that bell. It's free to sub, and you will get all of my awesome-ass content that I post all the time and put a lot of work into, and that my team puts a lot of work into. Thank you to my mod team. Thank you to my lovely imps. Special thank you to all of the people who very generously helped fund this stream. This show is always viewer funded and always free, okay? Much communal love to all of you. No parasocial Reno, but mwah, and I will see you all tomorrow, okay? We're raiding out, and I will see you very, very soon, okay? Thank you for watching tonight. I hope you had a fun time, even though it was a shit show. Much love to all of you, and I'll see you soon, okay? Good night for now. Out you go. Shoo. There you go. There you go. Enjoy. Have fun. Have fun. There we are.